warm-ups, didn't seem like there were really any limitations for that young man. Can I tell you selfishly what I'm most excited about with him playing? Yes, I want to see number 1 overall pick versus number 2 overall pick. But if y'all remember back in August, when we wore those black uniforms against the Patriots, the aura of our quarterback in those black uniforms is unlike anything you will see today. I'm not the biggest uniform mark, but I appreciate the drip when I appreciate the drip. I can't wait to see the kid. Is he going to go dark visor? Is he going to go dark sleeves? I care about that as much as I care about how much he's going to play today. Because it's all about aura, baby. Caleb Williams coming back to the DMV. Commanders rocking the best uniform in the NFL. Number 1 pick versus number 2 overall pick. All the storylines are there. Let's see what the sports junkies got to think about all those storylines. Jaden Daniels, the starter, boys. What do you think?
All week we wondered whether Jaden Daniels would play quarterback for the Washington Commanders against Caleb Williams. He is playing. We're excited. What are your expectations, Bish Bucks?
Oh, man, this is just a shocker because I didn't think he was going to play. I really didn't. I would have put money on it.
Yeah. I've been all over.
Question is, okay, I get it. He's going to play. Question is, how's he feeling?
Right.
Like, we don't really know. So my expectations are that the offense isn't going to miss a beat.
Look, right. I don't think they're going to put him out there unless he's feeling close to 100%.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to look at him during the week of practice and say, yeah, he's 70-ish%.
Yeah, he's limited.
We think that's good.
Yeah.
That's
he's
good.
limited.
But remember, he missed Wednesday's practice.
He did.
So, so that was interesting.
They're just trying to make the Bears prepare for both guys.
Okay.
Look,
so what's your gut?
Look, maybe they give him a shot before the game. Maybe he just says, look, I'm playing this game no matter what. Give me the shot. Give me a flak jacket. Give me all the protection I need so that I can go out and lead this team to a win. Because ultimately, that's all Jaden cares about. He doesn't care about the hype surrounding him versus Caleb Williams. He doesn't care about Caleb Williams' homecoming. He cares about nuts and bolts of playing football. And that's why he's going to be out there this week. So I think if he's out there, he's going to be relatively effective.
Well, remember, he does have personal goals. He said that he has C.J. Stroud's numbers memorized, and he wants to have a better rookie season than C.J. Stroud had last year. The question I have is, last year they were tormented by Justin Fields and DJ Moore in particular. Now Caleb Williams is under center, but DJ Moore is still there. They have really good receivers. This Washington defense looked great last week, but it was against Carolina. Different level of competition. What do you expect from the defense?
Well, that's, I think, the bigger issue, because if Jaden does play, I'll assume it's because he's not limited and that they just continue to do their thing, even though the Bears do seem to have a talented defense and limiting teams to, 16, 17 points per game. Defensively, though, I think that will be the story. I think that you can pressure Caleb. I think he likes to freelance sometimes, right? So I think you can pressure him into maybe a bad play or two. I think they'll also have some big plays, right? I mean, we all know our secondary isn't the highlight of our defense. But if they can pressure him, if he's running around a little bit, maybe he'll be a little inaccurate. I think we'll force a couple punts too. So I think we'll be okay.
One thing you're reading about Caleb, look, I just see his highlights on Red Zone. I'm not watching full Chicago Bears games. But one thing that I've been reading from some of the Chicago beat is he's taking more of the layups. So he's known for the highlight plays, and he certainly still has that in his arsenal. But supposedly he's taken kind of the easy passes.
And look, if you've got a guy like DeAndre Swift in the backfield for those layups, for those short passes out into the flat, of course you should take advantage of that. And maybe that's just something that he wasn't really doing in weeks 1, 2, and 3. And now he's like, well, why am I going to force it down the field when I don't have to? I've got a really viable pass catcher 3 yards away.
Well,
throw him the ball.
And remember, Keenan Allen started off the year banged up. So now he's got him to throw to. But if you look at DeAndre Swift, I'm glad you brought him up. In his last 3 games, okay, he's rushed for 91 yards, 73 yards, and 93 yards, and he's scored in all 3 of those. Yep. And then in terms of the receiving, he's caught 4 balls, 2 balls, and 7 balls. So, 13 balls in the last 2 games. I think he's going to be a factor because he was certainly he's beaten them before when he's with Philly. Yeah. He's going to be a factor.
I think Chicago's going to put up some points, but I think Washington's going to put up more points with Jaden Daniels under center. Give me Washington 31-23.
I'm taking Chicago's again. I just think that they're going to be a real test offensively. I'll take them 28-25.
I'm going to take the Commanders a tick above their season average. I've got the Commanders 35, Bears 23.
So explosive.
You got a blowout.
I'll have them a little under their average. I'll say 28-24 Commanders.
All right, so it's 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Shocker. Jason gets upset when people call him a hater, but he's picking against the Commanders.
Does it every
Oh,
friggin' week.
That's how we see it.
What are you going to do?
Back to you.
Wow. Fellas going with the home team. Everyone except for old Bishbucks. That's okay, though. That's okay. The calm before the storm. About an hour and 27 minutes away from the opening kickoff between the Washington Commanders and the Chicago Bears. Commanders looking to go 6-2 for the first time since 2008. Another storyline in this. Washington also looking to start 4-0 at home for the first time since, guess what? 2005. History on the line here. We'll continue to break it down for you coming up here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. When we come back, official actives and inactives for the Washington Commanders. We know Jayden Daniels is up as a defensive player, making his return to the lineup as well. We'll tell you who on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. This is Burgundy and Gold, the Burgundy and Gold pregame show presented by Rude. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. About an hour and 20 minutes away from kickoff here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Linnell Willingham taking you right up to kickoff as we get you geared up for Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Myself and Toby Altizer will take you through the entirety of the contest. Official actives and inactives coming your way here in a second, but want to set the scene for you real quick. If you're just joining us, Washington in Chicago coming up from Northwest Stadium. Commanders looking to move to 6-2. Would have been the best start for this franchise since 2008 if they start with a win today, or if they get another win today. Another win at home. First 4-0 start at home since 2005. So a lot up for grabs here for the Washington Commanders. The return of PG County's own Caleb Williams. I'm expecting that he's going to have a ton of folks in attendance here this afternoon. Let's get to our actives and inactives here. This is the big thing we've all been worried about dating back to last Sunday. Would Jaden Daniels be a go? He is officially a go. Going to start today at the quarterback position, despite the rib injury that kept him out of practice for most of the week. The other inactives for Washington, Jeff Driscoll, going to be the emergency third quarterback here today. Derek Forrest, not active for today's contest, so that interests me as well. Colson Yankoff, not active. The undrafted tight end. Dominic Hampton, the linebacker out of Washington, not up. And then here's the other big one. Brandon Coleman, Washington's left tackle, out for the first time this year, meaning we're going to see Cornelius Lucas for the entirety of the contest. Washington has been doing something very unique at the left tackle position all season long. Cornelius Lucas and Brandon Coleman have alternated series by series. Big thing I'm looking at here today. How does Cornelius Lucas fare playing 100% of the snaps? And some people may think I'm being facetious when I ask that. I'm being genuine. How does he fare playing 100% of the snaps? Because let's be real, it is a lot different playing sometimes versus all the time. You get what I'm saying? Especially against a pass rush as ferocious as the Chicago Bears is. And Craig mentioned it. I honestly wasn't even thinking about it. Montez Sweat. Oh, Montez Sweat. Who should still be here, by the way. But we're not going to cry over spilled milk. Montez Sweat knows Cornelius Lucas very, very well. Montez Sweat knows Andrew Wiley very, very well. The two guys he's going to spend a majority of the day lined up over, he went against every single day last year in practice. So who does the advantage go to here? Sweat or the tackles? Because let's be honest about Montez Sweat's year to this point. To say he has been impactful would probably be a hyperbole. Like, Montez Sweat hasn't come out of the gates super strong. The sack numbers aren't crazy. When you watch them play, the impact, though, is there. He's as fast as all outdoors. Just 2.5 sacks on the year to this point. But we know what type of player Montez Sweat has the ability to be. And that is my concern this afternoon. Can Cornelius Lucas bottle up Montez Sweat? Some inactives for Chicago. No Kyler Gordon, no Jaquan Brisker. We found that out on Friday. Two key cogs and that versatile secondary for the Chicago Bears. Those two guys are out. No Khalil Herbert. That's another interesting one. So it'll be a lot of Roshan Johnson and DeAndre Swift, two guys that have been, really good for this group the past couple of weeks as they figured out their running game. Those are the key inactives for Chicago. One guy not on the inactive list for Washington making his return to the lineup is Dorrance Armstrong. And Dorrance Armstrong, the ironic thing about him returning to the lineup this week is it comes at the perfect time, right? It comes at an ideal time. Going up against the Chicago offense with a rookie quarterback. How do you beat a rookie quarterback? You pressure him. Dorrance Armstrong, before he got hurt and put up on the shelf, was on a tear. Right now, Dorrance Armstrong is 5th in the NFL in pressure rate. in terms of quarterback pressure percentage. Dante Fowler, 12th in the NFL in terms of pressure rate. So Washington's got a couple of guys on the edge that can disrupt and make life difficult for Caleb Williams and the Bears. The question is going to be, like I continue to say, how do they stop the run? And as excited as I am for Dorrance Armstrong's return to the lineup, to see him in pass rushing situations, I'm more eager to see him setting the edge. Because I think that's an area that Washington struggled with since Dorrance has been out of the lineup. Can they consistently set the edge? I think it showed up a ton against the loss to Baltimore. Didn't see it a whole lot last week, but one of Carolina's big plays was actually an end around, so you get what I'm saying there. They got to be able to set a strong edge against the Chicago Bears rushing attack, because DeAndre Swift, not the best down-to-down runner, but when big plays present themselves, he's the type of guy that's going to capitalize. He's got the speed to be able to capitalize on those things. 110%. 110%. So I'm curious, man. Dorrance Armstrong back in the lineup. Dante Fowler rushing the passer and playing the run the way he has been. Is Washington's defensive turnaround that we've seen here, is that defensive turnaround legit? Because I happen to feel like the jury's still out, but I can sure as hell understand why folks would say, yeah, this group's turned the corner. Joe Witt Jr., when he took the podium earlier this week, I thought was very blunt and very honest. They weren't running and hitting people the first couple of weeks the way that they are now. And that's a very honest assessment of where that group was. But now, and I've noticed it as well, I continue to go back to Arizona, man. The Arizona game, to me, is when I really noticed, hey, this group's turning a corner. This group's figuring it out. And I think as the season continues to wear on, I think this defense is going to continue to improve. I think that is, to me, what is most important for this football team. I have confidence in the offense. I know what they're capable of and what they're going to do defensively. If this group can raise their game another level and be consistent, rushing the passer, not giving up explosives on a week-in, week-out basis, if they can do that, I think Washington enters that next tier, so to speak, in the NFC. I think they're that close to being one of the elites in the conference. But defensively, that is their Achilles heel. That is where they must step up. I think with Jayden Daniels under center, this offense is going to hum. I believe that wholeheartedly. The question is, defensively, do you have the pieces to stop the high-octane offenses? In Chicago, I don't even know if I'd describe them as that. But they've got the type of weaponry on the perimeter that gives you fits. And if you can't make them one-dimensional, if you can't get after Caleb, it's going to be a long, long afternoon. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always streaming live nationally on the free Odyssey app. Linnell Willingham taking you up to kickoff as we get into Burgundy and Gold in-game live. Toby Altizer are going to join me for that. We got the DOC, Rick Doc Walker, coming up for the post-game show. So keep it locked here on The Fan all afternoon long here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Coming up next, we will continue to preview Bears and Commanders. Jayden Daniels, active. Dorrance Armstrong, active. The return of Caleb Williams. All the storylines that you can handle here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Coming up next, Grant Paulson, one half of Grant and Danny, which you can hear each and every day, 2 to 6:30 right here on The Fan. He is set to join us next. We will get GP's thoughts on what it means now that Jayden Daniels is in the lineup. Does it change the confidence level of Grant going into this game against the Chicago Bears? That's coming up next here on Burgundy and Gold, here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, Burgundy and Gold game day, presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Root and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Root, it ain't right. About an hour and change away from kickoff here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Linnell Willingham taking you right up to kickoff. Bears and Commanders coming up 4:25 Eastern time. Washington looking to move to 6-2 for the first time since 2008. would be their first 4-0 start at home since 2005. So a lot on the line here in this one. There was some speculation heading into this one that Washington would be without Jayden Daniels because of the rib injury that he suffered last weekend against Carolina. Jayden Daniels is a go, as well as Dorrance Armstrong. Dorrance Armstrong will go as well. So Washington getting two key cogs back in the lineup. No Brandon Coleman as he continues to deal with a concussion. So we'll see a full serving of Cornelius Lucas today. And Montez Sweat, I'm sure, is licking his chops over on that Chicago sideline to continue to preview Bears and Commanders. We go out to the BetQL guest hotline where we find our pal Grant Paulson kind enough to join us. You can catch Grant weekdays 2 to 6:30 right here on the Fan. One half of Grant and Danny. GP, how are you, my brother?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I'm even better now that I know Jayden Daniels is going to be in the lineup all week long. We were speculating on whether or not, he should give it a go. I know me and you were definitely in the camp of, hey, if he's not 110%, I wouldn't let him rock. Clearly he is if this team is giving him the green light. What does it mean for this offense and for this team to have him today?
Well, it means everything, but specific to the decision to start him, I can tell you that watching him throw the football pregame didn't really look abnormal to me in any way. Posted a couple of videos of him both throwing short, kind of 3/4 with zip, and then down the field over the top. And I don't think you would have known anything was wrong with him just watching those clips if you didn't know it coming into the stadium today. I don't think if this was a 50-50 situation, pain was being felt or any kind of discomfort over the last couple of days, he'd be playing. I could be wrong. I'm surely speculating, but It just seems to me like at 5-2, the position they're in, you got 3 division games coming up in the next month. They would not, this staff that's been conservative, they would not put him in a position, a compromise to get out there if it's not 100%. So I actually lean toward this was probably less to do behind the scenes than they made it out to be, if I had to guess. I would think that they probably knew he was going to start since much earlier in the week than the rest of us did. They wanted to get him as much rest as possible. They moved his throwing session indoors away from the media on purpose, or else they would have seen on Friday what I just saw, which was, that the guy can throw the football without much issue. So I think he's going to be fine. We'll get a real nice tell early on, though, Linnell. I think if you see him not running any read option, keeping the football, if you get through the first quarter and he doesn't have a carry for the first time this year, and he's just kind of operating specifically in the pocket, I think that would be a tell that he doesn't want to take any shots and he's not quite 100%.
The best way I can put it, GP, the way they handled Jayden this week, very Belichickian, if you pick up what I'm putting down. Adam Peters with some familiarity with that New England organization, and I think they were playing chess while the rest of us were playing checkers when it comes to the status of Jayden Daniels. Another guy.
Say that. I think they probably behind the scenes are really happy with how it all went, right? I mean, also, it's been a long time since around here you could get everybody on the same page.
Right.
Right?
For
like
sure.
The GM, the head coach, nothing leaking out of the building, the quarterback when he spoke, even though he had the big smile and was laughing when he was being asked specific questions. In hindsight, now that he's playing, it kind of tells you he's not very good at poker, and Dan Quinn's got a little more experience at the poker table probably. But I do think there's something to be said for it being a win for them to kind of get to the end of the week with it having largely been an unknown. And I would also just say that if, in fact, it was just a rib contusion and a sore rib, this was probably the most conversation on the radio, the most ink spent on a sore rib in a long, long time, because oftentimes at the quarterback position, you continue to play through that.
Grant, another storyline heading into this one on the injury front was Brandon Coleman ruled out with a concussion, meaning we're going to get a full serving of Cornelius Lucas. We haven't seen that this year for the Washington Commanders. They've been rotating at left tackle. It's been a unique bit, but one that I think has really benefited this offense and kept pass rushers off balance. What do you expect to see out of a full dose of Cornelius Lucas today?
He's played really well. I mean, if you look at the numbers that PFF puts out, not just their grading, which I know is pretty arbitrary, but the counting stats that they assign to players after every game in terms of pressures and hurries and quarterback hits and those types of things, he's actually had a very fine season. I think the idea of keeping him fresh, the way that they've rotated, he and Brandon Coleman, also the idea defensively that you've got to account for two guys with differing styles and how they do things, I think has actually probably been a benefit to Brandon Coleman, Cornelius Lucas as well. So I feel fine about him. I mean, if you look at the sacks column this year, he's only really been assigned 1 sack and 6 total pressures with 5 hurries. He is actually the highest graded pass blocker on the team via PFF among starters, and it's not particularly close. The Oddish second around 78 grade. He's got an 84 grade. So I think the people that watch the film really like what they see from him, and I think he'll be okay. I mean, for the Bears standpoint, I think you'll see sweat on him some, but I've also been told that the matchup for them is going to be Sweat against Wiley. They think he'll give him some problems with some length. Wiley has not given up a sack this year individually.
He's been excellent.
He's playing a lot better than people give him credit for.
Yeah, Wiley has been excellent this year, man. The numbers, really speak well in terms of how he's performed throughout the first, 7 weeks of the season here. Getting Dorrance Armstrong back today, GP, I think is huge as well. Right before he went on the shelf, it felt like he was starting to turn a corner. With this pass rush unit as a whole, Grant, are you buying the fact that this group is starting to heat up and figure out who they are?
I am. Yeah, I think both of their edges that they brought in this offseason have been surging here. Armstrong hasn't played since the Baltimore game. But if you look at the 2 contests when he was healthy before that, he had a sack and a half. Really, it was a multi-sack, 2-sack performance against the Cardinals. And he had the sack against the Browns, combined 6 tackles. And in those games, he had tackle for loss in both contests, hit the quarterback 5 times in 2 games. He was really coming on in this defense. Dan Quinn brought him here for a reason. And they feel like he could be a double-digit sack guy. He had flirted with that as a situationally used player coming off the bench in Dallas. And they thought with the extra time on the grass, he could get his first 10-sack-plus season. He was headed in that direction. Felt like he was going to be in the high single digits before he missed a couple games. The guy to watch, though, for me is Dante Fowler. I think he's been remarkable. Last week, everyone remembers the pick 6 that he took back to the house. He had an amazing play on a 4th and 1 where he, sprinted across the line of scrimmage timed up to snap. Looked like LeVar Arrington at Penn State, kind of like getting through the line of scrimmage, knife through butter stuff. But he also ended up having a sack again, 3 straight games. He's gotten a quarterback on the ground, 4 sacks rather, to lead the team in the last 3 weeks individually. So I like where he's at. I think getting Armstrong back is a big deal. Those 2 guys both will have the chance today to put up some numbers because Caleb Williams holds on to the ball. They've done a good job getting the ball out of his hands the last few weeks. But the book on Caleb Williams, for people who haven't watched it, he doesn't see it right away. He pulls the ball down and kind of tries to move around, reset in the pocket. I think generally you're going to have a chance to hit him.
Yeah.
I'd be stunned if they don't get a few sacks today.
Yeah, sacking him is going to be huge. But the turnaround for Chicago offensively has come with DeAndre Swift becoming a bell cow back on the ground for that group. 17-plus carries each of the last 3 weekends. Washington, second most runs given up of 10 or more yards. What is your concern level with Washington's ability to stop the run? I'm a big Phil Mathis guy, that, but he's going to have his hands full today eating up double teams.
Yeah, I think he will for sure. That's kind of been the key, honestly, to the Falcons, to the Renaissance here. I'm watching all the things in front of me on Red Zone. But that's been the key to me of the Chicago Renaissance offensively is they've recommitted to the run. But even, early in the year, they tried to and they couldn't. I think they've done a better job efficiently on the ground because they've thrown to set that up a little bit. The short passing game, 11 personnel, they've spread teams out and then run it into some softer boxes. I do worry about that for Washington because I think they're going to have to account for what is very clearly the way to move the ball on this team, which is they've got 3 good receivers, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to come out. You're going to be in dime. You're going to have to make plays. Even though Luvu and Wagner occasionally are used as blitzers, they're going to have to help in the box against the run. So I do think Chicago will be able to have what they want for the most part on the ground. You just got to mitigate the explosives and try to turn Caleb Williams over. This is a game against a young guy, unlike Jaden Daniels, who's put the ball in harm's way early this season. Last 3 weeks with just 1 pick, he's been much better in that regard. But I think he can be fooled on the back end. You can disguise some things. That, to me, should be the philosophy. Give them 5, 6, 7 at a time if they want to pop things on the ground and make them go 12 and 13 play drives that, eventually you can bait Caleb Williams into a mistake.
Yeah, doubt he has the patience to sustain those type of drives. It is prediction time, though, GP. Does Washington move to 6-2 for the first time since 2008?
My gut says no. I think the reason I feel the way I do about this game is probably just the inauspiciousness of the week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if Daniels was healthy all week, and maybe I'd feel very different, but I've kind of got a 24-20 vibe. The thing I'm most excited about today, Linnell, and I've said this all week on my show, I think this is by far their best test offensively.
Yeah.
This is the number 5 defense in the league. This is going to be maybe the best defense they play at the moment. They play them all season for all we know. And this is a really good challenge for Kingsbury mentally, for Jaden Daniels. And I think whether it was Daniels or Mariota, they were going to take a step back offensively because of that, statistically. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out. I think it'll be a little lower in scoring than some of their games have been, especially if they can generate some takeaways. But I'll take the Bears in a close game.
All right, GP, we appreciate you, my man. Enjoy the game, buddy.
Thanks, brother. Take care.
That is Grant Paulson. You can catch him weekdays 2 to 6:30 right here on the Fan. One half for Grant and Danny. It's been a crazy pregame show. It's been a crazy morning, man. I got the notification from Shefty when you all did, and I said, "Huh? Jaden Daniels is playing. What do you mean?" The betting lines. If you were paying attention last night, before the Shefty tweet came out, the betting line went from Washington +3 to Washington -1. So clearly Vegas with a little bit of a hunch as to whether or not Jaden Daniels was going to play. We got plenty to get to here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We'll still get to our window of opportunity keys to the game presented by the Window Man. We got our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on. As a matter of fact, we'll do that next. When we come back, our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always streaming live nationally on the free Odyssey app. It's the youngest in charge movement. Linnell Willingham taking you right up to kickoff, where we're getting the Burgundy and Gold in-game live. Myself, Toby Altizer, will take you through the only live and interactive show in the city, in the DMV, in the world during Commanders games right here on 106.7 The Fan. We're also simulcasting on our sister station, the Team 980, about an hour away, 50 minutes away, if my math is correct. 4:25 kickoff between Chicago and Washington. We gave you our actives and inactives a moment ago. Jayden Daniels officially a go. Dorrance Armstrong officially a go. Two key cogs returning to the lineup for Washington. For Dorrance Armstrong, first time we're seeing him since the first half of the Baltimore game. So some much needed pass rush juice for the Burgundy and Gold coming back into the lineup. For Daniels, a lot of speculation as to whether or not he was going to get to play this week or not. The rib injury was the topic of conversation all across sports talk radio. I love the way GP put it. I don't remember as much ink being spent on a contusion. Good line from my guy. But no, it is for real. I said it on Friday, just in terms of how little they were willing to give out. I thought it was very Belichickian. And it shouldn't surprise you, being that Adam Peters, spent a pretty significant chunk of time in New England learning the New England way. So it doesn't surprise me that much that Jayden is actually a go and ready here. But nonetheless, number 1 overall pick versus the number 2 overall pick. A lot of big-time storylines in this one. Right now, though, want to get into our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on and give you one on offense and one on defense. Baldino's lock and key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. On the offensive side of the football, my Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on is Cornelius Lucas. Getting the start, will play the entirety of the contest today. We have not seen that from a Commanders left tackle this year. Cornelius Lucas, Brandon Coleman have been alternating series. How does Cornelius Lucas fare playing the extra snaps? Is he fatigued? Does the technique get poor? Is he serviceable enough to play the entirety of the contest? I think he is, but I think the matchup this week gives me a little bit of pause, gives me a little bit of concern. Going up against Montez Sweat, who, with 2.5 sacks, hasn't been super impactful to start. Don't let today be the day that Montez Sweat gets things going, right? In the other area where I think Washington misses Brandon Coleman and where Cornelius Lucas becomes that much more important is in the run game. Brandon Coleman, and this may knock your socks off if you haven't heard this analytic yet, Brandon Coleman is the highest, or excuse me, via ESPN's analytics, has the highest run block win rate of any offensive tackle in the National Football League. So for him to be playing that well in the run game, I wonder if it hurts Washington at all not having him available. We obviously will see, but that is the guy offensively that I'm locking in on. He's got to play big. He's got to play big. And I'll even take it a step further. I think it's Cornelius Lucas and Andrew Wiley, because odds are, if the Bears are smart, they would line Montez up over Cornelius Lucas most of the time. But rumor has it that they think Montez Sweat can beat Andrew Wiley consistently. I don't know about that. Wiley's off to a great start this year. Stark contrast between his play last year and his play this year. But man, I look at those two tackles and say, man, if they can hold their own, and obviously they'll be helped by chips from the backs and the tight ends and whatever receivers line up next to them. But if they can keep this pass rush off of the edge quiet, I think the interior three of Washington has the upper hand against what Chicago brings you on the interior. So that's my Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on the offensive side of the football. On the defensive side of the football, it's Daron Payne. It's Daron Payne. The Chicago Bears offensively, the last couple of weeks have really gotten their run game going. If you're Daron Payne, I look at the matchup up front today for our pal Daron Payne, and I say, hey, this is one of those games, DP, that you really should have an advantage. Tevin Jenkins can't block Daron Payne. Coleman Shelton can't block Daron Payne. Matt Pryor can't handle Daron Payne. So I think he's got a really good opportunity here today to make some plays as a pass rusher and to be impactful in the run game. Can Daron Payne put his fingerprints all over this one? Can he be disruptive? Because if you can pressure Caleb Williams from the interior and your pass rush can be disciplined on the edge, now he's bottled up. Now he can't make plays. If you force him to beat you consistently from the pocket, I'm not sure he has the patience to do it. Point blank. That is my Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on the defensive side of the football, Daron Payne. I'll even give you a bonus one here. I'll give you a bonus one here since it's just me on the pregame show this morning or this afternoon. I'll give you a bonus one. I want you to lock in on Corn Lucas. I want you to lock in on Daron Payne. But I also want you to lock in on Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu has the opportunity today to pick up where he left off last weekend. As good as Dante Fowler was last week, Frankie Louvu was damn good himself. Making plays off the edge, making plays in the run game. That's where I think he is needed the most. Are they going to be able to keep him clean? Can Phil Mathis, Payne, Johnny Newton, can they properly chew up the double teams and allow Louvu to roam sideline to sideline and make plays? That, to me, is huge and something that I, for damn sure, will be watching. 110%. 110%. It's our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on. Baldino's lock and key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com for more. Plenty to get to on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We still got our game predictions presented by Miss Utility. We also have our window of opportunity keys to the game. But before we do that, we're going to take a trip to the bird's nest. Our pal Chris Russell, the rooster, going to join us on the other side of the break. That's coming up next here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system let you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. About 40 minutes away from kickoff here on the Burgundy and Gold game day. It's the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham. We'll take you up to kickoff and then keep it locked here on the Fan all afternoon long for Burgundy and Gold in-game live. Myself, Toby Altizer, will take you to the final whistle in the DOC. Rick Doc Walker has you covered for the post-game show. Burgundy and Gold game days presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Right now, we go out to the BetQL guest hotline. Is where we find that caged animal, Chris Russell, live from Landover, if I'm not mistaken, right, Rooster Pal?
I am in Landover. Yes, correct. How are you, YIC?
I'm good, brother. That means you got to see the warm-up heard around the world. Yeah. Jaden Daniels preparing, going through his usual pregame routine. He is going to be active. He will start. Anything abnormal that you were able to notice, my friend, from the press box?
Yeah, didn't see anything crazy. I mean, I don't always watch his pregame warm-up, but he was doing, lots of twists and basketball tosses back and forth and like weird things with his arms and his abs and his midsection and all that stuff. So, I mean, he looked spry, he looked good. Obviously, they feel good. I would assume he's close to 100%. I don't know exactly. He's not 110% as you wanted him to be during the week when we last chatted.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean he's not 100? If he's going, he's 100%.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I didn't.
If he's going,
not 110%,
there's no problem. Why can't he be? Now we're arguing over semantics again.
Yeah.
If he's playing, he's 110%.
Well, you don't know that.
I know he's playing.
He is playing.
Jeez,
I'm just telling you, I don't know if he's 110%. I don't know that. But the bottom line is he's playing. And I hope, it'd be interesting to see whether we see, remember the first play of the game last week when he got hurt. And there were a couple of other plays before he actually came out where they're running zone read, right? So if we see that early, then you got to figure they feel pretty damn good about his ability to endure whatever. Again, anything and everything can happen. If we see like just more of a pocket passing game and very kind of, I don't want to say conservative, but you know what I'm talking about, not his Chris, normal game, then what?
I don't know about that. So Grant came on and said the exact same thing, but
it's because Grant's smart.
The one thing I would say about read option in read option in particular in this game, I mean, we watched Montez Sweat kill read option for years here. That is not the guy to run read option at. I don't know if they're going to do it on the other side, but if they don't run read option, maybe it's more of a ode of respect to the Bears defense, not because the kid's not healthy.
It could be, but you know how that's going to be spun. And until we get a direct answer on that, you won't know. But, I mean, that's how it's going to be interpreted during the game. If they don't run it, then they're being somewhat conservative. I would hope that they are not putting a quarterback that they feel would be compromised in that particular situation. But again, I don't know because they've been less than revealing, if you will, about stuff throughout the week. And, you just hope that for everyone's sake, that they feel good enough that they can run most of, if not all of their offense.
The other key call, or the key storyline rather, in this game to me is the return of Dorrance Armstrong, a guy who was really starting to turn the corner, no pun intended, before he got put on the shelf with his rib injury that he was dealing with. Mm-hmm. How advantageous is it to have him back in the lineup, and what type of freedom do you think it allows Joe Witt in terms of mixing up these fronts?
Oh, it's huge because, I mean, we saw when he first got hurt in Baltimore, Dante Fowler was over there, right? And, now it allows you to kind of deploy Dante Fowler wherever you want, because Dorrance Armstrong mostly lined up as a left defensive end, left edge. So, it allows you that freedom to kind of do different things. With most specifically, Dante Fowler has been awesome the last 2 weeks, just awesome. Number one. Number two, before he got hurt early on in Baltimore, Dorrance Armstrong was their best pass rusher, their best offensive lineman, their best everything. So it gives you an extra boost that way. And when you look at Caleb, like I went back and I watched Caleb Williams. I wanted to see. I know you're convinced that the thing that's turned around the Bears completely is just DeAndre Swift. I'm convinced that it's multiple things, and certainly Caleb in the pocket is an indicator of that. In Jacksonville, and he did some really good things, or I should say in London against Jacksonville, he did some really good things in some other games, but I wanted to see him against really good defenses and close up. So I went back and I watched all the 22 of the end zone, the sideline, whatever, against Houston and against Tennessee. Two really good defenses, right? And a couple of things stood out. If the Commanders can get, even if they don't get home, if they get their hands up, he got a bunch of balls batted down, which, again, not the only quarterback, but that jumped out. Also, if they get immediate, quick pressure off the snap, again, not always going to be the case, but if you get it, he seemed very flustered and confused by it. I also thought he ran into sacks against premier defenses or better defenses. I also thought like he just kind of, of course, if you can funnel him, if you pressure him and then you funnel him to his left, meaning his non-natural throwing side, certainly you're going to, I think, get an advantage there. So these are all the little things that I hope we see early on, in addition to, yes, not getting gashed by DeAndre Swift. If they get gashed by DeAndre Swift, it's going to be a long day because Caleb is going to be able to sit back there and just pick apart the back seven of this defense. If you can pressure him early and fluster him and maybe force a bad throw or bad decision or just for him to be rattled a little bit, maybe it just sets in enough that you can get away in this game.
Yeah, Chris, one other thing I wanted to ask you about. We've asked all of our guests here this same question, man, because I think it's huge. No Brandon Coleman. You'll get to see a full dose of Cornelius Lucas for the first time this season. Am I hyperbolizing how significant that is? None of their left tackles, him and Coleman, have played 100% of the snaps this year. From a fatigue standpoint, it's a hell of a lot different playing half the snaps versus all of the snaps. And then Brandon Coleman coming into this week was via ESPN's win rate metric, was the best the best run blocker amongst all tackles in the National Football League. How does him not being in the lineup impact this offense?
It's huge. Now listen, I would be a lot more worried if Montez Sweat was going to line up there a lot. Normally Montez is a left defensive end. I've seen him a little bit moved around, but I wouldn't say, and maybe the numbers, the snap count measurement stuff would dispute how much I'm saying. I guess what I'm getting at is if Montez Sweat was lined up against him most of the game, I would probably worry a lot more. I'm moderately concerned, and I think you bring up a very good point that there's a huge difference between playing essentially half the game and the whole game. I think because he's a veteran, he's played plenty at left tackle over his time here. I think he can hold up, especially you look, again, he's going to go against DeMarcus Walker. Now, I would be a little bit worried if they try like some of that cross, stunt stuff with Dexter, who's jumped out and had a really good year. But again, I don't right now, maybe I'll feel differently in 3.5 hours. I'm not significantly concerned. Moderately or mildly concerned? Yes, I think that's fair.
Weapons prediction time, my friend. Jaden Daniels active. The storylines are all there. Washington, an opportunity to move to 6-2 for the first time since 2008. Do they get it done, Chris Russell?
So on Friday, when we didn't know that Jaden was going to play, I picked the Bears minus the 3. So, I guess I have to kind of stick with my official pick.
You can do whatever the hell you want to do, Chris Russell.
In that regard, but, listen, I think there's going to be some opportunity to throw the football in this one. The Bears are without 2 key starters, including their nickel slot and one of their starting safeties, Brisker. The nickel guy is probably a bigger loss. That's Kyler Gordon, from what I understand and from what I've seen. So I think there's an opportunity to throw the football in this one if they can hold up in pass protection. Do I think the Commanders are, if Jaden plays the whole game, are capable of getting in the mid-20s, somewhere in that range against this defense? Yes, I do. And then it's going to depend on whether they can force Caleb into a bad mistake. I guess I'll officially stick with the Bears.
Okay.
But I think, clearly I feel better that Jaden Daniels is going to start this game. I have no idea if he's going to last, but clearly I feel better that he's going to start and hopefully stay healthy and play well. And if that's the case, then obviously the Commanders stand a great chance.
Chris Russell, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear him weekdays 1 to 4 over on the Team 980. Appreciate you, pal.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate you.
That is Chris Russell. Couple of more moments left to go here in the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We still got our window of opportunity keys to the game. We'll get to that next here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show.
These motherfuckers are like to take a field. Get the fuck out of here.
Boy, Quincy Wilson hanging out with Trinity Rock.
Playoff baseball, football, hockey, it's the most wonderful time of the year when you have it all. Kind of like Priority Toyota Springfield, where you can always have it all. Like a new Camry RAV4 or a Tundra truck. Qualified buyers score $100 $400 a month. Plus Priority Select with every new and Priority certified vehicle that guarantees your engine for life and more. So do what I've been doing for years. Get on over to Priority Toyota Springfield. Tell them Fish Buck sent you in. Or check them out. PriorityToyotaSpringfield.com. The savings rock when you find a new way to roll. Like sharing the right to work. You work just a few days a week. It's easy and free. Plus, you can get cash and other rewards for carpooling. Up to $600 a year. Get rolling on a new way to work with Rideshare. Register today at computerconnections.org. Call 1-800-7455. That's computerconnections.org. All right, we're back after this ID. FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside Sports Radio 106.7.
Wow.
23 minutes away from kickoff between the Washington Commanders and Chicago Bears. It is a Burgundy and Gold game day here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always streaming live nationally on the free Odyssey app. Linnell Willingham, Total Ties, officially in studio with us as we'll get you all the way to kickoff before we transition into Burgundy and Gold in-game live. Washington, the opportunity to move to 6-2 for the first time since 2008. The other unheralded storyline in this one, opportunity to move to 4 home for the first time since 2005. The Lord knows the significance of the 2005 season, the last time Washington won a playoff game. So
I don't even remember that now.
Well, that's because we're young. I don't necessarily remember it either.
Yeah, and that just shows how irrelevant this franchise has been in our lifetime. That we've seen one playoff win, neither one of us really remember it.
I don't even know if I watched it, if I'm being completely honest. Honesty is the name of the game here, though. Pretty cold game day. I want to get into keys to the game here. Because it feels like a lot of the conversation this week has been centered around whether or not Jaden Daniels was going to play or not. I didn't care who was under center. My number one key to the game, by hook or by crook, was to stay ahead of the chains offensively. Washington is the number one team in the National Football League on third down. It is because of their ability to stay ahead of the chains on first and second. That's why I thought you missed Brian Robinson the most in that loss to Baltimore, not getting you those dirty 3 or 4 yards on first and second down. Put you in third and long constantly. I referenced the Baltimore game because that probably was the best defense that you've played all year. I think Chicago takes the cake now that they're on your schedule. Key to the game for Washington, man. Stay ahead of the chains. Don't put yourselves in obvious passing situations. That's how you don't let Montez Sweat ruin this football game. And I would go out on a limb and say that he's got the clear advantage against both Andrew Wiley and Cornelius Lucas, despite how well both of those guys have played to start the year.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And one of the things that I was talking about before you came on here, Linnell, is you cannot have those offensive miscues that you've had at times over the last couple of weeks. It seemed like, which game was it? They got into the red zone and there was always a penalty. Zach Ertz has had a couple, even in last week's game, where it's just a mental breakdown where he ends up getting a false start because he's just not fully locked in. You can't have those. Chicago's given up the fewest first downs due to penalty. They're not going to beat themselves. They also have the fewest missed tackles. So I think your point of staying ahead of the chains is sending it. They've done a really good job of that this season. They got to continue that today because I agree. This is probably the best defense they've faced so far this year.
I agree. Our window of opportunity keys to the game presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at the Window Man's Fairfax showroom. Another key for me, and I spoke about this earlier today, is stopping the run. Make Chicago one-dimensional. And it's going to be difficult for Washington to do that. It's an area they've struggled in all year long. Washington giving up the second most runs of 10-plus yards. DeAndre Swift over the past 3 weeks has really gotten things going. 16 carries, 17 carries, 23 carries. They're living and dying by him on the ground. They're taking a lot off of Caleb Williams' plate. And in return, this Bears offense has been much more efficient here throughout the last month or so. I think Washington the run is going to be huge. Getting Dorrance Armstrong back up to in that category. Washington hasn't done a good job of stopping the edges either. I think getting Dorrance back in the lineup certainly helps that. The guy that's been unheralded, in my opinion, that was shouted out this week, and I gave myself a pat on the back because I've been screaming about old Phildarian Mathis. It's not going to show up in the box score. It's not going to show up in the stat sheet. His ability to not get displaced when he's getting double teamed has been huge. It's keeping Bobby Wagner free. It's keeping Frankie Louvu free, and it's allowing these linebackers to flow and make plays.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. And honestly, we hadn't seen a whole lot out of him at this point in his career. And early in the season, he wasn't necessarily the best. He started to really come on the last couple of weeks, even at times in the pass game as well, but specifically the run game. He has been really good against the run. And I think you're dead on here. This is my number one key to winning this football game. If you're going to look at the defensive side of the ball, it's stopping the run. The last 3 weeks, Caleb Williams pass attempts, 23, 29, and 29. His first 3 games, 29, they won that football game, but if you watch that Titans game, you understand the Titans lost that game more than Chicago won it. The game after that, 37 and 52, they lost both of those ball games. They're going to try to keep Caleb under 30 pass attempts again today. And the first 3 games of the year, they had under 100 rushing yards. The last 3 games, they've all gone over 125 rushing yards. If you can stop the run today and force Caleb Williams to beat you, I don't know if Caleb can do that quite yet in his career if you're able also to get some pressure on him. So I think if you can force them to put more on Caleb Williams' plate, I think he's a really good quarterback. I think he's going to be a great quarterback. But at this point in his career, I want to make them find a way to beat me with Caleb Williams being the one driving it versus being able to turn around and hand it to DeAndre Swift. So honestly, Linnell, as crazy as it is, because I don't trust the secondary for Washington at all.
For good reason.
I think I'm loading the box and I'm either blitzing them on passing downs or I'm trying to stop the run. I think that letting Luvu and these guys play downhill aggressively today in the pass game and in the run game, I think that's going to play to their benefit because I don't know that I trust any of the guys covering their wide receivers. But at the same point, if you can get some pressure early to go along with stopping the run, I think maybe you can get lucky and Caleb Williams gets a little inaccurate. Game goes on because he starts feeling that pressure a little bit. So to me, I'm loading the box. And if maybe you have to make an adjustment if they start picking you apart in the passing game, but I am not letting that run game get going.
I agree. That's the big thing to me, man. Can you slow down DeAndre Swift? Another guy that's been relatively quiet for Chicago over the past couple of weeks, and he killed this team last year, was DJ Moore. He is not, at least over the past few weeks, it's not really been, super impactful. You saw him have the big game against Carolina, but before that, man, not a lot going well for DJ Moore. That is our keys to the game. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has become an educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com. Fairfax showroom. Now we want to get into our game prediction. Presented by Miss Utility. And as we sit here about 15 minutes away from the opening kickoff, I don't honestly know who I'm going to pick yet, so I'm going to leave it up to you, Toby. Who are you going to pick?
Yeah, I'm going to lean with the Commanders here, 27-21. And I don't know why, Linnell. I don't feel like I should have this feeling. Maybe it's a little bit Ashburn syndrome. I don't know. I have a feeling the defense might show up. I have a feeling that this defense might actually do something today because when you look at what they've done so far this season against bad opponents, they've handled their business. Against good opponents to great opponents, they've looked horrible. I think Chicago's somewhere in the middle, and I think there is a path to stopping them with your defense. And you laid out number 1 is stopping the run, force more on a Caleb Williams plate. And I think if you take care of you take care of the run game and force more on a Caleb Williams plate, and you're also able to get some pressure, I think that's your key to success defensively. So I think they're going to be able to hold them to around 20 points, or maybe that's just more of a hope. But I say they're going to score 21. And honestly, I heard Rooster on with you before I hopped on here, and Rooster's like, well, I feel confident they can put up mid-20s. I don't know. I still have a feeling about this offense because of Jaden, whatever his health situation is. I mean, this team's averaging 30+ a game. I don't know why we're so worried about saying they could score 28 in a game, right? Like they're averaging 30.
I mean, that's the best defense you've played to this point.
I understand
that's the one thing I would say. And the last time you played a good defense, the only other time you played a good defense this year, you were held to 23. That was against Baltimore.
But it's also not as if they didn't score. Like they moved the ball. They were able to get into some positions, a play here or there changes, and suddenly you're putting up a couple more points against Baltimore. So it's not as if they were shut down against Baltimore. I'll say 27-21. I'm really intrigued to see what Jaden looks like early on. And to me, Linnell, I don't know how you feel about this, but them making Jeff Driscoll the emergency third quarterback and inactive versus having him active on the roster makes me think they're going to operate business as usual today. I'll go 27-21 Commanders.
27-21 Commanders. That leaves it up to me. I still haven't made a decision, but I'll talk my way into one. I think defensively, we're going to be in for a long afternoon. I really do have reservations about this group's inability to stop the run. They're giving up the second most runs of 10 or more yards this year. DeAndre Swift and company are really starting to get things going on the ground. I just worry about our inability to make them one-dimensional. If we can't, then all bets are off, right? I think Roma Dunze, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, they're better than what Washington has in the secondary. Not the only thing. The saving grace, I guess, I would say, for Washington in the secondary, if it does turn into one of those passing affairs, is that I like Benjamin St-Juste against these style of wide receivers. Not the fastest guys, not the quick twitch burners that really give a big guy like BSJ trouble. Today is one of those games where if you're St-Juste, you rely on your technique, you're physical at the line of scrimmage, and you don't let guys get free releases. If Washington can do that, then they're going to have a shot to win. But I think the big thing for Washington, and if they do this, all bets are off to me, they got to run the football. If they can get the running game going and be balanced, I think without Brisker, without Kyler Gordon, there are some yards to be had through the air for Washington. I look for a guy like Terry McLaurin today to be heavily involved. I know he's got a tough matchup going up against Jalen Johnson. I don't know if you heard Jalen Johnson's comments.
I heard him,
but that was
I heard him.
Pretty intriguing, to say the least. The last time we had some smack talk to Washington's offense, the Monday Night Miracle happened. Is that what we're calling it, the Monday Night Miracle? I kind of just made that up on the fly. But
I kind of like it.
But no, I say all that to say this. I pick Washington every damn game this year. There's no way with Jaden Daniels under center I can't pick this team. I'm going to pick Washington, but I have a unique score. And maybe you scoregami. I think Washington wins 32-26. I think they're able to put up points. I think the defense still gives up points, but I think Washington, if they're able to have the football last, I have the confidence in this offense to go out and handle what they need to handle. But I don't feel confident about that. Not at all. I think Washington gets it done through the air. I do think they'll have some struggles on the ground, but I think it's going to be a big Jaden Daniels day. I think he has the opportunity in the pass game to get going despite or with Chicago missing two key starters here.
Well, how much do you think he's going to be involved in the run game still today? I feel like you can't take away his running ability. Now, it might be something where you don't call as many quarterback runs.
I'm calling it. I mean, if he's healthy, I'm playing him. If he's healthy, I'm playing
I agree.
him. I mean,
I'm just thinking, a majority of his runs this season have not been, they've been read options, but they're not designed quarterback runs. A lot of them are those scrambles, when the play breaks down and he takes off. I think you're still going to see a lot of that. Maybe you see a tiny bit down in the read option, but I agree. I think he's still going to be quite involved in the run game. I think a lot of fans early on in the game are going to be, biting their fingernails every single time he gets out and runs. Yeah. But I think you got to trust his staff that he's good to go. And I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do today. I think that the gamesmanship that they've played all week long has been fantastic. And I mean, honestly, this is one of those matchups where, obviously you want to see Washington win, but I'm just excited to see how this game plays out. You've got the number 1 versus the number 2 pick. We talked about it all week long, and we really haven't been able to dive fully into it because of the fact that Jaden has been injured and we didn't know if he was going to play. But this matchup is going to be fantastic today. I can't wait to get this thing kicked off.
I'm ready for it too, man. About 10 minutes away from kickoff. That was our window of opportunity keys to the game presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. 10 minutes away from kickoff. Washington in the black uniforms, Toby. That's something else that I was talking about before we actually got into the meat of the show. I don't really, obviously I care about the score. I care about the game. But I think Jaden Daniels in the black uniform to me is aura.
Big time.
It's the best way. I didn't like way that I can put it.
Let me put it this way, Linnell. I don't like the black uniforms. I have not liked the black uniforms. I just don't feel like I'm watching the football team I grew up watching.
Toby.
Seeing Jaden Daniels in the black unis
makes you like it.
I'm becoming a fan.
I'm about to say, brother. I mean, that's the black uniform. According to Olamide Zaccheaus, the players have actually been pushing to wear it more. So I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I know they've been pretty meticulous about, what they're going to be wearing. But man, we didn't get to see him actually play in the black uniform, but him pregame versus New England, I almost wanted to see him play just to see him out there in it, man.
I mean, let's just say this.
It was cool to watch.
It's fun to have a player like Jaden Daniels that makes everything about this franchise cool. Everything. If you didn't like the Burgundy unis that they've, brought out since they changed the name,
Yeah.
you like them now because Jaden's in them. If you didn't like the name before, you may not love the name, but you're willing to put up with it because Jaden plays with that name. If you didn't like the black unis before, you sure as heck like them now because they look awesome when Jaden Daniels runs out of the tunnel wearing them. So I'm excited to see what they can do today, and that black uni is going to look real, real good today.
I'm excited to see it, man. I'm excited to see it. One other thing that I feel like we haven't talked about a ton here that's going to be really crucial in this matchup. I think one thing that Chicago, even during the early portions of the season, has done well is their defense has been good, but they can be had on the ground. They're not. If there's one weakness of the Chicago Bears defense, I would say it's the run defense. That's why I continue to look at Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, even Jaden Daniels being involved in the run game here today. I think they do have an opportunity to get Chicago in some unfamiliar situations there. And if you're able to keep yourself in 3rd and short and not allow the pass rush to tee off, I think they've got a really, really big or a good opportunity here to score a lot of points. The only thing with Chicago and why I had reservations, no matter who the quarterback was, I just don't know genuinely if we could stop this group. And I know the defense has turned itself around. I know that the last couple of weeks, the run defense has been much better. They gave up a big perimeter run last week to DeAndre Swift, but I'm not going to bring it up. I wonder to
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba Hubbard. No, it was to Miles Sanders. Actually,
That's right.
It wasn't even
Sanders.
to Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah.
To Miles Sanders. I'll say this, with Swift kind of getting in his groove the way he has over the past 3 weeks, that worries me. The other thing too, as I'm potentially putting in a $5 bet here on FanDuel, DeAndre Swift in the screen game has been a bad you-know-what.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a guy I would worry about. And I would say this, it doesn't feel like Washington has seen a ton of screens this year. It's not something that other teams do to them. They practice it a hell of a lot, so I guess.
Well, and I'll say this: they haven't seen a lot of seen a lot of running back screens. They have seen some stuff on the perimeter, and we've seen Sanders still break up with them up a couple of times. So I don't know. I think that could be a big part of the game plan for Chicago if you want to get involved with that. My thing is, Linnell, if you decide to sell out to stopping the run and get after Caleb Williams, I think there's your shot.
Yeah,
I really do. I think that Caleb, if you can, I was saying this earlier, I think if you can get to Caleb, I want them to make it a priority. First drive, second drive, sometime early on in the football game, one of these dudes needs to hit Caleb, needs to hit him. Make him feel that you're going to be there all game long. And I think you could see some of that accuracy falter. And so maybe if you can't stop them, maybe if you can get in his head a little bit, he'll sail one and you can get one for free.
That's the hope, man. It feels like as we start to inch up near kickoff here, I just think, and I said this going into the Monday night game, and it's been true this year, I guess. And all of the big games that this kid Jaden Daniels plays in, he plays his best ball. I'm probably in the minority. I think that game against Baltimore, when you consider what they didn't have and how much he was asked to do, I think that was his best performance of the season. But that was the biggest spot Washington's been in. Nationally televised game. Everyone looking at the Lamar Jackson JD5 storyline. I go back to the Cincinnati game, Monday Night Football. All eyes are on you. He came out and he played his best ball. I think with the big storyline hovering over this game, number 1 overall pick versus number 2 overall pick, I think this kid's just got the right mental makeup to where he rises and plays his best ball when the stakes are the highest.
Absolutely. I mean, heck, we saw this in college. Not even necessarily just talking about winning a Heisman, but the fact that every single time he had to go out on the field, there was another touchdown on the board because his defense. So he always rose to the occasion. Sure. I think he's going to rise to the occasion again today. I mean, as much as they're going to say he kind of stays even keeled and he doesn't pay attention to the headlines.
I don't want to hear it.
He knows. He knows what's going on today. And I don't think it's something that's going to necessarily add an extra chip to his shoulder. I just think it's something that's going to, all right, let's go out there and prove ourselves once again as if we already haven't. So, yeah, I agree. This kid has shown out. And anytime he's been asked to answer the bell, he's done it. Like you mentioned the Baltimore game when you talk about that Baltimore game, the reason I was so impressed with that Baltimore game is they didn't have a run game. And so there was even more put on Jaden's plate to have to be a good passer that game. And he still kept them in the football game without the run game. I think he is going to rise to the occasion once again today against a good Bears defense. He's going to see who's across the field on the other side, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what he's going to be able to do today.
All righty. Calm before the storm. Kickoff coming up momentarily here on the Burgundy and Gold Game Day. Commanders and Bears get ready to kick off. I really feel like no matter what happens in this one, no matter what ultimately happens in this football game, I think Washington's in a good spot. One thing that we didn't touch on, Toby, that I want to get your thoughts on here real quick before we break. Does a win today change what this team does at the deadline, Toby?
I don't think so. I don't think a win or a loss affects what this team does at the deadline. I think that they were going to play it very, very shrewdly, very much how they did in free agency. They're not going to go big splash moves, but if someone like a Frankie Louvu, that mid-tier kind of guy, presents itself, and you have to give them maybe a little bit more than, say, a guy like a Tre'Davious White or something like that, where you could get a wily vet for a late round pick. Maybe they go in that sort of range, but I don't think you're going to see anything with a big splash name. But I think regardless, they are going to make a move of some sort at some point ahead of the deadline that, even if it's not a big one, I think they will either reinforce that secondary or maybe bring in some extra pass rush help. But I think they'll make a move regardless.
All right. Kickoff coming up next. The Commanders have won the toss and have elected to defer. We'll bring you Burgundy and Gold Game Day live coming up next here on a Burgundy and Gold Game Day. It's presented by Rude. Is your cooling system let you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham with you during the game today. The Commanders won the toss, deferred. Chicago starting with the ball. And like we said, Linnell, screenplay, going to be a big part of it. Caleb Williams bobbles a snap on the first screenplay. Johnny Newton with the sack. His defense looks like it might want to play today.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was a heck of a start. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. I think the bigger part of what happened in that drive to me is the initial play on first down, man. That's the thing where Washington has struggled on first and second down, stopping the run. They run a little duo play, DeAndre Swift, and doesn't really get much. It was a nice job by, I believe it was Deron Payne, eating up the double team, not giving up much ground, and they weren't able to get much. Johnny Newton gets his first career sack on this drive, a delay of game, turns it into 3rd and 15. Then, Washington now forcing a punt, but you couldn't have drawn up a better start here for the Commanders. Caleb Williams on the play that he ends up getting sacked, bobbles the snap a little bit, and that clearly had something to do.
What do we say? No miscues, turnovers. Yeah. You got a fumble on a punt return. Can't have that. Luckily, Washington able to get back on top of it. Now we're going to watch that kid, Jaden, get back out on the field for the first time since leaving with that injury against Carolina. But defensively, Linnell, I think, that first drive, I think you saw a little bit of jitters from Caleb Williams early on in this matchup. I'm curious. We've seen Jaden have some jitters early in games before. I'm curious to see how he responds because, the 3-and-out for Chicago, whatever. Now is your real chance if you want to go pounce on this game early, get an early lead and feel like you can command this thing. Defense looked good early. Let's see if this offense can get something rolling early on as well.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? If there's an area where this Chicago Bears defense has had a little bit of struggle, I would say it's on the ground, but I don't know if struggle is the right word. I think that's a group up front that's fast, physical, and they got good linebackers as well.
To your point, net yards per play in the passing game, they rank 3rd in the NFL. Talking about Chicago's defense. Yards per attempt on the ground, 23rd in the NFL. So it's not as if they're the worst in the NFL, but they're below average in general, giving up 4.6 yards per carry. I think this is a big chance for Washington to just kind of lean on everyone. To me, going into this game, Linnell, number 5 has done so much to help this football team this year. Now's the chance for the other 52 dudes to pick up number 5. I don't know how healthy he is. I assume he's good since he's out on the field. But if everyone else steps up and Jaden is healthy, look out.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think you're right. Washington's 5-2. I don't think they win a game without Jaden Daniels this year. Maybe they would have got Carolina last week without him, but I think Washington is in a really good groove, and it's because of this young man. And I give Cliff Kingsbury and obviously the offensive coaching staff a bunch of credit, but what they've got going offensively right now, I think is special. I was saying, despite who played, the running game was going to be key, but this isn't to slight Jaden at all. I think this is probably the most quarterback-friendly scheme right now in
100%.
the National Football League in terms of what they're asking him to do on a down-in, down-out basis. And, we've continued to see it here, even to start this one, man. It's a lot of go make a play. It's a lot of let me scheme guys open for you. And right now, to start this one, we've already seen Jaden Daniels on an RPO, keep the football, running it for a first down, doesn't get touched. It looks like Washington here to start, man. It's kind of walking the football down the field.
Well, and here's the thing. Why are we surprised by that? That's all this football team has done all year. And I think that a lot of people are scared because of the past sins of this football team. If you just look at this from a 5,000-foot view and you just got dropped back in, you'd think you wouldn't be surprised by this at all, Linnell. This is a good football team the way that they've played. They've moved the ball against every single football team they've played. This offense is good, and you're 100% right. If you want to look back to what Cam Taylor-Britt said, I go back to this all the time because they say, it was a college offense. And yes, that is viewed as a slight, but was he wrong, Linnell? Is he wrong that this is a college-style offense? Absolutely not. Look at some of the formations they line up. Look at the way that they go about doing their business. It's very college-like. And you know what? That's a credit to Cliff Kingsbury because this is a guy that won a Heisman Trophy. Guess where? in college. So why do you have to change things up too much when you get to the pros when we've already seen through 7 weeks that this college style offense has been successful at the NFL level? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And Washington is driving the ball. They're down inside the red zone. We'll give you the results of this drive when we come back. You're listening to Burgundy and Gold Game Day live here on The Fan. Burgundy and Gold Game Day live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham, Chicago Hadn't allowed an opening drive touchdown in 15 straight games, I believe, according to Jim Nantz on the broadcast. Will make it 16. Washington able to drive the ball, an impressive drive, a lot of it on the ground, like we said, but only able to put 3 points on the board, Linnell. It was a good drive, but you got to make a play in the red zone.
Yeah, and their first play in the red zone was a Brian Robinson 16-yard scamper. That went well. Excuse me, a Brian Robinson 9-yard run that got them into a 2nd and 1. They have a negative rush, and then the Montez Sweat pressure happens. You can't really complain about the way that drive went. Obviously, it stinks that you have the negative rushing play, but like this drive is what you want to see from Washington. It opens up with a Jaden Daniels pass to Zach Ertz for 12. Ertz screaming wide open across the middle of the field. On that pass in particular, Jaden, with the ability to go through all of his progressions, just saw a pump fake. So a really nice job holding up early by this Commanders offensive line. On the 3rd down play where Jaden makes it's a ridiculous throw he makes. If Luke McCaffrey was 6'4" and not 6'2", that's probably a touchdown in the back of the end zone. But Montez Sweat beats Andrew Wiley inside on an inside move, and he kind of falls on Jaden Daniels, and you put it perfectly, man. If there's any question about how he's feeling, having Montez Sweat fall on you is a good indicator that you're doing pretty well. We've already seen a designed run for Jaden Daniels that went for 9 yards and a 1st down to start this football game. So,
well, and smart by him, scampers outside, very similar to the play he got hurt on last week.
Yeah.
Obviously, much better defense this time. He's not able to break it free, but stays to the outside, gets out of bounds, protects himself. I think early on you see that Jaden looks like Jaden. Like if you were worried at all, Jaden looks fine. I'll be interested to see the looks of him on the sideline and the next drive, because he did get fallen on by Montez Sweat. But once again, I think even on that play, Linnell, you see what I think Jaden Daniels' superpower is.
Yeah.
And yes, it's escapability and all this stuff. The ball's never in harm's way. Almost never in harm's way. Even on a throw where he understands he's going to get hit, he's essentially throwing it away with a chance of someone making a play at the back of the end zone. Luke McCaffrey does all he possibly can, but the ball wasn't going to get picked off. And so smart by him, get rid of the ball and keep yourself in field goal range. They get a 3 points. They're up 3-0. So first drive, you'd like to see him punch it in, but at the same point, they were able to move the ball, I would say, fairly easily down into the red zone. They kind of stalled when they got down there, though.
So this is an update from Sam Fortier of the Washington Post. He was reporting that when Jaden Daniels went to the sideline, a trainer wrapped either a hot or cold pack around the ribs of Jaden Daniels. So although he's out there, not 100%, but I don't even know if that's what Sam is kind of alluding to in the tweet. But like, I don't know if that's the case.
Well,
you can be 100% wear the heat pack. They're trying to keep it loose. It's a strain,
but
so you're going to try to keep it loose.
It's a pain management thing, I think, more so, and they're showing it on the broadcast, getting a little wrap on the ribs. But I think this is more so a pain management thing than it is something that could get worse by a hit. So, yeah, that's going to suck when Montez falls on you. You know what is also going to suck when Montez falls on you, Linnell? Every single time. Like, it's a little bit worse because he's got the rib thing, but he's going to be okay. I think if you're going to freak out about this stuff, it's not that big of a deal what happened there. So I'm intrigued to see how they do. Let's hit a break here. Chicago on the field with the ball 2nd and 10 on their own side of the field. They just got the ball back. We'll hit a break. We'll get you updated on how Chicago's doing on their second drive of the game. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold live show. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer with you throughout the game. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham, and a Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Well, score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Commanders able to force a punt on the Chicago Bears' second drive. I tell you what, they have Caleb Williams do a lot at the line of scrimmage. They're pulling a page out of Washington's playbook. A lot of no huddle so far early in the game, but Caleb also inaccurate. Linnell, 6 plays, 30 yards on the second drive for the Bears.
Yeah, Washington's been excellent defensively here to start, and it's been the success on first and second down. So they got to stop on first down, forcing an incompletion to start the drive. Then Caleb Williams on a really well-designed play from Chicago. They run a QB draw. They double team on the interior. Linebackers flush out because it was an empty look, and Caleb's got a lot of grass to run. He scrambles for 13 on that one. The very next play, off of no huddle, it is Caleb Williams to Keenan Allen for 17 over the middle. No Igbenogany in coverage. Washington looked like they were in a man-to-man look on that one. The very next play, though, the home field advantage that Northwest Stadium has built here.
Can you believe you're saying that?
It doesn't even feel right. I mean, 2 pre-snap penalties forced in the first quarter by Washington, both of them as a result of Caleb just simply not being able to hear. So you're right. It honestly does feel extremely weird to say that. It put Chicago in a 1st and 15 situation. DeAndre Swift off the right side gets bottled up for about 4 or 5. Washington, I thought, did a really nice job of that. And then on this 2nd and 10 play, this is the play that's huge to me. It's 2nd and 10. If you can force an incompletion here, you now put Chicago in a 3rd and long. Just excellent play recognition from Mikey Sainristil. Jumps the screen to Keenan Allen, forces Caleb to pump it and not throw it. When Caleb does eventually throw it, it's way out of bounds over the head of Keenan Allen. That puts Chicago in a 3rd and 10 situation. Washington has already sent some exotic pressure looks here at Caleb on this one. They're doing a lot of, moving around at the snap up near the line of scrimmage. Caleb gets the ball out hot. It was a pressure look. The hot read was Gerald Everett, and, the ball ends up being wide off the mark. And I think that, to me, is probably the bigger story here to start. Caleb Williams, not very accurate. And I think that's something a lot of us has highlighted. Chris Russell spoke about it on the pregame. If you can get pressure on Caleb Williams, he'll make some mistakes.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is, if you can get some of that pressure and sustain it all game long, so far his misses have been out of bounds. If he tries to throw an in-breaker and sails it like he has a couple of these throws, I think you're going to be able to get a interception, get a turnover. The other thing to me, too, that's interesting here is they're throwing a lot on Caleb Williams' plate. They're having him essentially come to the line, essentially a lot of what Washington has done this year, where the plays have been called at the line of scrimmage. They're not huddling a whole lot. They've been doing that for the first couple of drives and having Caleb essentially come to the line, give a little dummy count, see what they're in, and then call out the play at the line of scrimmage. I think this is something, maybe you won't be able to see it on the TV copy as much, Linnell, but this is a chance where that's a lot to put on a rookie quarterback's plate, especially if Joe Witt and Dan Quinn want to play some games with some disguises and show them things that aren't really going to happen post-snap. And I think that's a chance that you can have to capitalize, where you can show him something pre-snap. He changes into a play he thinks is a zone beater there in man, or vice versa. I think there's some chances that you could get some on Caleb today, because they are putting a lot on his plate early on. He hasn't looked very sharp either.
Yeah, the one thing that you worry about with Washington, for a group that's had their fair share of communication issues on the back end, if it is, oh my goodness, that boy is bad. Good God almighty.
Let me tell you.
Did you see the move he just put on this defender?
This dude, Jaden Daniels, if you have any worries, 3rd and 8, you get a pass rush off the right side. Jaden breaks out to the right. He's one-on-one with a linebacker about 5 yards short of the sticks. And that dude didn't even touch him.
TJ Edwards had nothing for Jaden Daniels.
He just juked him so bad.
Holy cow.
He just juked him so bad. Jaden's fine, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
Jaden is totally fine. And the other thing, too, is they're going to make sure that they're not putting too much on his plate, as Washington has the ball about the 20-yard line, going to be 2nd down. But
you were saying, though, about the disguising stuff. So the interesting issue that Washington potentially could be faced with is when you spend so much time trying to disguise your coverages, if you do not properly communicate and guys don't get back to where they're supposed to be, then you're susceptible to giving up big plays. But that's more of an issue when you're on the road and you can't hear. This situation, you may not be able to hear because your own damn crowd. So that may be the case here too. So I don't know though, man. I do like what they've done here so far defensively. I think they clearly have a plan, and a lot of it is to confuse that young man, Caleb Williams.
Well, and that's the issue here that I have. You talk about what Washington has done. This is a credit to Cliff Kingsbury. I don't think they put too much on Jaden's plate. It seems like, especially early in the year, you almost wanted them to put more on his plate. And
I think mentally they're putting a lot on his plate. I just think
they are, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's not too much to handle for him. And it felt like early on, it was like, okay, you can give him a little more. And now, as you're into the middle of the season, it feels like, the right amount is on his plate. You're not asking him to be Tom Brady out there. You're asking him to be a rookie quarterback who's a fantastic player. Holy smokes,
Toby.
dude!
I'm sorry. That I can't help myself.
This dude, Jaden.
It's a bad
We
man.
could talk about Caleb Williams all day.
That boy bad.
Give me Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, this is a bad. That boy is bad.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. He just hits a long bomb to Terry McLaurin down the left sideline. This is something that we didn't see early on in the season. You remember the opener. By the way, he took another hit there and popped up just fine. So Jaden's okay. We'll keep reiterating that as he continues to just go out there and look incredible at the quarterback position. By the way, though, you remember week 1, second play or first play of the second half. That's the exact play they ran. Jaden missed it.
Yeah.
Jaden hasn't missed many since then.
No,
Jaden's been much better, and that's something that the deep ball accuracy was one of the most attractive things about him as a prospect coming out. You're starting to see that, and that's what's so crazy about Jaden Linnell. He's not even – I don't even think he's scraped his ceiling, and he's already one of the best quarterbacks. It's crazy because we're not saying one of the best rookie quarterbacks. We're saying one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League.
I just think that's the fact of the matter with this situation. I think when I heard the work ethic stuff this summer, and then you watch him out at practice every day, you can do the feel-good story of, oh, our guy, first guy in, last to leave. But a lot of the times when you hear those stories, it doesn't translate to the football field. The reason they're able to go up tempo and no huddle and put so much on his plate is because he's as prepared as you can possibly get. And watching him in camp, I don't know if I said this to you, Toby, after one of the practices, bro, but I was almost skeptical of his ability to run during camp because it's like we never saw him do it.
Yeah.
He was torching this defense from the pocket, so much so that we began to build the narrative of, oh, he's going up against the same defense every day. Oh, he knows what he's seeing. The hell with all of that. This kid is as bad as they come, man. And it's not a lot you can really do to stop this offense. And I've given credit to Chicago because I don't want to act as if, they're a bad football team or they're a bad defense. Like they're an elite group. I really do feel that way. Washington just gives you so much to prepare for as a defensive coordinator. It's hard as hell to get ready for these guys. I've said it all week. This is the best defense Washington has played to this point. It just is. Through the first quarter here, doesn't look like it. I mean, they have walked the football up and down the field. When you're able to hit 61-yard chunks, though, to Terrence, it's October, Toby. We should have known he was going to go crazy. Halloween weekend. When you're able to hit 61-yard chunks like that, though, it really helps out your offense. Because let's be real, that was a 3rd and 9 play.
Yeah.
Where they hit that chunk. Jayden went to Terry the play before, and he was inaccurate and missed him.
Well, and this is the beautiful part about it. What happens there? It's an incompletion, you punt.
Yeah.
It's an interception. It's an arm punt. There's nothing wrong with that. I have no issue, and he throws it perfectly down the field. By the way, Washington got screwed on a penalty there.
Dan Quinn was so upset at the penalty, he was going to throw the challenge for it.
Well, there are 12 men on the field for Chicago. I have no idea how there's a dude standing in the Washington backfield, and they're the ones that get flagged. But regardless.
I can't even believe that they allowed that.
I have no idea. The other thing about this, Linnell, I always talked about it's so important to get the perfect marriage of a quarterback and an offensive play caller and the offensive coordinator. I thought for the last couple of years, the perfect marriage, in my opinion, the most perfect marriage in the NFL was Tua with Mike McDaniel. Just the style of offense and everything that they tried to run and what Tua was capable of is the most perfect marriage right now in the entire National Football League with the offensive coordinator and play caller and the quarterback, not Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels?
I mean, I think it would be hard to argue against it, right? I've been saying it too that I think like Cliff is probably the best assistant coach right now in football. Him and Brian Flores are going tit for tat with that because B-Flow's defense out in Minnesota has been awesome, but the last 2 weekends they've gotten shredded. So I think it's Cliff in a chair all by himself here with this one. It just feels like to me, it feels like to me that this group continues to move in the right direction offensively, and I think they're going to continue to expand each and every week on what they're able to do.
Washington in the red zone. Let's take a quick break here, and we'll get you updated on what Washington's able to do in the red zone. You're listening to Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. It's presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate this season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Burgundy and Gold Game Day live with Linnell Willingham and Toby Altizer. Presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Real quick, Linnell, you break down that last drive for the Commanders for us, but I do not understand. It's first and goal at the 7-yard line after B-Rob picks up the first down. There are 12 men on the field for Chicago, one of which is behind the line of scrimmage on Washington's side. Trent Scott flinches, and they call a false start on Washington. How's that not offsetting penalties for whether it's offside, 12 men on the field? What in the world?
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. Dan Quinn was, visibly upset and was demonstrative, toward the officials to the point where he was throwing a flag, or trying to throw the challenge flag. But this drive for Washington, 12 plays, 79 yards. Unfortunately, it ends up in a field goal. They eat up 5 minutes of clock. But, to me, man, the ability to sustain that type of drive is super impressive. Obviously, they're aided by the deep shot to Terry McLaurin. But that drive is what you want to see from Washington. Running game gets going. There's balance. I mean, this is a group that has walked the football up and down the field to this point. They've had these 2 drives stall out and be forced to kick field goals simply as a result of self-inflicted wounds. There was a false start, as you mentioned, by Trent Scott, and then the drop by Austin Eckler hurt them as well. What I'm more impressed with, though, man, and I'm gonna tweet it out and give them credit because the first quarter is over. The way they're playing in the running game, is out of this damn world. They're filling gaps. They're getting push.
Yeah.
Wow. So Montez Sweat has an ace bandage around his leg and is limped off the field. So we'll monitor his status as the game continues to flow on here. But
yeah, and just to clear up, at the end of one, Washington leading 6-0. They've been able to move the ball twice now, unable to put it into the end zone. Just looking at some of the stats through one. Jaden Daniels is 3 of 8 for 74 yards. A lot of that has been in the red zone, hasn't been able to complete anything just because there hasn't been a whole lot there. If Eckler catches it, then maybe they go for it on 4th down and goal from the 4 or something like that. But B-Rob, 9 rushes for 48 yards. Jaden, 2 for 18. Terry with the 61-yard catch. Looking on Chicago's side, Caleb Williams, 1 of 5 for 17 yards, taking a sack. DeAndre Swift, 4 for 14, 1 run from Caleb Williams for 13. Keenan Allen with the only catch of the day, 17 yards on an in-breaker against Noah Igbenogany in coverage. You got to feel good after one quarter with what they showed, but you got to put one in the end zone. And some of that is just hand the ball off to Brian Robinson and see if you can punch one in. It sucks, though, when you get to 1st and goal at the 7-yard line. And you don't want to blame the officials, but 1st and goal at the 7-yard line, you feel like that's a prime opportunity to run the football with B-Rob, hopefully get down inside the 5, run it again, and maybe run it 3 straight times and punch one in. When you go back to 1st and goal from the 12, and all of a sudden you've got a little bit further to go, you're not going to trust the run game as much. So I'd like to see them punch it in, but you feel good after one quarter. One thing, too, and I think this we can retire this, Linnell. Jaden's fine. There were a couple of plays he got hit. There was a play where he rolled out to the right inside the red zone and did a half jump pump fake thing. And if his ribs were really hurting him, he would not have been able to throw the ball away after that. He threw it just fine. So I think we can put that to rest. He's still going to have the heating pack on his ribs, on the sideline, and all that stuff, but he's totally fine. He's totally fine. I think the bigger interesting thing now, like you said, is checking on how Montez Sweat is doing. If Montez Sweat is out of this ball game, you like your chances a lot better.
I was about to say, brother, no Montez Sweat makes me sweat a little bit less if you pick up what I'm putting down, man. I think Washington shouldn't really be terrified of anyone else in the front 4 of the Bears. I know Booker, their 4th rounder out of Kansas, is wreaks some havoc throughout the year. I know Andrew Billings on the inside gives them some push, but I think Washington's offensive, this is a tough-ass group. And it starts in the middle with Tyler Biotish and the interior 3 guys, but there's an attitude that unit plays with. And Billings and company tried to get chippy after a play. Tyler Biotish and the offensive line aren't having it. I love the mentality that they play with. We're a much tougher football team than we were this time last year. And I think that has a ton to do with the success they've had as well.
I want to take a quick look at some of the other scores for the games going on
Yeah.
right now. Here's a funny one for you, Linnell. Chargers and Saints. 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Chargers 3, Saints 2.
What? A 3-2 football game?
A 3-2 football game. Chargers lead the Saints about 10 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Ew.
The Bills are beating the Seahawks about 3 minutes to go in the second, 7-3. Panthers and Broncos about 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. They're tied at 7. Raiders leading the Chiefs 10-7 with 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Real quick, running through the early slate of games that already wrapped up. The Packers beat the Jaguars 30-27. On a walk-off field goal there for that one. Eagles all over the Bengals 37-17. They're now 5-2. Bengals fall to 3-5. The Browns get the win over the Ravens, which might have been the shocker of the day, Linnell. 29-24. Yeah. Browns over the Ravens. Lions all over the Titans 52-14. Cardinals beat the Dolphins with a walk-off field goal 28-27. Patriots beat the Jets 25-22. 2 more games. Texans beat the Colts 23-20, and the Falcons beat the Buccaneers 31-26. Washington set to get the ball back for its third drive. Linnell, this defense continues to play well. This defense continues to go out there and handle their business. It seems like Caleb's not fully locked in. This is something where he might lock in later in this game. You get the ball back now here if you're Washington. Punch one into the end zone, you'll feel really good about your chances the rest of the way because you've handled your business defensively so far. Offense has moved it, but they got to punch one in.
I think I may be officially ready to say that this group may have turned a corner. I mean, it's been a dominant performance. Yeah. Chicago's yet to make it past Washington's 41-yard line in this game, and the second quarter is just about to start. So it is a group that's been stout at the point of attack. I think it all starts there, though. Their ability to make Chicago one-dimensional has been absolutely huge. It's allowing them to get creative with their pressure packages on third down. This is second 3 and out that they forced. That last play that got him into 4th down, I thought it was a really good job by the front four maintaining their gap integrity.
Yes.
Not letting Caleb Williams sneak out of the back door. The old adage is the play doesn't care who makes it, man. That time Washington living by that mantra. Down Bates!
Big Bates.
It's the black. It's the black. It's a badass look. And they've been talking all game. Look at this. That's Kevin Byard. He's a Pro Bowler. And look at the sideline, man.
I love it. That's the kind of play to fire up a sideline. By the way, great play fake on that one. Jaden fooled the cameraman on the play fake to the left and slipped the tight end back out to the right, hits John Bates in the flat. Real quick, though, to your point, Linnell, DeAndre Swift so far, we talked about how important it was to stop the run. 4 for 14, 3.5 yards a carry. It's not like they've completely shut him down, but he hadn't got going at all. And Caleb has 2 runs for 14, so he's had like 1 scramble. The last one, like you said, I think big time maintaining integrity.
I think a shot's coming.
Maybe. Big time on that 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams has some time, and he goes to go up the middle. You maintain the integrity, bring him down short of the sticks. They punt. That's huge. And this defense is playing much, much better. I think this is the first team, like I said, that it fits more in versus the great category and not the bad category. This one fits more in, I would say, above average. And so far, this defense has handled the above average group.
Yeah, they have. And Montez Sweat is jogging back onto the football field. So
still looks ginger.
Yeah, there's a wrap around his right calf as I'm paying attention. If my eyes are as good as I think they are. But no, you mentioned it, man. Their ability to make Chicago one-dimensional has been everything to this point. Their offense looks completely out of sorts. I've been really critical of Washington defensively.
Well, as you should.
I mean,
They've been horrible.
This, to me, was another, like, big-time test for them. And through the first quarter and change, man, they've passed with flying colors here. Gosh, Jaden. Yeah, you wonder. I don't know if they thought the back shoulder was there based on the coverage. So that's like a similar concept to what they ran in the red zone against Baltimore, where it's read the DB. And the way Jaden threw this ball, you thought the back shoulder was there.
Yeah,
what Jaden thought.
Romo's saying that McLaurin was a little late getting his head around. He's thinking back shoulder. He throws the back shoulder. Terry's still going down the sideline. I think they had it. That's one of those you live with, though. Again, ball not in harm's way. But is that our guy? Tress Way?
Oh, hey, Tress. Forgot you were glad to see you, bro.
And by the way, he's not out there holding. He's kicking the ball. He punted. Good punt inside the 20. So check out JP Finley's Twitter, and he's going to have that beautiful picture of Tressway.
I'm honestly, JP, find a new damn picture.
No, it's a good picture, man.
It's a good picture.
It's a good picture.
I'm just hating.
Not much going that drive offensively for Washington, though, Linnell.
No, and the big play to me, 4 plays, 24 yards, and 2 minutes of clock eaten up. The big thing for me, man, 2nd and 5, you have a negative play. Like, to me, like, as good as this team has been offensively, their margin for error is not very big. And it's not because I don't believe in Jaden or anything. It's just easier to play football the way that they're playing it. They have a clear formula. They want to stay ahead of the chains. Yeah.
I mean, no disrespect to Jeremy McNichols.
Yeah, that was terrible vision.
None whatsoever. Anytime if I'm a defensive coordinator, the ball does not go to Brian Robinson or Austin Eckler in the run game, I view that as a win.
Yeah.
Run the ball with those guys. Occasionally you can mix in McNichols, but it's still early in the ball game. Just run it with the other dudes. You don't need to run 3 guys.
Yeah. I agree with you to an extent. I think McNichols earned some carries, though, just based off of
absolutely.
The way he started here and being ready for his opportunity. But yeah, the run that he had the no gain on, or the loss of 1, should have been a massive run if he cuts it backside. I mean, he pressed the hole too quickly. But you can't cry over spilled milk. That should have been a massive run, though.
So real quick, 3 drives now for Washington, 2 ending in field goals. They drove the ball down the field into the red zone, both of their first 2 possessions. This one, they didn't have much going. It feels like they've been sharp between the 20s for the most part. They've got to get things going because Chicago has not been sharp at all anywhere. No. And this offense has to start putting some in the end zone. And they've moved the football fine, but this should not be a 6-0 ball game. This should be 10-14-0, and you'd feel a lot better. Because right now, I mean, Chicago gets the ball back. All of a sudden, they figure something out that they're able to do, watching some of the tape on the sideline, drive it down here. You could be trailing despite feeling like you've dominated a lot of this first half. So this next possession defensively is going to be big. This next possession offensively, you want to see them continue to move the ball like they did their first 2 drives. But they've got to finish in the red zone. They have not been sharp in the red zone. Honestly, if you wanted to have one gripe about this offense all season long, I think that's the only place you could even look to have an issue is in the red zone. And today they've struggled once again there. So hopefully it's something that they can get things going on their next offensive drive. But Chicago back out on the field, starting with the ball at the 20-yard line for their 4th offensive possession. We'll give you an update on how they're doing next. We're going to take a break. It's a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. It's presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Commanders lead 6-0. You're listening to Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham, and it's brought to you by Rude. I got 3 words for you, Mr. Willingham. Benjamin St. Juice.
Love it.
Let's go.
I mean, it's been fun to watch, man. I am thoroughly impressed by what we've seen defensively here from Washington. Like this group, you're seeing, you're starting to see the things that we saw against Carolina, Arizona, and Cleveland, but now against a better offense. And I can't be.
Well, I think they're doing a good job
man.
today. They're taking advantage of the fact that Caleb Williams has looked good the last couple of weeks, but make no mistake, he is still a rookie. They are taking advantage of the fact that he is a rookie quarterback. And what they did, just a big play for Washington, negated by an eligible man downfield. But what they did on that 4th and short, so Chicago ultimately decides that they're going to go for it on 4th and 1 from their own 40. They line up in the eye. Caleb Williams looks out to the right, sees DJ Moore with Benjamin St. Juice one-on-one. St. Juice playing like 7 yards off. As Caleb takes a snap, Benjamin St. Juice comes down, meets him on the smoke screen at the line of scrimmage, wraps him up to the point that Luvu comes over and finishes him off. He can't even pick up a yard. That's the kind of playmaking when Joe Witt Jr. said they were going to arrive violently at the football, that's the kind of stuff he was talking about. That's the kind of stuff he was saying that we have not seen this defense do a lot of the season. They're doing some of that stuff today. And this, I think, is what the defense can be. I don't know if the personnel is ever going to be enough to match up with the Baltimore Ravens of the world.
Yeah.
But against a team like a Chicago Bears that is a good football team by their record, I think they can show up, and they've done so far today.
Yeah, they have, man. It's been impressive to watch. They're flying to the football. Wow, not good. Andrew Wiley's down. But no, they're flying to the football. They're arriving violently. It's everything that you want to see from this group. The secondary and the way that they're able to communicate is actually helped this pass rush. They've been super sticky in coverage on the back end here today. Washington's already sacked Caleb. How many times? 3 sacks already?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
This is where you worry, though. Andrew Wiley's down. Trent Scott's going to come in, but we'll have to monitor that throughout the rest of this one. But, yeah, like, if this defense is figured it out.
Well, okay. So
if this defense has figured it out, Toby.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
I am.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because the reason that I had visions of them being able to play well today was because there was a path to do so. When you play against some of these better football teams, I don't know that you can, but you have to be real about what this defense has done, Linnell. Yeah. They have handled their business against bad football teams. We kind of ignore the Panthers game. We ignore the Cardinals game. We ignore the Browns game because, well, Kyler Murray's not any good. Deshaun Watson sucks. All this stuff. We can blow past that. They were good in those ball games, to great in those ball games. They have yet to face a team that was in that middle tier.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
This is what the Chicago Bears are. They're not elite. They're also not horrible. And so far, what you're seeing is this defense is able to handle its business against some of these teams that are on the lower end to the middle tier. I want to see them continue to put this together, though. At some point, you're going to see some adjustments from Chicago. Are they able to still do so and still able to go out there and play well? The big thing, though, Linnell, they're not running the ball.
No.
And this is what we talked about before the game as a key to the game. If you can make them one-dimensional, I like Caleb, and I think he's going to be a great quarterback. I'm not one of those people out here that talks bad about Caleb and people nationally talk bad about Caleb, whatever. I think Caleb's going to be a good quarterback. He's not there yet. Make him beat you while he's still a rookie. He might get there down the line. But right now, the way that he's playing, if you make him have to throw the ball 30 times, you like your chances of winning. So far, what they've been able to do, make it depend on Caleb Williams versus being able to just hand it off to Swift.
Yeah, I agree. And that was the big thing that we talked about in the pregame is making this group one-dimensional, because I don't think, Caleb has the wherewithal to be able to put this offense on his back right now at this stage in his career. And I think it's a true statement that is, man. I think this group Chicago, while they've got good pieces on the perimeter, right? I love Tyler Biadasz, bro. He's
always willing to mix it up.
He's gotten into the mix 4 or 5 times.
He's always willing to mix it up.
But
I love it.
Now here comes Montez Sweat coming over to calm everything down. But no, I really do. I really do like what they've done defensively. To me, it's stopping the run has been the most important thing, man.
So the other thing about this, and you're more of a football guy than I am. You understand it a little bit more in terms of X's and O's than I would. But what I've seen in the first couple of weeks of the season, even going back to week 1, they were able to get pressure.
Yeah.
They do different things. They're looping guys. They're running stunts. They're doing lots of different stuff. They're bringing 5. They're bringing 6. I don't know if the secondary can always match up, but boy, when they get home, and that's why I felt good today, it's a rookie quarterback. When you're throwing stuff like that at him, you might have guys on the outside, but if his eyes are down wondering where the pass rush is coming from all game long, he's not going to be able to find DJ Moore beating, whoever's covering him that play. He's going to end up in some bad spots, and then at times he's going to throw one a little bit wayward, and you're going to be able to get one. So I've liked what I've seen overall this year with what they've been doing up front. I just haven't thought the secondary's been able to match. Today, because of the way they've been able to stop the run game and get some pressure, even with just bringing 4, I think you've got to feel good about where you're at for the rest of this ball game because Caleb does not look settled in. He's 2 for 6 on the day for 17 yards. Jaden, he's not been the most efficient, but he's 6 of 13 with 111. He's at least still moving the ball a little bit. I don't know. Outside of if we're just looking at the 2 quarterbacks, Jaden looks much more comfortable, looks much more settled in than what Caleb has today.
I think that's a fair assessment. I give credit to Washington's defense, though, and I'm going to be maybe hyperbolic in doing so because I've been one of their biggest critics throughout this season, and I was reluctant to give them credit against Carolina because it's Carolina. I was reluctant to give them credit against Cleveland because it's Cleveland. This is a real legit offense that has honestly turned a corner the past couple of weeks. So to see this type of performance from this defense is special, and I continue to think like, wow, this is who they're going to be on defense. Well, oh boy, does that change my expectations for like their ceiling.
By the way, speaking of which, one of my keys to the game, talking about earlier, some of these pass catchers need to step up. That still stands. Some of these pass catchers need to catch the freaking ball.
Yeah, that's a tough one. He went up and high pointed it.
It's tough. Catch the ball.
Yeah, you got to catch that.
Catch the ball. Zach Ertz gets hit in the end zone, right in the hand. Perfect ball from Jake.
The catch. Yeah.
Catch the ball. Regardless, though, I think what you've seen defensively today, I'm curious if they're going to add in some sort of cornerback help at the deadline. Because we saw one play, as good as the BSJ play was, there was a run play to the outside on the right. DeAndre Swift gets out there. It's one-on-one with Emmanuel Forbes, and Emmanuel Forbes didn't even touch him. Emmanuel Forbes has to make that tackle, and he doesn't pick up any yardage. Instead, it's a first down after a 2nd and 4, a 5-yard run.
Oh, that's a touchdown.
Emmanuel Forbes, it might be a touchdown. Emmanuel Forbes has to be much better. And the thing is, if he's going to be out there because you say he's a better coverage guy, well, then he's better be able to cover people because he sure as heck is not tackling. I think they need to go get somebody, somebody that's been mentioned as potentially being available this week was like a Tre'Davious White. He's not going to cost a lot. He doesn't cost a lot in money. He's not going to cost a lot in draft capital if you trade for him. I think someone in that sort of range, Linnell, they need to go get.
Yeah, I agree. Another name that, I brought up and people kind of rolled their eyes, but I just think he's a steady Eddie at the position is Ron Darby out in Jacksonville. Is the guy that I would bring in here. Someone that's going to be physical in the run game, someone that's has the speed to be able to run with guys 5'11", so he's not the biggest guy, but like I loved his first.
I don't know that you're worried as much about the bigger guys. You need someone that can just cover.
Right, but there is a certain mold of defensive back that Dan Quinn and company like. So that's what I was kind of.
There's not many guys here that fit his mold.
I mean, that's why they love Benjamin St. Juste. Like Benjamin St. Juste is the prototypical Dan Quinn and company corner. So like J.C. Horn's another guy that people continue to mention.
Let me tell you, if J.C. Horn's available, it probably costs too much than what I would want. I would love J.C. Horn here.
I'm down to give up a 3rd round pick for J.C. Horn. Like that would be, I know people don't want to give up certain capital. J.C. Horn, 6'1",
Big dude.
200 pounds.
Only
he is a Dan
concerning
Quinn corner.
the only concerning part about a J.C. Horn acquisition is he has dealt with injuries throughout his career. He's been relatively healthy the last year or two, but who's to say those injuries don't pop back up? But at the same point, I thought it was interesting. I don't know if you heard this or not, Linnell. Thomas Dimitroff was on with G&D. I believe it was this week. It might have been last week, but they were talking about the trade deadline, and he said, "Heck, why not go after someone like Max Crosby?" Now, I'm not necessarily asking that question, but are you going to play it ultra aggressive because their window is essentially open now for the next 5 years with Jaden on the rookie deal? Do you get aggressive in year one of that, or do you wait till year two when you can go all in on free agency and try to build with another draft and see what you can do in the offseason versus going ahead and getting a head start with someone this season at the deadline?
Yeah, and people are gonna say, "Oh, so you're young and you're hyperbolic and you're reactionary." You only get so many years with this kid on a rookie contract. It's the biggest asset in the National Football League, having an above average quarterback on a rookie deal. He's more than above average. I think that wow, so the touchdown not the call is going to stand. Austin Seibert coming on for a field goal. I think you got to be aggressive and go get someone if you feel like you're there. Now obviously you don't want to, severely jeopardize your future, but like defensively, they're a premier pass rusher and another serviceable corner away from this being a pretty good group. You couple that with what you already are offensively, and now you begin to talk differently about where you are as a unit.
Yeah, just showing the replay. We'll break down this last drive. Washington once again able to get into the red zone, Linnell, and they're unable to come away with a touchdown. Close play on 3rd and goal. Ball's thrown up on the right side of the end zone to Zach Ertz. He goes up and catches it. Tyreek Stevenson does a nice job to get his hand in there as they come to the ground. Ball looks like it does hit the ground, and then it pops free. Stevenson also pulls it out of there after he's already been down.
He slid. He's sliding. Like the ball's in his possession still.
It's close. I think it was called stand, so it was called incomplete on the field. Maybe it's a similar sort of thing that if it was called a touchdown on the field, the call would have stood. But regardless, another tough time for this team punching it into the end zone when getting into the red zone. But regardless, 5:24 left in the first half. Washington about to kick off. They're up 9-0 on Chicago, but some more points for Washington.
Injury note for Chicago. Their left tackle, Braxton Jones, went into the locker room. Don't know what the nature of the good gracious. Don't know what the nature of
these special teams chippy. Boys hit.
Stuff is so chippy between these two teams, and I love it. We are not going like that.
Well, by the way,
I love this group.
Special teams, these dudes hit. These dudes hit.
Yeah, well, it's been the tone setter for their defense, man, the last couple of weeks, too. We simply, as a football team, are just not going like that.
But taking a look back at the last drive for Washington, 7 plays, 31 yards, 301. A good stuff on the 4th and 1 from their own 40. Great job on that, but they're unable to punch it into the end zone. Some nice plays, though. Jaden is running the ball. There's no question about it. Jaden with a 13-yard run on that drive. They've got to find a way to finish one of these in the end zone. But regardless, you feel good with the offense has moved the ball. The defense has been very, very, very stingy. You just worry that when you play like this and they're hanging around like that, you got to punch one into the end zone. Let's take a break. You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live Show with Linnell Winningham and Toby Altizer.
Sure, Joe. Wow.
Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Washington leading 9-0 Chicago with the ball. We'll keep you up to date when we come back on Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Welcome back, Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Winning. Now he got me saying Linnell Willingham. Willingham with you during the game. Commanders up 9-0. 2-minute warning with 1:56. Caleb Williams running all over the place. Chicago Bears actually making some hay this drive. Finally, 9-0. Driving the football. 2-minute warning. They've been able to actually get some stuff this drive. It all started, though, on a third down, Linnell. They're able to pick it up after Roma Dunze is able to run a double move on Benjamin St-Juste. Good job by Caleb Williams. The pocket was closing in down the right side. He's able to hit Roma Dunze for 16 yards to pick up the first down.
Yeah, they've been trying to mix up coverages here. You've seen some man, you've seen some zone. That time they recognize his man. Perfect man beater, double move. And it gets Roma Dunze wide open. They've hit a couple of different gadget runs on this drive as well. And the running game is slowly but surely starting to get going. There's a 9-yard run. There's a 5-yard run. There's an 8-yard run. And this is the danger if you're Washington. You went 0 for 3 in the red zone in terms of converting drives into touchdowns. Chicago shouldn't be able to run the football right now. It should be 21-0. So that to me is the Achilles heel in this thing, and it's allowed Chicago to maintain their balance offensively. And I don't know if they continue to allow Chicago to run the football, we don't have the guys on the perimeter to where I can confidently say we can keep them bottled up. Roma Dunze is starting to get going. DJ Moore had a nice run, but we haven't seen him involved yet. This is what I'm telling them to watch out for. For a team that has screened teams to death all year, we haven't seen one screen yet. I would have my eyes peeled 100% if I was a Commanders defender for that.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the big issue I've had. And it's why if we talked briefly about what they could do with the trade deadline. For me, it's not about edge rusher, it's about corner, because they just don't have the guys to handle what they're going to face with other good offenses. And they haven't gotten much going today. If you just look at Caleb Williams' numbers, he's only 3 of 7 for 33 yards. But that was a big third down. Roma Dunze able to create a ton of space. He's wide open. That's a tough one to cover if you're Benjamin St-Juste. But regardless, they've got to find some dudes that can hold up on the back end. I just don't think they have that. But once again, like you said, this game, the defense has handled their business. They haven't allowed any points. Now you need them to hold them to a field goal versus giving up a touchdown. But the offense has moved the ball, and that's great. You've got to punch one in the end zone. This game feels a lot differently if we're talking about a 15-0, a 21-0 ball game versus right now 9-0. They punch one in, they're suddenly right within a field goal again. This is where the defense needs to make it stand right before the half. 1:56 to go with Chicago at the ball at the 23. Come up with the stop here, force them to a field goal. They're going to play some clock here, try and keep you from getting the ball back. I mean, this is a big spot. Also, remember, too, this is a big spot for your Washington here because 9-0, say you hold them to a field goal, you deferred. If you can get the ball back, maybe put up another field goal, get down there and go in 12-3 and get the ball to start the second half, you can maybe put yourself in real good position to finish this game if you're able to take advantage of these final 2 minutes of the first half.
Yeah, Dante Fowler, Phil Mathis just completely blew up a run. I just that to me is the bigger takeaway. Like through everything in this game. Yeah, the red zone will stink right now, but it's something that I think the talent is ultimately going to prevail in that situation, man. But like what the Commanders front four is doing right now, they're single-handedly disrupting this football game. If you can make them one-dimensional, as we continue to say, they're in a bad spot, but like you're taking their confidence away as a running offense.
Absolutely.
All of these runs are going for a yard, 2 yards. That's how offensive coordinators get frustrated and eventually get away from the run. And even on this play that ends up being an incompletion to get them into 3rd and 12, they rush, don't get there, but they stay in their gaps and they don't, allow, Caleb to escape out the back door. And there he goes. Oh my gosh. I was about to say, we got to put our ones up, man. Our tribal chief just made a play. Frankie Louvu.
Louvu's
But
a
it was
dog.
Louvu, it was Payne, but Louvu was first on the scene. This defense is swarming.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that was a bad sack by Caleb
A
Williams.
terrible sack by Caleb, but this is what I love right here. You can tell that this is not a Jack Del Rio defense anymore.
No.
Why? It's 3rd and 12, and there's 6 dudes walked up on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And you don't know which one of them is coming. And on this play, all of them were coming.
Yeah.
All of them coming. Frankie Louvu gets around the left tackle, grabs Caleb Williams. He's unable to finish it off. By the
Caleb's
way,
strong.
well, he is. But by the way, if refs don't want quarterbacks to get hurt, they're going to have to start blowing that whistle.
Yeah, because he could have got.
Well, Frankie, they're going to punt this, Linnell. They're going to punt this. Frankie doesn't want to get a penalty there. I think it's part of the reason. Let's hit a quick break here, Linnell, and we'll get you up to date on the final drive for the Commanders. And by the way, we're going to go commercial free at halftime. If you want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines, they'll be wide open for you guys. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham. Going to open up the phone lines at halftime, 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. You want to hop in during halftime and give your thoughts on the first half. Washington currently leading 9-0. They've had plenty of opportunities offensively, but unable to punch it into the end zone. Seeing if they can maybe double dip here before the half. Got the ball about the 50-yard line with 8 seconds left. Would you have done anything a little bit differently here, Linnell, on this final drive to try and get some points?
No, not necessarily. They did what they could do. I didn't like this last play. I mean, you had no timeouts. In 8 seconds, it's a difficult spot.
Well, they
to
played
be
it
in.
ultra conservative to start the drive, which is probably the way to go. But I don't
They
know.
had to get yards. It wasn't even about playing it conservative. You were in the shadow of your own end zone. I mean, that's a situation where you gotta play it the way that they played it. I don't necessarily have a problem with it at all. I think it's been interesting to watch. This is now
Well, someone's going to be happy with a 30-yard run
from Austin
to go into the half for Austin Eckler on your fantasy team. But ultimately, that doesn't really matter. Other than Olamide Zaccheaus getting up a little bit lame. 9-0 at the half. Washington leading the Chicago Bears. Linnell, first half thoughts as a whole. 9-0. It feels like it should be a lot more, but what are your takeaways early on from the second half or first half? Excuse me.
You want to go positive or negative here?
Up to you, man.
There's one major positive takeaway and one major negative takeaway. To me, the major positive takeaway is what we continue to say. We've highlighted it because we're just great hosts. This defense has been amazing, dude. I mean, last week they had their best performance of the year defensively. They held Carolina to just 180 yards of total offense. They've given up 90 here in the first half, so they're on pace to do it again. I mean, this has been good stuff. 2 sacks here. They're holding them in the passing game to not much. I think the front four and what they've been able to do to me is the key. 10 carries, 31 yards for DeAndre Swift. For those of you that suck at math, that's 3.1 yards a pop. You would live with that all day long. I think the pass rush and the coverage have married up better than they've married up all season. They've sacked Caleb twice. They should have sacked him about 5 times. No disrespect to the defensive line. It's not just all of them, right? They're being forced to, or Caleb rather is being forced to hold on to the football based off of what Washington's done in the secondary, and it's given guys the extra time to get home. For Washington, though, to be only up 9-0, they're outgaining Chicago by damn near 200 yards of total offense. They've doubled the amount of first downs that they've had.
Well, this is how you lose a ball game.
The red zone offense has not been good, and there have been self-inflicted wounds in that area. The other thing, too, you opened up where you had a big 61-yard chunk to Terry McLaurin. He hasn't seen the football since. That's another thing to me, too, that you got to get going. But Washington's dominating this football game, but it doesn't look like it on the scoreboard because of the red zone woes that they've had, man. It's been tough to watch.
This is how you lose a ball game you should win. They should be up double digits, bar none. They should be up at least by 15 points.
Yeah.
And you're leaving the door open for Chicago. You know, if this team wants to be true Dan Quinn attitude and foot on the throat the way that they have at other teams this year, come out and score a touchdown to start the second half, get another stop and score another touchdown and finish this thing early in the second half, what you weren't able to do in the first half. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines, taking your calls all throughout halftime.
Let's go out to Cliff. DC. What's up, Cliff?
Hey, great play calling, Cliff.
Hey, what's going on, Linnell? And whoever the new guy is, I don't know your name, but I heard your voice many times. I like what's going on, but I'm disappointed because the red zone offense is failing us. What's going on?
Well, that's on you, Cliff. You got to figure it out. Why are you calling from the locker room? You got to figure it out for us.
We're supposed to be up right now, if not 28 nothing, at least 21 nothing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing our field goal kicker can kick.
Yeah. By the way, that's slept on, right? The field goal kickers making kicks.
Hopefully, second half though, like you said, they come out, score a touchdown, a statement touchdown, and then put their foot back on the Bears' neck and don't let up the rest of the game. And I sit back and listen.
Cliff. Appreciate it, man.
Cliff. Yeah, I mean, hit it on the head. Hit it right on the head.
I mean, I hate it when it's just such simple analysis, but it really is, Linnell. They have dominated this football game, and yet they're only up 9-0. It's as simple as you got to score touchdowns in the red area. When you get a chance, score a touchdown and don't settle for field goals. And by the way, we say what you want about the Ertz play, whether it was a touchdown or not.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes, outside of really anyone, outside of Jaden, make a play for this dude, please. Eckler's dropped the ball. I think someone else has dropped the ball. Zach Ertz unable to come down with it. Make a play for Jaden, please. This dude has made plays for you guys all season long. If there's 1 week to show up and make a play for number 5, it's this week when he's clearly not fully great because he's still getting the rap on the sideline. Make a play for this guy. Make a play.
I agree with you 100%, man. You have to here in this situation if you want to come away with a victory here. I mean, guys, at the end of the day, like you said, man, they gotta play big. Jaden through the first 7 weeks has done a really good job elevating everybody around him. It's time to elevate Jaden at this point, man. But to me, the reason I don't know, they're beating themselves right now. But
listen to this.
They're beating themselves, but they're still winning. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Listen to this. Total yardage in the first half. You said 90 for the Bears. 267 for Washington.
Yeah.
267.
Almost.
You're on pace for 500 yards of offense, and they're not on pace for 200. You're up 9-0. You've got to finish in the paint. You've got to finish in the end zone. And this game wouldn't be close. We should be having a celebratory halftime right now. And we're still, obviously thrilled that they're winning this ball game, and the defense has surprised us in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But you need the offense to finish better in the red zone. That comes down to being able to run the football like we talked about, because that's the best way to do it. We talked about it with the offense as a whole, but I think it's the one issue you could have with Jaden's game so far and his career too, if you want, is it's just the red zone. And I'm not saying he's been horrible. It's something that's really difficult, and he's excelled at everything else. It's the one thing he hasn't excelled at so far in his career is red zone passing. And
I don't think it's him though.
No, I don't necessarily think it's him, but there are other guys who are better in the red zone. He struggled a little bit. It's fine. It's fine, but someone has to step up, and preferably someone step up for 5 because he stepped up so much this season.
Let's go out to Mark Fredericksburg. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, first thing I got to say is I'm glad the defense has showed up. Pass rushes look great. But like you guys said, man, somebody's got to make a play. People got to start catching these balls, man. Noah Brown had that big drop. He was wide open for about 20 yards. I feel like that Ertz touchdown was a touchdown, but that's besides the point. But, I mean, if we come out, score a touchdown, man, and if our defense keeps playing like this, I think we're going to have to start talking differently about our defense than we have been in the last few weeks. That's all I got.
Appreciate the phone call. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I'll let you give your thoughts on the defense once again, because you seem to be along the same lines as him. I just feel like I don't want to overreact because it is a rookie quarterback, but I think they're doing a good job of taking advantage of him being a rookie quarterback. I don't want to pretend like all of a sudden because they did well against Carolina and some of the other subpar teams, and now they're suddenly doing well against Chicago, that things have really turned the corner, but they are playing much better and handling their business once again today.
Yeah, look, like I said, it's something I got to acknowledge. Maybe I might acknowledge it a little bit more today because I feel like I've been so critical of them over the first 7 weeks, but it was for good reason, man. CBS just threw up a graphic. They've shut out their opponents in the first half in consecutive games for the first time since 1997. That was the year I was born. So it's been a very long time since we've seen this defense perform at this level. If they really have turned that, I guess that's where my focus is now going to go. If they really have turned a corner, Toby, defensively.
I mean, look out. Absolutely.
Look the bleep out.
It's the only reason, legitimately, Linnell, it's the only reason why a 5-2 football team would not be considered one of the best teams in the NFC. I think they already are, but if you had any reservations, the only reason is the defense. It's the only reason. Because the way that they have played offensively, I mean, it's crazy to say this because we're so used to saying this stuff, and then people say, "Oh, you're just you're looking through the burgundy and gold glasses," and you got legitimately, they have one of the best offenses in the National Football League, if not the best offense in the National Football League. But the only reason they're not considered a real contender at this point still, which I think some people do, but because of the defense.
Yeah.
It's literally because of the defense. If the defense figures it out, then absolutely the sky's the limit for this team. So I'm really intrigued to see if this is something they continue, week to week. But I love the fact, too, that this is a defense that seems to be confusing Caleb. They started getting something going that last drive, but they've done a really good job today of containing him. They, like you said, rush integrity. They have not gotten, beat by him running all over the place. They've done a really good job containing Caleb today. I'm hoping they keep it up in the second half, and heck, maybe pitch a shutout in the second half too. See if they can, keep this thing rolling.
Let's go to Shane Leesburg. What's up, Shane?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good, brother.
Doing great.
Good, man. Defense has been really impressing me, just getting in that backfield. But like you guys said, that run game needs to come alive. Especially, in that red zone, like you guys were talking about. We need to be able to get those tough 3 yards, those 3rd and 5s, be able to make plays. And the drops right now are killing us, man. That, like the other caller said, that Noah Brown catch, man, that could have been huge. Yeah. The Eckler one, he could have turned that up the field, and who knows what happens with his playmaking ability. It's just I think we're playing okay. Defense is really helping us out, but something needs to click on offense where we just need to finish big drives. Just get into that end zone.
Yeah, the margin of error, Shane, and appreciate your call, brother. The margin of error in the red zone is just so small that, like, I'm not going to fret over the struggles, but I do understand against a better team, right? We talk about, the schedule coming up. Philadelphia looked really impressive today. You can't go kick field goals against Philadelphia, right? You can't go kick field goals against some of the high-octane offenses in the NFL, but I think the red zone stuff, it's a concern, but it's not something that's a major concern to me because I feel like they're 1 or 2 plays away from the red zone stuff hitting.
But to your point, the 1 or 2 plays, how many times do NFL ball games come down to 1 or 2 plays? Someone's got to make the play, whether it's defensively, you got to make a stop, which they did a heck of a job there before the half to stop them from getting any points. Or on the offensive side of the ball, someone's got to put one into the end zone to put this thing away because this could be one of those things, like you say, 1 or 2 plays. Those 1 or 2 plays that they weren't able to make in the first half could be the difference between a win or a loss at the end of this thing if Chicago comes out and figured something out offensively. So you've got to make the plays when they're there. And so far, they haven't been able to make those plays. If they come out and play in the second half and make those plays, they'll win easily. But they've got to make those plays when they're there.
Let's go to Reggie in D.C. What's up, Reggie?
Man, I'm listening to y'all, man. You make it seem like, man, we the Bears and they the Commanders. Like, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, the Bears got a good defense. I mean, borderline great defense. Like, we're playing right now. We're moving the ball. I don't want to say at will, but we're moving enough. I think they said we had like 20 plays on their side of the field, and I think they only had 3. Right now, if for me, I haven't seen anything from Caleb and the offense that would make me afraid that they can do anything. They don't got like under 100 yards of offense. So for me, I'm not saying you're playing conservative, but I like what I'm seeing right now. Zach Ertz, you got to catch that. A lot of drop passes. However, if you look at it, totality, special teams, I kicked it 3 for 3. Defensively, we're playing great. Offensive, again, we had a couple of penalties. But you can't say I'm worried about the offense when we were leading. We're freaking word before this game, leading the league in scoring. What are we talking about?
No one's going to say, I'm not saying I'm worried about it. I just said they're 1 or 2 plays away from hitting in the red zone. Chicago's the best red zone defense in the NFL in terms of touchdowns allowed. They're giving up 5 all year. So it's a really good group. It's what they do well, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they've simply got to be better in that area. A lot of people, looking at Washington's run game and saying, hey, that's how you get it done in the red zone against Chicago. They're really good stopping the run in the red zone too.
Remember, we had the touchdown with Brian Robinson. They called 73 Scott for false start.
Yeah.
Zach Ertz dropped the pass. So it's not like, again, I get it, the penalties we didn't fully maximize, but it's not like, okay, man, you look at those 2 opportunities, man, it's 14 points right there.
Yeah. Well, and the issue here is if the tone is that we're down on the team, we're not down on the team. It's just this is a 9-0 ball game that should be way more than 9-0. And this is how you leave the door open for the Bears to win the ball game. I still think Washington, they're fully handling this ball game. They'll probably go on to win if they keep playing like this. But you leave the door open for Chicago when that door could have been darn near shut at the end of the first half if they just take advantage of some opportunities in the red zone.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, fellas.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a break as the second half gets kicked off here. Washington going to start with the ball at the 30-yard line. By the way, you like the new kickoff?
No. So now I like it when Austin Eckler gets to return it.
Austin Eckler's a heck of a returner. It'd been nice to see him.
No one's gonna kick it to him for the rest of the year. So.
Probably not. Would have been nice to see him get a chance to return one. Washington starting with the ball in the second half, up 9-0, seeing if they can have a statement drive here to go up by a couple of touchdowns in this one. We're going to take a break. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer and Linnell Willingham. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live is presented by Rude as your cooling system, letting you down. Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Commanders up 9-0. We'll get you updated on the second half as they have the ball to start the second half when we come back here on Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham with you here on the Fan and the Team 980. Washington up 9-0. Early on in the third quarter, Washington with the ball, driving it down inside the Chicago 35. A big third down now here for Washington. One thing that we saw here on this drive that I've seen a couple of times this year, and they need to continue to fix it because, I mean, at this point, this team looks like a playoff team, and you can't have this happen in January. Some miscommunications that result in an early timeout in a half. They've got to fix some of that stuff, Linnell. We saw that here already. They've got to find some stuff, the ways to fix that. They weren't very sharp on this drive overall. Able to move the ball, but not sharp.
Yeah, it's football. Not everything's gonna be perfect, but yeah, there's a key pre-snap penalty on a third down. Chicago ends up declining the penalty, so Washington going to be forced to punt the football. They'll back Tressway up deep in, or Tressway will try to back them up deep in their own territory. But yeah, self-inflicted wounds here, I would say, from Washington on this drive. But overall, like the play that really stops this drive was the sack, and I thought the CBS broadcast did a nice job breaking it down. TJ Edwards comes in a C-gap blitz off of a play action fake, and Jaden actually, did a nice job of kind of reacting quickly. Austin Eckler got a little bit of TJ Edwards, but it wasn't really impactful. I love when coaches do this. Still take the delay game to give yourself more room. It's such a genius play to do. But no, like
penalties declined, by the way.
The sack killed the drive. Like that's what it is. It got Washington to a first and 16 or second and 16 situation. Eckler got some of it back on second, and then you have the miscommunication offensively, and now you're really way backed up. So just self-inflicted wounds. They've been a little bit sloppy offensively, but like, think about this, like for the defense to pick a game. If you would have told me going into this thing, man, that like Washington was going to struggle like this offensively.
By the way, JP Finley, tweet out that picture, dog. Inside the 5, Tressway pins him deep.
Yeah, Tress is still a bad,
Love it. Love it. Love it.
But my thing is, if you would have told me during the week that this group offensively was going to look this way and they were going to be up 3 possessions or 2 possessions, I'd tell you, damn, the defense is balling. Damn, the defense is balling. Like
Absolutely.
That to me still is the story. Chicago's first drive of the second half is going to be pinned deep in their own territory. They'll start at the 4. I mean, looking at the stats from the first half, I mean, they haven't really done much offensively. They got 33 yards passing.
Nothing. They have done nothing.
So, like, it's been
90 total yards in the first half.
90 total yards. And this is coming off of a weekend where Washington gave up a season low in yards against Carolina, only giving up $180. This defense has really turned the corner, though, and that to me is the big overall story, man. Like that, they've been huge.
I'm curious
huge in this game.
What adjustments Chicago is going to make in the second half, because they've got to find a way. Final drive before the half, they at least moved the ball, which is the first time really all game that they had gotten as deep as they had. How are they going to build off of that? They came up with some unique runs. Like you said, there was a run where you had Swift lined up in the backfield. I can't remember exactly if they had more lined up as like a fullback sort of thing to the right of Caleb Williams, or if they had him come in motion, ends up with a handoff up the middle to DJ Moore coming in motion versus a handoff to Swift. He's able to pick up a first down and 10 yards on a run play. I think they're going to have to try some more of that if you're Chicago. I'm curious if they're going to be able to find some success, though, because they seem to find something, and maybe it was just something of the defense needing a little bit more of a break to end the first half, but they found something there. I'm curious if Chicago can build off of that, because if they can, this offense, to me, the only issue so far, the red zone offense and whatever, some of the details, it just seems like some of the details, this Chicago defense was never going to beat themselves. If you go back and look, they have the fewest missed tackles in the NFL, according to Pro Football Reference. They have the fewest first downs allowed to penalty, according to Pro Football Reference, with just 6. They're going to play solid. They were always going to play solid. And Washington offensively has not done that. Some of it's been self-inflicted with the penalties. Some of it's been, just inability to make a play at times. But they've got to come through the second half and take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves, and they didn't do that fully in the first half.
No, they did not. And I think, it may not end up mattering in this game because I think the defense has figured it out. But yeah, moving forward, it's definitely going to be something they got to clean up here because you're now starting to view yourself differently, right? You're in that upper echelon, that true top tier, so to speak, of the NFC. And, to keep yourself in that conversation, you got to capitalize on all your opportunities.
Second half starting with the possession for the Bears after Washington was able to drive it down inside Chicago territory, ultimately having to punt. You have them starting with the ball at their own 4-yard line. Washington with a couple of good plays to start this drive. Let's take a break, though. We'll update you when we get back on the Chicago Bears' first drive of the second half. Washington leading 9-0 early in the second half. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Welcome back. Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham. Linnell, I'll give it to you, man. Defense playing their tails off today.
Defense, bang, bang. They've been awesome. I mean, it was the key to the game for me. Is how would this defense respond? Because Chicago, despite what the score says, despite what the box score says, they have talent on this offense, and it's all over the field. It's up front along their offensive line, they're decent. The perimeter with the wide receivers, they're really good. The running backs are improving. DeAndre Swift can ball. And it's one of those situations, man, where it ain't mattered. It really has not mattered. This Washington defense is taking the challenge personally. And let's call it what it is, right? DQ gave credit during his presser Friday. This crowd, man, this crowd is turned.
Falling out.
That's a part of the defensive turnaround, in my opinion. When you can force a team into multiple pre-snap penalties to start the game, it impacts your confidence. And more importantly, it puts them behind the sticks, and that allows your pass rush to tee up. That allows your run defense, to be a little bit more aggressive in trying to make plays, man. I love everything that we've seen from this group on the defense. It's not enough football. Let's go! Oh!
By the way,
what a block by Terry bleeping McLaurin.
And it's about time. It's about time. This is how you take advantage of your opportunities. So, we got a flag on the play.
No.
We got a flag on the play. We got a flag on the play. Washington able to score a touchdown after Jaden Daniels on a second down and long. They bring a blitz. Jaden's able to escape up the middle and make it a 3rd and 1. They run a bubble screen to the left side to Olamide Zacchaeus. He's able to run it up the sideline and score a touchdown on the play. We're waiting word. And it's going to be an ineligible man downfield, which is the second time, by the way, today on a screenplay
out of here
that they've gotten an eligible man downfield penalty, Linnell.
Stupid refereeing crew. They want to be the stars of the damn show. I hate this ref. Anytime you're a referee and I recognize your face, it means you throw too many damn flags. I mean, something that was just so, but it's.
I don't know, man. That is ticky-tack.
It's so far away from the play.
That is so ticky-tack.
It has nothing to, man. Oh my Lord.
It's, to me, Linnell, it is really hard to get an ineligible man downfield when
Jaden is a baller, bro. That's a damn ball.
It's so hard to get an ineligible man downfield when Jaden literally snapped it, held it in the chest of B-Rob, and threw it immediately. How do you get an eligible man downfield? Regardless, 3rd and 6, Jaden's a dog. Can we just, Linnell?
Zach Ertz is having a day.
So before I came back to D.C., I worked in Milwaukee, and we had this, basically at any point, if you wanted to have a talk show radio discussion, and people would call in and people were just happy to talk about it, they talked about Giannis and how much they loved him. Is that not how Jaden's going to be here in D.C.? If you want to be happy, just remember that Jaden Daniels plays for your football team.
I'm about to say, bro, like he's.
I'm
a big believer. I'm a big believer in the Lord. But damn, I mean, Jaden's Jesus to me. I mean, the way, like, that's the best way I can put it.
So good
for his
and what he's able to do. And
oh God, I can't believe they called that.
What I love is that second down. What was it? It was second and what? I can't remember exactly. It was 2nd and long, and you're able to make something out of nothing. It was 2nd and 14. Jaden takes the snap, and there's immediate pressure because they're bringing a blitz. And just about every quarterback in the league, with the exception of, 3 or 4, gets sacked there. And Jaden breaks free and makes it 3rd and 1. And what should have been a touchdown.
Oh, my gosh. Cornelius Lucas is now down. That is massive.
Big time, already without Brandon Coleman, which we hadn't talked about. I don't want to see
Trent. Why did they call up a name? They got a name Dankwa on the practice squad, the pride of
Brandon Coleman has already been out. Trent Scott now in at left tackle. Andrew Wiley has been injured.
If Montez Sweat don't get over there Jaden's about to lose his mind.
Got to call a second timeout. Jaden is losing his mind.
He's tweaking. He is tweaking.
By the way, I get so sick of it. This is something I noticed a lot in the Baltimore game. You noticed it in the Cleveland game. It's clearly a thing that teams are noticing now because of the way that Washington likes to run their no huddle, Linnell. They like to get up to the line of scrimmage and do things there, but at times they're late substituting, and teams will just run on the biggest defensive lineman, and the biggest defensive lineman that they're taking a spot will take his good old freaking time getting off the field. And Washington's gotten screwed a couple of times where dudes just take forever. This is an instance where someone was running off the field late. Washington unable to do anything. They have to burn their second time out of the half. These are the little things I'm talking about, though. Some of these details got to get cleaned up. They have to. I don't know if it's a Cliff thing. I don't know if it's some of the other people on the coaching staff.
It's a byproduct of running a hurry-up offense. I mean, like that.
But it's got to be cleaned up. It can't keep happening. And honestly, it's one of the few things on the offense that's been an issue this year because there aren't many. They've been so good.
I think it's a situation where it's never. Oh my Lord. Yeah, so Mike Dieter was in on that one. I wonder what happened up front.
I don't know. I think there could have been a holding here too, by the way. I think Ertz is trying to slip out and he just gets grabbed and has nowhere to throw the ball.
He almost got, that was a hip drop.
Yeah, it's very much like a hip drop and almost a horse collar because he's no longer in the pocket.
So it's an ankle injury for Cornelius Lucas. He is.
That'll be something to monitor. That'll be something to monitor with this coming down here in the second half because Wiley's clearly not 100%. We've seen him stay down a little bit at times after plays. Now you're to Trent Scott at your left tackle position. I don't know. It seems like that was awfully ticky-tack for that ineligible man downfield on Cosme, right? That was awfully ticky-tack. Like,
yeah, it's the ref. He wants
it's
to be
tough.
on the screen.
It's another spot where you settle for a field goal and you feel like you got to punch one of these in. I mean, the defense keeps playing like they do. It won't matter.
Yeah.
But 12-0 Washington, and it could be a lot worse. They're going to have to start taking advantage of these opportunities, but defense keeps playing like they do. It really is going to be inconsequential.
It's not going to matter. I mean, I can't believe when I look at the numbers. But go ahead. I don't want to stop.
Well, my thing is, this is now multiple times they've gotten screwed by the ref. Inside the red zone area, where the first one I think is more inexcusable than this one. The first one, you had Trent Scott called for a false start while there were 12 men on the field for Chicago. How's that even a thing? How's that even a thing? And the dude was lined up behind the Washington line of scrimmage. How's that a thing? You got a Doc peering in at us.
I looked at him.
I think Doc is trying to tell us that they're not taking advantage of their opportunities on offense. Am I right, Doc?
That's
Jake. Yes, or I feel like that's what he's trying to tell us. I feel like he's peering in because he feels like he's the Chicago Bears' opportunity of coming back, just staring at us right in the face. I think that's what he's trying to do here. But I just feel like that last one was a little ticky-tack, but they're going to have to find some ways to punch this thing in the end zone at some point. The defense keeps playing, and we'll forget about it, but they've got to punch one of these in.
As long as your defense is playing this way, it's inconsequential, but I don't know how long you can rely on them to play this well.
I mean, they haven't given up a touchdown yet. They haven't given up a single point yet.
Yeah, they have.
That's great. You'd love for them to pitch a shutout, but come on now. Offense has got to take care of their own business. And some of this stuff, like I said, they're going to have to find a way to be a little sharper on some of the stuff. And honestly, Linnell, this sounds crazy, but this team, if things stay the way they are now, would be 6-2. You're looking at one of the better teams in the NFC. Like, you've got to start gearing up for January. That's the crazy part. So to me, you're without 2 timeouts now in the second half because of procedural stuff. That cannot happen, because if that happens in January, you just can't have it. You've got to figure some of this stuff out. It's got to sharpen up.
Yes.
I know it sounds like you're being nitpicky, but I mean, the reality is,
I get it.
This team is playing winning football. You want them to continue playing winning football. So you can't let the little stuff fester and let it go. The little stuff has to be taken care of, and they've done a good job of it for the most part. But that's where we're at with this team. It's a good thing that we're arguing about that, Linnell. Then the last time I did this show, we were talking about it in a break, was the second Giants game I did with Denton last year when Tommy DeVito won. I'm glad we're talking about them using timeouts early in the second half versus Tommy DeVito kicking their butt and throwing up the gabagool sign or whatever that is. I'm glad we're watching that instead of that.
Are they showing the highlights from the greatest high school game ever played? This was the greatest high school game ever. They're showing Caleb Williams Hail Mary game winner walk off against DeMatha. I mean, just crazy stuff. But this dude,
really cool. They got the Gonzaga high school football team out there today, holding the giant flag
I
at
love
Northwest
that. I
Stadium.
love that bit that we do. By the way, it's the coolest thing.
It's really cool. And by the way,
Caleb's got 33 yards passing.
That's props to Josh Harris. That's props to Josh Harris because they didn't used to do the big flag occasionally, but they've been doing the big flag much more often. By the way, they have Caleb Williams flustered. Yeah. This dude is not comfortable at all back there. And the thing is, he still might be able to make some plays, so you better still buckle up those chin straps and come to work the rest of the game defensively. But he does not look comfortable at all. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get you up to date. The Bears got the ball, their second play of the drive. They got the ball on their own side, 2nd and 3. You listen to Burgundy Gold Game Day Live, which is brought to you by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Well, score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Washington getting the ball back after they force another punt. Washington up 12-0. You're listening to Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham. They're going to get the ball at their own 6 to start this drive. 2:44 left in the third quarter. Linnell, it cannot be said enough about the defense. But real quick, before we go back to talking about the defense, the crowd at Northwest Stadium has forced 3 penalties today. It was 3rd and 2. They ended up picking up the first down. They get called back for illegal formation. 3rd and 7. False start because of the noise. And Jim Nantz even acknowledged it on the broadcast, saying these players are thankful that this fan base is showing out. And credit to everyone out at the stadium. That's at least 3 penalties today that could partially be acknowledged because of the noise at the stadium. So credit to the fans out there. But the defense, once again, I want to read you some stats real quick. So let's just start with the team stats overall. Chicago, they're probably not going to touch the ball again before the end of the third quarter, I'd assume, has 113 total yards on 36 plays. That's 3.1 yards per play compared to 6.4 for Washington. They have 314 total yards, 201 more yards for Washington on 13 more plays. Get this. Everybody was talking up the matchup of Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels today, 14 of 24, 191 through the air, no touchdowns, no picks, 2 sacks. Jaden also chipping in 6 carries for 43 yards on the ground. Listen to this for Caleb Williams, Linnell. 3 of 12, 33 yards. 7 rushes, 36 yards. 33 yards on 3 of 12 passing. He has done nothing today.
Yeah, it was this defense. I apologize to Marcus Mariota. I may be apologizing to defense tonight. I mean, I didn't think they were capable of an effort like this against this type of offense. Now, granted, it's a rookie quarterback, but I mean, what they're doing on defense, man, you can't. They're pitching a shutout, bro. They're real out pitching a shutout right now, and it doesn't look like Chicago is going to score. Like, this seems like something that is sustainable. I don't know who to give, and I guess it doesn't matter who I get the credit to, but like the way I'm looking at it, bro, is like I want to give credit to the front 4. Yes, they're getting after folks, but the secondary making Caleb hold on to the football. I don't know if it's because of the disguises or what, but like Caleb has had to hold it long on everything. Nothing's getting out on time. And then the other thing that I noticed too, Mikey Samer still at outside corner, disrupting the timing of the routes with press man coverage. Not doing it all the time, but on that third down, he walked up on Keenan before the snap of the ball. And he didn't even give him he still kind of gave him a free release, but he was in the hip pocket, man. And I'm impressed by what we've seen from this group, man. The one other thing I'm worried about a little bit, though, Trent Scott's still out there. They just ran a play to his side. You see why he stinks. I mean, he couldn't have blocked me on that play. Like, that's just not.
Just got to throw him the ball.
He's not mobile. He's not mobile. He's not really strong. I don't know why they kept him over. Who they cut over him? I would have kept Mason Brooks over Trent Scott, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They got to make a play here on 3rd and 3.
They do.
Real quick, I want to get your thoughts on this. I'm gonna read this tweet, so it's not my own thoughts. I'll reserve my own thoughts for later. I'm just curious what you think. Mitch Tischler, our guy, Mitch Tischler, tweets, whispers, this defensive line might just be better without John Allen.
Hindsight's 2020. Man,
I'm just curious what you thought.
I don't think money making Mitch means that.
No,
I don't.
No, but they are playing. They're playing great today.
I think he's being facetious, but nah, I'm almost at a loss for words, dog. Like, it's that impressive what they're doing on defense. I genuinely, and it's been the story all game, I genuinely can't believe what I'm watching. Like, they've been that good on defense, and it's like,
they're going to need,
where did this come from?
I don't know.
They're bought in on that side of the football.
That's
the best way I could put it, is the buy-in level. One, the buy-in level's at an all-time high, and then 2, on top of the buy-in, executing with it as well. So
I wish I felt better right now, but it's only 12-0. That's the tough part about listening now. Another 3 and out, which, by the way, I think that Cliff has done a fantastic job this year. this offense seems to never go 3 and out. They did here. It seems like they never go 3 and out. So credit to Cliff, but they've got to get something, man. Like, I don't want to keep depending on the defense. If they go and pitch the shutout, that's great. But you can't feel great because this is one of those scripts that you can still see. You know, maybe again it becomes inconsequential.
The game's dragging on too. It feels like this game, the second
game
half
is
taking
definitely
forever.
dragging, and you're still leaving the door open when the door should have been slammed shut about 2 possessions ago.
Yeah,
It's just it's still there now.
but they're showing it now. He's had some bad misses, man.
Well, Caleb does not look comfortable, and this was my point early. If you could get some pressure on him, he's going to be inaccurate. He's not going to feel great back there. He has not felt great back there. He has not been accurate. He's not felt good back there all game long. And so getting to him early, I think, has paid off big time. He's 4 of 13 for 36 yards. Caleb Williams has been very, very bad today. They're going to have to find something on the ground. They just ran something around the outside, and
wow,
this is what I'm talking about, Linnell.
Yeah, well, so I didn't even. Damn, I got to see the replay.
This is what I'm talking about, Linnell.
Was that a reverse, a jet sweep?
It was like a sweep. This game should be over with, and Chicago is finding a way to put themselves back in it because one bad play defensively, one bad play. They run a little sweep to the left with DeAndre Swift. And bunch of missed tackles.
Yeah, Chin got the first.
Quan Martin's got to make that play.
Little friendly fire, yeah.
Quan Martin's got to make that play.
That's tough.
But this is what I'm saying. The defense still has not played bad today, Linnell, but it's going to be a 5-point ball game.
Yeah, they gave up the big explosive. That's what DeAndre Swift has the ability to do is create, generate explosive plays.
That's what I'm saying.
On that one, yeah, man, you just
you
can't give up the edge.
But you know what? I'm not even the defense can't do that. You cannot give up a big play like that. At the same point, they've made plays all game long. It's now the offense's turn. Make this inconsequential that they went down and scored a touchdown by answering back. You've had your fun by only getting 4 field goals, getting down into the red area a couple of times and not coming through. Now move the ball and punch one into the end zone. And by the way, don't let the refs throw a stupid flag on the play when you score a touchdown. Make them keep that flag in the pocket. Someone's got to make a play on this run by Swift. But this is why you cannot allow these things to happen. These NFL teams are too good. It takes one play and the game shifts. This is why at halftime, the tone was not celebratory when you're up 9-0 because it should have been 21-0. If it were 21-0, no one cares that this touchdown goes for the distance, right? This is a ball game now. This is a ball game.
Yeah, it all of a sudden I'm all of a sudden nervous.
That's how I felt the whole time, dog.
Good news for Washington. Cornelius Lucas, according to Ben Standing, walking back to the sideline. So hopefully they'll get him in there. But yeah, I mean, that's tough, bro. That's tough here. I mean, wow. So we got the end of the quarter coming up. And I think as the fourth gets ready to start here, you got to put this is the time to put together a drive. One of those long touchdown drives.
This is your chance right here. You can go win the ball game right here. The way the defense is played, I know they just gave up a big play, Linnell, but the defense overall has allowed nothing. They've allowed one play. This is your chance to go win the ball game right here, and you got to trust that they can do that. Run the ball, take some of the clock off, let Jaden make some plays, and find a way to put this one on ice. It should have already been done, but you can still win this ball game right here, and you work on all the stuff later this week because there's plenty of stuff to clean up offensively. Defensively, they have done a fantastic job all game. Now it's time for the offense to pick up where the defense has finally come up short today because they've been nails up until that point.
So here's the thing, right? We haven't really seen, and I'd be interested to go back. Like, guys aren't winning necessarily on the edge right now or on the perimeter for Washington at wide receiver.
No.
I think that's hurt this situation as well.
Someone needs to make a play.
The running game has been good. I just wonder here now it's just about execution and making plays. And I was just getting ready to mention, like, Terry McLaurin hasn't touched the football.
Well, these dudes are talking.
Yeah, hey, Sam Cosby just jabbed somebody. Oh yeah, I love that. I love everything about that. We don't go like that. That's smack like that. We don't go like that. This is what it is. I've never seen Terry McLaurin that
Terry is talk. The only time I've seen Terry talk like that was Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah,
Look at him. He is
crazy.
heated.
They playing.
Did you read his lips there?
Yeah. Wow.
And they caught on defense. Tyreek Stevenson,
Chicago,
I think, threw a punch or hit at somebody.
Yeah, Cosme jabbed him. I think the second punch got called. Cosme caught him real quick.
Terry's got that look.
Yeah,
we can't say what Terry's saying on the radio right now.
Yeah, look, Cosme got him. Oh no, he didn't. I thought.
Yeah,
Cosme
see, Tyreek Stevenson. Yeah. Terry's talking to Tyreek Stevenson. That's great by Terry, though. And by the way, we need to see him finish one of these in the end zone, one of these long passes. But that's what Terry's so good at. And I don't think they utilize him enough in that role. He can catch the ball 15 yards over the middle. You saw that. He caught the ball in a nice in route, and he just fights for those extra yards. I think that fires the football team up.
It's lit in that joint, man.
I mean, Jaden's jawing with somebody. Caleb's over on the bench looking like he doesn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, look, he's going to go jump in mommy's arms at the end of the game and shed a tear or two. I actually sound like such a hypocrite.
I did not say
one of the guys defending him.
I love Caleb Williams. So I'm not even going to say that. I
mean, it is what it is, brother. But I actually defended him for that.
12-7 after 3 quarters. What's the key, Linnell? Fourth quarter here. What's the key to a win?
Explosives, man. You got to generate another explosive play. Wow. This is via Commanders PR. T-Mac just passed Ricky Sanders, 7th on the franchise's all-time reception list. That's big news for old Tear Bear. But yeah, I think they got to generate another explosive on offense, man. I think that to me is the key. They've got a bunch of yards. The red zone offense obviously has got to be better, but maybe you can avoid the red zone if you can generate an explosive play offensively. You got damn near 400 yards of offense with
12 points.
With 12 points. So it just shows you how well they've done.
Exactly. That's the only issue offensively today. It's really it, because they haven't turned the ball over.
No.
They've moved the ball almost every possession they've had it.
They're averaging 5 yards a pop on the ground.
Almost 6. 25 carries, 143. Now, some of that is Jaden with some of the scrambles. But even if you want to just take guys running the ball on the ground, Robinson, 14 for 60. I see one of the things that I wanted to see, and we'll see how many touches he gets in the second half, the fourth quarter, excuse me. I wanted to see Brian Robinson get 20, 25 carries. Just hand him the rock. And he very well might.
He may
Austin Eckler, 4 for 41. Mick Nichols, the 1 carry, like we talked about, for -1 yards earlier. But, I mean, it's hard to be frustrated with the offense outside of just not being able to score a touchdown versus settle for a field goal. Yeah. It's where you got to give credit to Chicago, because Chicago hasn't had anything going on offense, and their defense has kept them in this ball game, because this should not be a ball game, but going into the fourth quarter, it still is. I mean, listen to these numbers again. We already read some of these off, but listen to these numbers on the offensive side of the ball for Chicago. Caleb Williams, 4 for 13 for 36 yards, Linnell. He has as many rushing yards as he does passing yards. 36.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know they won a game. Anything. I know they won a game like that earlier in the year where he didn't have a lot of passing yards, but like, you don't try to do this. I mean, it isn't on purpose. So,
all right. As the fourth quarter starts, we'll take a break. We'll update you on the Commanders' drive here to start the fourth quarter. As we come back, they got the ball at the 36-yard line of Chicago, looking to go in here, and the jawing continues. Look at that. A little sportsmanship. Terry dapping up his boy, Tyreek Stevenson. He beat him on one. Jaden wasn't able to complete that one. But we'll be back here. We'll get you set on what's going on here in the fourth quarter. It's a Burgundy and Gold Game Day on the Fan. It's presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Commanders lead 12-7 as the fourth quarter gets underway at Northwest Stadium. Burgundy and Gold, Game Day Live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham. Score is still 12-7. Austin Seibert, 51-yard field goal was blocked by Javon Dexter. Score stays tied, Linnell. 12-7. Chicago about to get the ball at the Washington, or their own 41-yard line, trailing 12-7. But that drive offensively is not sharp. Again, like it just feels like they've had some good plays. They've had some stuff going their way, but they have not been fully sharp. The last throw on 3rd and 7, there's a chance there. Jaden's unable to hit Zach Ertz, sails it a little bit. Now, there was a hand in the way. Maybe it gets tipped down at the line if he gets it down a little bit. But
you're talking about the Ertz pass. My bad.
the Ertz pass. But yeah,
Seibert just kicked.
Seibert wasn't making that regardless.
It
It was blocked.
Dirt. No, it wasn't blocked. He kicked all dirt.
Well, it did
He
get
literally
blocked.
missed the football.
He got a hand on it, so we'll give him the blocked field goal. But regardless, defense going to have to bow up again.
Yeah, looks like they're trying their darndest. They're getting after him.
Defense needs to get a turnover here because the offense it's killing me, Linnell. This game should be over. This game should be over. This game should have been over, but it's still going because this offense can't put things away.
Yeah, was that a sack?
Someone's got to make a play too.
Was that a sack?
He just got it off.
Just got it off.
By the way, earlier today, Johnny Newton's first career sack.
Yeah.
Saw that in the first quarter. Got things going, blown up screenplay.
Yeah, the second half for Washington offensively has just been tough, man. Self-inflicted wounds, man.
What are we talking about? Screenplay. There they go. They try to run a screenplay.
Yeah. Was that intentional grounding?
No,
Illegal man downfield?
no.
Their recognition on the screen stuff has been awesome.
You're going to get ineligible man downfield. But yeah, I think offensively, I don't know how many more times you can say it. It's been good, but it hasn't been fully sharp.
Yeah.
It's missing a little bit of detail. And you know what, Linnell? Honestly, we haven't brought this up. You know what that might be? Jaden Daniels didn't practice this week.
I mean, I don't think that him not practicing
I'm not saying, but
ineligible man. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Some of it's details, and yeah, a lot of it's not necessarily Jaden related. I'm not blaming Jaden.
The guys are just moving. Guys aren't executing. I mean, this is one of the. I don't think that has much to do with him not practicing. They're just simply not executing. It's a good defense they're playing against, which we continue to mention. Like their red zone defense is amongst the best in the NFL. This is an elite group on that side of the football, man. So like, I don't read too much into how Washington's struggling because most of it, in my opinion, I would say is self-inflicted for the most part, man.
This defense, though, continues to bow up, and they've been continue to go out there, and every time it feels like there's a chance for a momentum swing, Chicago's got nothing, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm Shane Waldron. What play do you call?
Yeah, I mean this blanketed in coverage, man. That's a really good job by Chin on Everett, not even letting them get a release.
There is no one open, and even if they are open, Caleb is incredibly flustered and has no idea where to go with the football.
Defensive masterclass.
It's been fantastic. And you know what? This is where you credit the defensive head coach. This is where you credit Joe Witt Jr. They have done a great job with the game plan today. I mean, once again, 3 and out here for Chicago as they gear up to punt back to Washington after Washington was unable to come through they have a missed field goal. They've done so good defensively today. Look, I thought that they were going to be better defensively today. I had a feeling about this team today with the defense. I have no idea why.
Ooh, Caleb almost had his season ended, man. That one guy may have. Johnny Newton is a load, dog. Did you see what Johnny Newton just did to Tevin Jenkins?
Johnny Newton's a dog. But, I mean, they have nothing going.
No, they don't.
The last possession, Caleb Williams passing complete to Keenan Allen. Caleb Williams passing complete. Caleb Williams passing complete. They got nothing. I mean,
I'd try to get the football back on the ground. I don't necessarily dig the play call in here from Shane Waldron.
Caleb's stats 4 of 16.
Yeah, so clearly you're not doing a good job throwing it. Play action pass game is non-existent because there's no threat of the run because you won't try. Yeah, Shane Waldron ain't calling a good game.
No, he's not.
And they're not executing either. So it's been, but give credit to Washington, man. I think Washington's defense is a big reason for it. I mean,
looks like it might have got a false start here on a punt.
Another one? Third? Is that the fourth pre-snap penalty?
I think the 4th or 5th. That's the crowd, man. That's the crowd. Crowd's done a really good job today.
Home field advantage, man.
I mean, who would have thought?
Exists.
Maybe you know what it took, Linnell? I mean, no disrespect, but you changed the name. Maybe people got fooled and didn't realize that Northwest Stadium is still FedEx Field.
Yeah.
Maybe they got they thought they built a new stadium or something because they are showing out.
Yeah, they are
this year. They're showing
that
out.
was a hell of a punt.
Yeah, you know who Chicago's MVP is today? Tory Taylor.
Remember when Caleb told him he wasn't gonna have to punt much?
How many times has he punted today?
Did he mean all the games except for Washington?
He has punted 6 times today, maybe 7 times. Maybe that was his 7th punt.
This
averaging 48 yards a punt.
Toby, this drive is seismic. You're backed up deep in your own territory. You're up by a possession. They got to score. Bad.
This is your pack it up and go home drive right here. You find a way to get down there and punch it in the end zone. We can pack it up and go home.
Yeah.
This is your chance. Go win. You've moved the ball all game, but you haven't, like I said, I feel like it's a little bit of the sharpness, the details have slipped a little bit. Here's your chance right now. Go win this football game. You got a chance. You're starting at your own 9-yard line. Depend on the ground game. Find a way to push this thing and get down there and score a touchdown and win this thing. Let's take a break. Washington with the ball. Hopefully going to drive down here. 2nd down from their own 12-yard line. Let's see if they can drive it down. We'll give you the update when we come back. You're listening to Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Toby Altizer and Linnell Willingham as Washington leads 12-7. It's all brought to you by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Burgundy and Gold, game day live. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham. Commanders lead 12-7. Score stays the same after Washington is able to pick up a first down or two, but then they have to punt the ball back to Chicago. They just won't go away, Linnell. And they just can't put them away, more appropriately. And by the way, Jaden took a shot at the end of that drive. I think he'll be fine, but Jaden took a shot. Looked like he felt that one in the ribs as he threw one away. They're just missing something offensively that they cannot.
Can I make an observation?
Yeah, make the observation.
Where the bleep is Brian Robinson? Where is he? Where is he? You had 3rd and 3 and you got the ball in the air. Why? You go on this drive chart. You tell me the last time you've seen a run from B. Robinson. Go back and tell me the last time you've seen it. Where is he?
We're looking.
I can't find it.
2nd and 5, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in the third quarter.
I need Brian Robinson to touch the football. I do. I do. So Bill Murray is in there at left tackle for Tevin Jenkins. So backups on the interior for Chicago. Gerard Payne, please.
It's been 14 plays since B-Rob touched the football, to your point.
14 plays since he last touched the ball.
If I did my math correctly. I don't know, man. It's just, this is a script for Chicago to come away with a momentous victory. Washington just has to continue doing what they've done all game defensively.
Where is Brian Robinson?
I don't know, man. It's just, this is killing me that they're still in this ball game.
Where is Brian Robinson? Somebody answer on social media, please. In the chat, where is he? This is that's gonna be my hill that I die on. If we lose this game, they're getting gashes in the run game.
I'm telling you, dude, they had to finish this game out. They really have to. I don't know, man. This is tough. Now, the defense has played well, except for one play. So if they can get back to what they were doing.
Okay, maybe they're talking about him. I don't know. Where's Brian Robinson? And now they're gashing us in the running game. Now we're getting gashed in the running game. Jeez Louise. Oh, this is going to be miserable.
Well.
Damn it, Doc Walker. You came in here spewing that negativity.
Well, he just jumped right over Quan. Right over him. You're right, though. They've got to find something on offense. It's
Brian Robinson. That's what it is. They're not converting 3rd and shorts. We've been doing this all year. You're 3rd and 3 and you're dropping the kid back. Run the damn ball, Cliff.
They only have 100 yards?
You're running the ball at will. Run the damn ball. Jeez.
Another injury for Chicago. Looks like their left tackle, which you already said was Bill Murray. I thought was a comedian. I don't know.
I don't get why they're not running it. What? This is the second time you play a good defense, and Cliff forgets how the hell you got here. Cliff, you can't forget what got you here. There's no I don't give a damn if you're playing the 85 Bears. Brian Robinson, it's your best weapon on offense. Outside of Terry. It's him. He is the tone setter for this group. And they're choosing not to run the football. For the life of me, I can't understand it. You're in 3rd and short. We've seen Tress more than we've seen him all year long.
Well, and to your point, Jaden Daniels has thrown the ball 34 times today, excuse me. His season high is 35 against Baltimore, a game in which they could not run the football. His passing attempts this season, 24, 29, 23, 30, 25. Last week, only 2 before he got hurt. He's going to get to 35 or more in a week in which they were able to run the football. These dudes are chit-chatting. It's a little chippy. But
the ref not blowing the damn whistle.
there's a real shot here for Jaden to maybe have to go win this thing with about 6 minutes to go.
Well, that's if they give up a touchdown. How, God forbid, you speak that into existence.
I'm just saying.
Where is Brian? Seriously, I'm gonna keep asking until we get the ball back. That's unacceptable. It's inexcusable, bro. It should never.
Oh,
good gracious,
man!
Out of bounds.
Caleb's finally making some throws this drive.
That has to be incomplete.
Caleb is finally making some throws this drive. DJ Moore is hurt.
Yeah, DJ Moore just got lit the hell up.
DJ Moore got lit up. Caleb threw a beautiful ball while he was getting hits. I don't know, man.
I don't. Oh my gosh, I'm terrified right now, bro. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. I don't feel good about anything.
That's a catch.
It was for sure.
That's a catch. 2 feet in.
Damn.
That's a catch. That's a heck of a catch by DJ Moore. By the way, heck of a throw by Caleb. He's made two NFL throws this drive. One to Kmet over the middle. This one is his best throw. Not that there's been many good throws, but this is his best throw of the day. Down the left sideline while he's getting hit. I think it was Bobby Wagner right in his chin.
He got whacked.
He got smoked. Chicago now
boy.
1st and goal.
Yeah, this drive for the Bears, you've seen the DeAndre Swift impact here. What we talked about leading up to this game, you limit the explosive plays of Chicago. The explosives have killed Washington. Explosives have killed Washington in the second half. They're outgaining Washington by a significant margin here in the second half. And I don't know necessarily how to put my finger on it to say what exactly has caused it. But like, oh man, this has been tough.
I don't know, man. I don't feel good.
I don't feel good either, just because, I mean, we've been here before. Oh, momentum, man. It starts to shift and shift and shift and shift and shift. And it leaves you at a certain point.
Well,
now, that's how I'm starting to feel.
You've had way too many opportunities to close this football game out already. And you just have not taken advantage of them. It's just plain and simple. You've had chances all game long, and you have not taken advantage, whether it's not giving the ball to Brian Robinson, like you're saying, or just finishing these drives, finding a way. There haven't been many guys that stepped up and made a play today outside of Jaden. Terry's made a couple in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
But no one's making plays. Zach Ertz, catch the football in the end zone. Austin Eckler, catch the ball in the middle of the field. Guys got to step up and make some plays. And they're not making them. They're not. This game should be over with.
I don't want to see any of you nitwits either on Twitter. I dare one of y'all say something bad about this defense. I'll block you immediately. I swear to God. This is a Cliff Kingsbury vomiting all over himself, dog. It's no damn way you sit there and wait. 15 plays got to go by before you touch the football.
You need a turnover right here.
Does he know that you're allowed to run the football on third down? It's illegal in all 50 states, Clifford.
You need a turnover right here.
Well, good thing they're playing in Maryland, buddy. Like that,
You need a turnover right here in the worst way.
I can't believe it's the chunk plays. I'm writing down what's causing this. Chunk plays given up defensively. The explosives is what have killed them in the second half.
But they've been on the field a lot in the second half.
Yeah, because the offense can't sustain
Offense hasn't
the drive.
done anything in the second half.
That's because Cliff won't run the damn ball. I don't know what it is, Cliff. I called him Clifford. I don't think Cliff is short for Clifford, but get him. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. DeAndre Carter coming into the game and making a play. You got to be bleeping me.
Caleb's looking much more comfortable right now.
Damn, that's a ball. Did you see that throw?
Caleb has looked so much better this drive than he has the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, he looks comfortable.
Well, I don't even know
He's
that
trying to break our damn heart.
Dude, I don't even know that he looks comfortable. He's just making plays. He just he didn't make plays all game.
Why am I looking at the crowd and y'all stop making noise on the most important down? They just handed it to an offensive lineman. And he fumbled. Did he fumble? Oh my God, they're idiots.
Holy cow.
Is Johnny
Keep going, Johnny. Keep going, Johnny.
No way they handed it off to an offensive. Two idiot offensive coordinators today. I mean, just two dummies. Shane Waldron and Cliff Kingsbury.
There is no. What the heck just happened?
They're literally down 3 starters up front. So they handed it to like their reserve offensive lineman. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. That ain't the fridge,
That's
dog.
a touchdown. He was never down. Hold on. Okay, he's down right there. He's down by contact. Holy hell.
That was never.
Shane Waldron is the dumbest. What? Shane Waldron is an idiot.
Who did they just hand the ball to? Who did they just try to hand the ball to? It ain't William Perry, I can tell you that much. It ain't the fridge. What are they doing?
Chicago's already down.
Bro.
3-4 linemen.
Cliff Kingsbury has not called the best game today, and he is not the biggest idiot at offensive coordinator at Northwest Stadium right now. What the heck is that?
I don't even know what I'm watching. Chicago's down 3 or 4 O-linemen in this game, and they hand it to like some random Joe.
Who's number 68? Let me look up their roster. Do you have a running back in his past? Who's number 68? Gotta find his name.
On a fullback dive to a backup guard, I think. Doug Kramer Jr.
Doug Kramer Jr.
Yeah. To a backup guard. on 3rd and goal. I'm like dumbfounded. This is that may quite literally be the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my gosh.
It's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
Our sister station, 670 The Score. My guy Mitch Rosen. They are gonna have
they're
gonna have a day tomorrow.
They're probably losing their mind right now. Shane Waldron is a certified idiot.
What are you doing?
He's no Shane Waldron.
By the way,
what a day
first
for Johnny
turnover.
Newton, right?
First turnover of the game.
Yeah.
They have not played good football, but they have played clean football in terms of they have not turned the ball over. Here's your chance once again. Here's your chance once again. You need to go win this football game right now. Here's your chance. Here's your chance to go win this thing because 6 minutes to go. You got the ball back. You're backed up. This is that vintage Washington drive right here. 97 yards to go. Punch this thing in, Linnell. Win this thing. And by the way, look who's in.
Look who's on the damn field. Hello, Brian. I've missed you.
What if he runs play action?
Oh, my God. Oh, damn, that was so close to. If he would have bounced that. Oh, God, I'm insufferable.
Linnell, how far do you have to go down the play sheet on, what was it, 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line? How far down the play sheet are you going to hand it to backup center Doug Kramer Jr.?
Dog, you think I'm playing? I've never seen something that dumb.
As he lines up as the fullback in the I formation, I'm going to hand it off to my backup center. That's the way I'm going.
Tremaine Edmonds is in there laying lumber, young. Good God,
Linnell, this is what I need you to do. I need you to install that play in your Madden
in my
league.
Madden league. Yeah, I mean this is insane.
Tristan Wirfs left and Tristan Wirfs right. That's what I need.
This is,
bro. That's like Washington.
I honestly don't know what to say.
That's like Washington bringing in Michael Dieter to hand the ball to him
on a pivotal down. That's the dumbest. You're a 4-down. I'm not going to continue to try to explain.
I mean, I don't want to trash them too much because if they come back and win this football game, holy cow, that is hilarious.
They're sending no, they dropped out. They dropped out run, Jaden. They got the spy on him. Beat him. He beat the spy. Got the first. And he stretched out.
Ugh.
He's a dog, young.
He is.
He's a dog.
They're marking him short.
No, he's not short.
They're going to mark him about a half-yard short.
JD is the biggest competitor this city seen.
They're going to mark him about a half-yard short here.
That's like that.
They're going to mark him a half-yard short here. I don't know that I agree with that spot.
Well, he's not a half-yard short. He's not down yet. He's still not down. He is on someone's body right there. He's not down. That's a first. He never touches the ground. Oh, his knee's down right there. Oh, his knee's down, but where's the ball?
Man, you got to punt this. But, man, this is going to be.
Where's his knee at? Good God. Oh, he got it by the nose of the football.
Oh my goodness. They're short
I'm
by
going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I may go for this. I'd go for it. I don't care.
4th and inches.
I'd go for it.
If you I know who
I
would be
would-
going for this.
They're punting me.
Philadelphia. I don't think Cliff has any plays he likes, is the issue.
Man, run Jaden Daniels, read option, bro. You have Jaden. Run him. Run, run, run.
This is tough, man.
Wow.
This is tough.
I mean, it's not like Chicago can score. What are you gonna do? Hand it to probably got the Caleb Williams returning punts.
Hey, watch out on this one. They're gonna run the triple option with their backup left tackle.
Yeah. Do they dare fake punt it here?
McNichols is one of the up backs.
Jeremy Reeves direct snap.
No, here we go.
Trey I called him Trey. We should start calling Tress Trey. Slim is like that. DeAndre Carter.
All right, well, here's your chance. Defense. You know what? Honestly, this is poetic, Linnell. 4:21 left.
Yeah, it is, but damn, I don't like this.
Chicago's got the ball. Chance to go win this thing. Score is 12-7. I mean, the defense has won this game already in terms of how they played. Now is your chance to go win it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've been the team. They've been the ones that have kept you in front this entire game. Now's their chance to close it out one last time because the offense hadn't done crap in the second half.
No, they haven't. Let's
get in one final break here. Chicago got the ball. Pivotal drive, 38-yard line on their own side of the field. 1st and 10. Caleb Williams and the Bears going in to try and win this thing. We'll get you all the way back up to date. On the other side of this break, it's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. And remember, post-game, DOC, Doc Walker with you after hopefully a Burgundy and Gold victory. We are under 2 minutes at Northwest Stadium. Commanders lead 12-7. Chicago with the ball, looking to go in and win this thing. 3rd and 5 for Chicago. Deron Payne making a big trip up of Caleb Williams as he tried to escape on 2nd down. This is the game right here, Linnell. Defense has been the ones to keep him in it. Defense is going to have to win it for him here. Caleb has looked much better these last 2 drives than he has the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, they continuously have caught What the hell are they doing?
Shane Waldron might win this game for Washington.
Yeah, they are running Caleb Williams. I don't.
And by the way,
it makes zero sense.
Do you not miss those timeouts right now if something were to go the other way? This is the most consequential.
That's true. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
You've got to be playing. Defense can win this right here. 4th and 3.
I can't believe he just called on a 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 quarterback draw.
Back Caleb Williams designed runs, dude. It's idiocy.
Hey,
idiocy from Shane
Cliff
Waldron.
has not called a great game.
Cliff hasn't called a great game either. But this is the thing here. Washington,
bring the house.
Washington has struggled.
Bring the house.
They're in zone.
No chance.
They called a flag on St. Jude's.
No way, man.
Wow. Panicked. Did he panic or what? I hope he didn't panic. It looked like he panicked.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. They calling it for real? Pass interference. Not even a hold. So pass interference. Ball's at the spot of the
ball at the 1.
Damn, man. Wow. Wow.
That's pass interference.
Yeah, he put his arm around
grabbed
his
him.
waist. Killer penalty. Just too handsy. Yeah. That's tough.
grabbed
Just a
him.
little. He didn't need to.
He didn't.
He didn't need to.
He didn't.
BSJ just panicked on that one, man. He didn't need to.
That shouldn't be at the 1, by the way. That should be at the 3. Josh Harris is not happy.
Didn't need to grab. Oh, I love watching Josh on the sideline, though. He just a real owner, a real man.
I mean,
compared to what we had
this
out
is
there
football
before.
right here.
1st
4
and
downs
goal.
from the 1.
A DJ Moore fade is completely uncatchable.
Wow, he almost
That's
made
a terrible
a play on
ball. That was a horrible ball. The play calling though is stupid. Like, wow. They don't have they're down offensive linemen too. So like I get it.
I don't know, man. Fades at the goal line are not good play calls.
Shane Waldron is drunk.
And heck of a Mikey Sammer still's right in there.
Shane Waldron must be drunk.
And by the way, if they're gonna get open, just grab them right here.
Yeah, right.
He's in.
Oh man. Wow. I can't believe this is how we're about to go down.
I mean, I would say something. I don't. What do you want me to say?
That is incredible.
You cannot lose this football game.
Yeah, you can't.
And by the way, Linnell, the offense has won all 5 of their ball games. They lost this ball game.
Yeah.
They lost it.
I mean, that's tough, bro. Good gracious, man.
They've taken care of their business in every game.
Oh, man.
They did not take care of business today. And now you would probably miss some timeouts. You got 1 timeout. They're going to go for 2 here. You got 1 timeout.
I mean, they're not in a terrible spot. Oh, wow. They even got the 2-point.
They got the 2-point conversion on the Travis Kelce play that the Chiefs love to run.
Come on, Washington. That's tough, bro.
Defense has done their job all game long. They had not bowed up in the last couple of drives. They got lucky on Shane Waldron being an idiot and giving the ball back. And frankly, the offense isn't doing its job.
I mean,
You've had chances to win this ball game basically the entire game, Linnell. They could have been up 21-0 at half.
I'm appalled. I mean, it's bad. It's bad stuff. For a defense that's played as well as they have today, I mean, giving up the chunk plays that they've given up here in the second half have hurt them.
They've hurt them,
You
but
can
they've
say,
given
oh,
up 15
yeah,
points.
Yeah, but you can I get that, but
It's the offense, Linnell. It's the offense. This is why when you called in and said stuff at halftime about, why are you? It was 9-0 at half when they dominated the first half of the game. 9-0. And the offense has not been able to get into the end zone. They don't deserve to win if you don't get into the end zone. You've got to do your work down there, and they did not do their work today. They have not done enough.
Oh, wow. But they were dumb enough to give Washington a return opportunity.
Well, they just
covered it.
killed
Oh, my
5
gosh.
seconds off and took 6 yards. Well, we'll see. There's a flag down on the play.
There's a flag
Maybe you can
down?
get a face mask here. I don't know.
Illegal. If there's a is that a face mask? What if they get a face mask?
Linnell, I don't even know what to say, dog. I'm so mad right now. This is such a wasted opportunity if they don't win this football game. Such a wasted opportunity. Chicago, I'm not trying to diminish. They're not some great football team.
Yeah.
Washington with the ball at the 24-yard line. They got to realistically get in. I mean, how far do they have to go?
I mean, Cyber's got
35, 40 yards?
Uh-oh. Timeout.
No, I don't think they caught that ball.
Oh, they dropped it. Oh.
Jaden skipped that one in.
Oh, man. Good Lord. This is not going to feel good. This doesn't feel good at all, bro.
This is why I was so frustrated with the offense all game long. You're lacking detail. You wasted 2 timeouts.
But you know what's crazy? This kid is so damn good that I until the clock says 000, I'd still have hope.
I'm still frustrated. I don't care.
No, I get your frustration. You have hope.
Well, no, you could have had 3 timeouts. Even if you could have had 3 timeouts if you would just get the right personnel on the field and get the play call in. And you're
going no huddle. Look, communication issues are going to happen when you run no huddle.
But it doesn't matter. If that's what you want to run, you can't have that. You can't have it. This is a game you're going to lose.
How'd the play clock go to 12 seconds? How are there 12 seconds on the game clock?
This is just ridiculous.
Timeout. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
I'm disappointed.
I'm more than disappointed.
I'm pissed.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I don't know.
I don't know.
I just can't believe Cliff is as good as
I know I get paid to talk, but what the heck am I supposed to say?
As good as Cliff has been. I mean,
what is there to say?
The play call
this is unacceptable way to lose this football game.
You got to run the ball, man. I mean,
the offense has to do something. Let's just look real quick while we wait our inevitable fate. 100 more yards, 1 turnover to none. As in, you got 1 turnover from them, and you lost the ball game. Come on.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, they got closer.
All right, 2 seconds. Here's your chance.
What if they get? What? I don't even know. I'm just annoyed.
I don't know, man. Well, you want to see if Jaden's ribs good? See how far he can throw the football.
This is stupid. Because now I'm searching. This is what we do, though. We search for who we should blame, and I don't even want to take that mentality with this.
I know who to blame. The offense.
Like, I don't. Is he gonna really Hail Mary?
What up, Jaden?
What is he doing, Jaden?
Oh, we're gonna get a holding penalty on Wiley.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my God! No way! No way! You've got to be kidding me! Holy cow! You can't be serious!
As long as that boy is under center, we got a shot. What did I say? I said as long as that boy is under center, we got a damn shot. Meet me at Largo, man.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Washington wins it. 18-15. Noah Brown. Touchdown. That fat lady sung over there in Landover, and Washington is the winner. Washington wins it.
Young. This Slim is crazy, dog.
This is insane.
Slim is crazy.
This is insane. This is insane.
Dog! Why are you playing with me right now? You playing? I gotta go.
Linnell's got to run. Doc Walker's got a smile on his face. I have a feeling he's got a few things to say. Let's take a break. When we come back, Burgundy and Gold post-game show with the Doc, DOC, Doc Walker up next.
Oh, Sookie. This was too good to keep to myself. So I begged the youngest in charge, Toby Altizer, to stick and stay for at least a segment with DOC to embrace this. Boy, we save our behinds tonight because I was so angry. I was so teed off.
Let's go!
That I didn't know what to do. And now that lunatic, Linnell, who is, and he got reason to be. You know, Toby, the tough thing about it, you talked about it you were on like 15 different shows last week, and that would have been one of the toughest defeats to deal with in a game that you just whooped their butt up and down the field, and you would have given it away instead of having it taken from you. Nothing's better. For 24 hours, man, I'm going to eat this up.
Oh, yeah.
But I am so irritated.
Oh, there's a lot to fix.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch to fix. But not tonight. Tonight, it is just hell to the victors.
6-2, Doc.
6-2. But you couldn't have gotten there unless you'd been in position. And because you've got two of your left tackles out, you don't ever imagine, if I say to you, Toby, I come on the show, Toby, we're going to have to be a 13 left tackle, and we're going to beat the Bears. No way in hell.
Oh, and the offense isn't going to score 20 points.
No way you'd have said that.
No way. I had a feeling about the defense today, Doc. I had a feeling that the defense could show up.
They competed.
And they looked awesome because they're facing off against a rookie quarterback, and outside of the
sensational.
He is. But outside of those last two possessions, he looked like a rookie quarterback. And they were able to.
He looked like, he was a guy that didn't necessarily, we've seen him better, but at the display of athleticism.
Oh, yeah.
He's the freakish athlete. And we're with that, and we've been watching Jaden.
Yeah.
This dude.
Yeah, he's different.
He's different.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was just because I've been watching this, with Halloween and been watching True Lives and watching all this stuff. His body mechanics, I have never seen. I'm trying to think who's the comparable.
Yeah, I mean, really,
watching him.
There's only one, and it's Mahomes. And this is why people got mad about it. But we're not saying he is Mahomes. We're saying what he does is very much like Mahomes.
Bingo. And I think he's actually maybe a little bit twitchier than Mahomes.
Sure, yeah. It's just stuff where, when you watch Mahomes, I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback that can disconnect their lower body and their upper body and still be accurate with a football.
Right.
And Caleb was doing that at the end there. You saw the one pass across the middle. He drops it down. He's throwing he's throwing it two up the middle.
Yeah,
he's so unique.
Yeah,
and I thought they did a good job today outside of those last couple of drives of getting pressure on him because he's still young. I think as he grows, he's going to be phenomenal. But he gets a little bit flustered when you get some pressure in his face. And you saw that with his inaccuracies. His accuracy numbers today are not very good.
No, it wasn't his best overall, but I'll tell you what, being home, Gonzaga pride, knowing what he represented, he's a fantastic athlete, a fantastic competitor.
Yeah.
He knew what was on the line, and he came within a throw.
Yeah.
Of pulling his boys up, giving them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and it took that.
He was overcoming a lot, too, because
yeah.
he drove them down to the 1 yard line, and their offensive coordinator decided to hand it off to a backup center.
Yeah.
So he overcame it twice, got them into the end zone to give them the lead. And if their DBs decided to actually bat the ball down instead of up to Noah Brown, it's victorious for Chicago.
Yeah.
So, I think you look at it defensively for Washington. Outside of a couple of drives, you're happy with what they did. It feels like they took a step today, but you've also – they want to put this stuff on their back. They did not come up big in that fourth quarter. Washington's offense, they had so many opportunities all game long. It took a Hail Mary to finally get one into the end zone. So there's a lot that they're going to have to fix offensively. There's a lot they're going to have to work on. But like you said, it's one of those that we'll worry about that on Monday and Tuesday. The rest of today, this is
it's a celebration. One. You popped the corks.
This is a fun one.
And you know that if you didn't have that resilience, they have character. They have the makings of a champion. Now, they got to earn it, and they got to fix it, and they understand that. But if I told you to start this, that you're going to be without your starting left tackles, both of them.
Yeah.
against the Bears. There's no way you're going to tell me you even survived the game, let alone were in it and it had a chance to win it. No way.
Yeah.
And if I told you you were able to not give up 30 points against their receivers, this is the same team that came in and gutted Ron's people. The most embarrassing loss that I can recall in Washington history.
Absolutely.
Humiliated that group last year. And I think they wore them. Didn't they wear them clown outfits last year in the same deal?
I think something like
so,
that. Yeah.
And I keep looking at this thing going, man, when are we going to get it together and figure this thing out? But to win, and that's what good teams find a way to win ugly.
Absolutely.
That's one of the marks of you're doing it the right way.
Well, and how appropriate. I've been calling all throughout the show during the game saying, someone please make a play for Jaden.
You're right. And that's been your theme all week.
People weren't making plays for Jaden.
For him.
They made a play at the end of the game, finally, and they came out victorious.
Yeah,
because Jaden has made so many plays this year for everybody else. It was time with him not being 100%, going out there gutting through it. You could tell at the end there, he was starting to feel it.
Yeah.
He was starting to really feel that as he gutted through it, someone finally stepped up and made a play for him. You got to give him credit for that.
The Fred Astaire move. With him, I can't wait to go back and chronicle Jaden's greatest moments.
That's going to rank up there.
I'm going to tell you what, his top 10, they could sell an album just on video moves.
Yeah.
Dude, when he did the Fred Astaire move, now you see me, now you don't.
My gosh.
Went, oh my God. I'm telling you what, it's and can you believe it's us that do this late night mop, the group that had the worst job in the industry following Commander football?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden we're in the catbird seat. And now we've got the demand position.
For real, Doc, when was the last time that this team, especially at the quarterback position, had somebody that you've got a bunch of people watching this nationally thinking, man, I wish I had that guy.
They moved down to get us in the 4.
Yeah.
They wanted us in the 8.
They moved Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts out.
Believe it.
It's not like they moved nobody. They moved Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts out because they wanted to see Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
How lucky are we? I know you say that all the time, and you are right. How lucky are we? How lucky are we that for the first time in maybe my lifetime that every other team is watching this thinking, man, that guy is good, and we wish we had him.
And we're right in the midst of New York, L.A. World Series.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that the puck drop didn't go our way yesterday, but it's the first time it did. We got good puck.
Yeah.
We got World Series.
Yeah.
The Wizards are okay. Yeah, dude, how lucky are we?
Hey, and the most improbable of all of them, Doc, we got a quarterback.
We got a quarterback.
Yeah,
got a quarterback. May have two.
Yeah.
Because the other guy didn't do bad a week ago.
Yeah.
So anyway, man, I appreciate you kicking it, man. This
Absolutely.
is nice.
Always a
Enjoyed
pleasure.
listening to you all week. It has been already now. I can't wait till 6 a.m. I can't wait to the junkie.
Yeah.
You talking about a madhouse in the morning.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's going to be crazy the whole time as everybody's going to be going nuts talking about this. Dave Sims, the voice of the Seattle Mariners, this dude's trying to FaceTime me as if he doesn't know I'm doing, a post-game show.
Well, get him call in.
But no. I mean, I know he's baseball, like I say, baseball and the Eagles win. But 1-800-636-1067. There are a lot of folks coming out of the stadium. We will light it up right now. I know you're accustomed. We have eliminated. Well, first of all, he's all grown up now. And Nell is graduated from daycare. He is now, all grown up. And so we will no longer have to rock him to sleep right now. And he's on his own. So we'll rock steady. When we come back, we'll take some calls. We'll light it up. Find out what you thought. I can't wait to hear from those of you that were there and didn't leave early and didn't quit on the Burgundy and Gold. Let's do it right here. Burgundy and Gold post-game show. DOC right here with you. Stay with us. You better believe it. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. And we getting it done today, man. How lucky are we? Kicking it here in a victorious setting once again. Hey, Mac, this is we doing something right. Seriously, we're doing something right. That we've got this vibe thing going. It is working in our way. You can't make this up. In case you didn't figure this out by now, the Commanders, the window of opportunity, the pivotal moment that either propelled them to victory or failure. Well, you know that that's presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com, Fairfax showroom. Guess who's going to probably pick up that award? Think about that. And as you're working towards the hardest working player of the game, that's presented by Miss Utility. What are you thinking, Mac? You leaning towards anybody?
I think it's pretty obvious, right?
The hardest working? Okay, just think about it.
Yeah.
And listeners, don't be afraid to throw out who you think is worthy of the hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. All right, let's go out to I think our first stop might have to be Chantilly. Zen, welcome to a victorious locker room.
How you doing, Doc? It's great to talk to you again.
Hey, man, it's I'm floating on air.
I love you, man. This was a game, I swear to God, this game reminded me of when Santana Moss beat the Cowboys 13-14 with Mark Brunell.
You know what, brother? You know what? You stole that thought right from me. I know where I was, what I was doing, how I felt. It was breathtaking. And I thought about Clarence Goldsboro Jr., Cowboy, a.k.a. Cowboy Clay. This being here and looking at Linnell Willingham and Toby Altizer, those two 26-year-olds just losing their mind. I thought Linnell was going to have a heart attack. You know, his physical condition, I was really concerned. Somebody would have had to give him mouth to mouth.
He's still screaming.
Yeah, I know.
I don't blame him.
Oh,
you know what made it even better? It was the magic. It was like the gods of football rewarded our team for maybe 2 touchdowns, but 3 touchdowns that could have been touchdowns. That first touchdown, in my opinion, was a touchdown. Okay, maybe the NFL wants to keep the game close. I'm like, I get that, but the team kept up through the whole game. The magic because I was about to walk out. Be like, all right, it's over. There's like 10 seconds left, blah, blah, blah. And it was the same magic that when Santana Moss caught those bombs. And it's indescribable. The fact that even against the referees, we still got the victory.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to play the ref card. We got to secure the football. We got to catch the damn ball. I mean, we were sloppy. I mean, let's call it the way it is. We were our own worst enemy. We have to be better. We may not get another chance like that. And our defense they were canines.
They were.
I'm telling you what, man, they had that eye, and Caleb is a bad man. And I think I love our defense. We played shorthanded. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we played without our 2 starting left tackles. Give depth a shout out. I employ the fact that our people were mentally ready. We just didn't play our best. And when you don't play your best and you win, it shows that you might have a chance to be a special team. You might.
And just a quick shout out, because I was talking to you and Chris about it the other day, to B-Rob. I like B-Rob, that first half he's a monster. I'm calling him Battering Ram from now on. He's B-Rob Battering Ram.
Yeah, I needed more. Hopefully he's not hurt. Appreciate the phone call.
I hope so.
Herndon, Virginia, home of the scoreboard. John, what's up?
Hey, first of all, Doc, it's my first time to actually talk to you. You are the man. I love hearing your thoughts and how you look at everything. I'm just I'm just about to get on 95. I tell you, this is the single best live game I've ever seen. You know, This is the makings of a possible special season. I was at the University of Washington when the Hawks won their cup, won the Stanley Cup, Jesus, won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that was a hell of a special season for them. This feels like a team with destiny. And for me, the hardest working guy is JD. Daniel's coming back. We didn't know, we didn't expect, we were happy. But man, there were so many passes that should have been caught, and he was working really hard. And at the end, what a play. I mean, I'll die with this one in my mind. Hey,
That's
thanks
right.
so much.
You know what? He may win them both. He may be in on both of them. Wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me.
Wouldn't
Appreciate
surprise
you,
me
man.
either.
Annapolis is our next stop. Jordan, welcome home.
Yo, Doc, what's up, man?
Hey, you know what time it is. Winning time.
Dude, I called you last week and I asked you how you felt after that game. And you said, how do you think I feel?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel after this one, big guy?
Relieved. I know sometimes you get lucky, but you earn the right for luck. We were in a position to reap the benefits of fortune. It's not like we didn't show up. We did the work. We were close enough for it to cash in. So we earned it. Being lucky is one thing. Earning that position is the hard thing to have done. Our guys never gave up. They played all the way to the whistle, and they deserve this. They may benefit from it. Sometimes you get one that maybe you don't deserve. But I can't believe that because they stayed in the fight. They led all the way till the end and really gave it away. Had we lost it, I would have thrown up in my mouth because it was just awful. We should have been up 30-0, but we weren't. And to give the Bears some credit from that. I thought they were absolute hot garbage, but they were still in it and had a chance to win it. When we got the ball and Caleb's fumble, I thought, okay, this is a wrap. And I'll be damned. We gave it back to him.
Yep.
You know, I'm just thinking to myself, so did we not want to win? And I kept begging throughout the pile drive these people, pulverize them. Let's just go toe-to-toe. Then recognizing we're shorthanded. You can't do everything you want to do without all the personnel you have.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, that'd be ignorant of me to ask for things I know they're not capable of doing. So what did they do? They played left-handed. And they just fought, man. They just fought. They stayed in it. We got our old punter back, and he was knocking it out, punting his butt off. We're covering kicks. Special teams came in again. And so, total team effort. But what I like about this team that the team for the last 4 years had none of, this team has fight. They weren't flat. The Bears are for real, man. And Caleb, if you ever question why he was number one, then you blind as a bat. This dude is magical. How he got out of some of those sacks, I go, what am I looking at? Who is this dude? He's that dude. That's who he is. And we're lucky that we got away with him. Just remember, just a year ago, we got slaughtered by the Bears.
I was there.
Most embarrassing moment in my career being involved with Burgundy and Gold football. And just like that, we snap it, flip the script in less than a year, and we're moving forward. Now, hopefully, they will look at this as a blessing. You get away with murder sometimes. Now lock in and stay just diligent to the job. Keep working, man. Keep working. And for God's sakes, don't pat yourself on the back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. We got time to get to Josh? All right, let's go to Josh. Josh, what up?
Yeah.
Upper Marlboro. What's up, Josh?
This is Steve. This is Charlie.
Okay, I got you. Okay, Telly.
Well, man, hell to the Redskins all day, every day. Hey, yo, Doc, I want to say this, man. Hey, look, it's the fight. And I want to thank the coaching staff for what they've done. Man, it's the fight. And through it all, these cats battled, man. They was battle tested, and they got through it. Some may say, yeah, it's a little bit of luck and all of that, but I just look at my man that just caught the game-winning touchdown off the deflection. I mean, he had a crucial drop. And I'm showing his mind. He was like, you know what? Yeah, I got to make that up. But he made it up, man. I want to say, man, shout out to the defense. Shout out to the offense. Shout out to the toughness of B-Rob and Daniels. B-Rob ain't 100%, just like Daniels not 100%. Shout out to them guts and glory. Shout out to the O-line. All of that. Hell to the Redskins, man.
Appreciate it. Total team effort. No doubt about it. Everybody over there, they deserve a chance to pop a cork tonight if they choose to, because it was just gallant, man. And the organization, I mean, it is so rewarding to see people, that are void of ego. It's all about one thing, getting it done for the greater good, and that is to build a championship platform here. The great things that can be accomplished. And it's so rewarding. No imposters, no egomaniacs. I'm just so relieved that the con men are gone, and the purity now that we can build something to be proud of. And so the generations that come up now won't have to hide their gear or walk in and duck their heads in shame. This is a good thing. And we're going to keep it rolling right here. Don't forget, you can cast your vote for the hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. And I think we pretty much know that when it comes down to that window of opportunity, the pivotal moment, I think we kind of got that one nailed down. It is Burgundy and Gold post game. DOC in there. You know what? A-Mac looks pretty good to me today. He really does. He don't have on that blue. Usually comes here with that New York Giant blue. But today, he's all right. So give him some love when you call up. We'll be right back. You think that tonight that Noah Brown will have a problem should he want, I don't know, to have a milkshake anywhere in the DMV? You think he have a problem? Let's say he left his wallet in the locker room. Do you think he'd have a problem getting somebody to purchase him a milkshake? I don't think so. Oh man, to be on the receiving end of a Hail Mary, a walk-off. Baseball has it, as we've watched it, especially as we talk about the World Series, and we just watched Freddie Freeman go yard for Blue Heaven against the Bombers. But this is it's interesting. It really is. And no better vehicle than to hear people that might have actually been there. And even if you weren't, you saw it. Jerome out in Myrtle Beach. Thank you for being patient. How are you? Jerome. All right, Jerome, got to let you go. Let's go to Jonesy in the District of Columbia. K9.
Doc, what's going on, man?
You know what it is,
Hey,
man. I'm
look,
working over a hot microphone.
Yes, indeed. That's the best way to describe that. A walk-off touchdown win by your quarterback. Hey, I heard Slick Nick on there earlier, and, man, he couldn't have said it no better than I said myself. Hey, we got a quarterback. We got a quarterback, man. Out of all the QBs we have had in the past RG3, that dude is something special, and he sets himself apart from anything we have had here as of late. Anything. I don't care what nobody says. That dude is super duper special. And we still got a little ways to go. Defense stepped up. I'm proud of them. They put it on Caleb Williams enough to keep hanging in there. And, yeah, we almost lost it. But, hey, that's why they say it's 60 minutes a game. We got it in 61 minutes. I'll take that with a walk-off win. Man, I'm still electric. My son called me hooping, hollering, screaming. I mean, it's like he hit the lottery.
Did you hear Nell?
I'll take that win.
Did you hear the whale
Nell?
screaming? Yeah.
Is he gone to the hospital?
Oh, he's screaming. Oh, man, I thought he lost his mind. I hope he doesn't
know
act a
that's right.
fool
He's
tonight
never
on
seen
TV.
nothing like
Yeah.
that.
He may lose his mind tonight on television. I'm afraid to actually tune in tonight because he may embarrass himself tonight on TV.
Hey, but believe it or not, it's a heck of a get back win from last year because we got it.
Oh, that was awful. That was awful. That was awful.
I too was out there like Kelly last year on the field to see that mess. From last year to this year, it's a page's turn for me. On to the next game. We looking to go ahead and bring the broom out on the Giants. That's what we got to do.
All right, good deal. Enjoy this for the 24 hours. Appreciate you, K9. And from Jonesy, we go to Drew in Rockville. Drew, what up?
Hey, what's happening, Doc?
You know what time it is.
Yeah. I'm gonna touch on something that you said as far as you earn your luck. Everything from the GM, new ownership, doing the things that they are supposed to do, treating y'all properly as the alumni, other upgrades that we see, the GM making the moves that he was supposed to make. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Noah Brown kind of like a later addition? Like, he wasn't.
And he's an acquisition. I call that, it's like, in the diamond industry, when you have gentlemen have a keen eye. Not everybody can really look at a stone and determine its value.
Yes.
We've had them numbskulls here that pick people that nobody else wants now.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It showed you that everybody that says they know what they're doing doesn't.
Exactly.
We're the prime example. We're Exhibit A
Now,
on being conned. We were easy mark. We got a bunch of
Yep.
gullible fans diehard city, used to winning, good people. And we used to, if you say something, we take your word for it and give you a shot. We were a perfect mark. And so, you get them con men, they come in, tell you they're going to paint the world, tell you it's going to take them 4 years to do something. That this group has already won more games than those nitwits did in the whole year. They've already done it. And they're talking about 4 years, but that's part of the con. And now that that's over, now the question is, how hungry can this group be? I don't want to be patting ourselves on the back because we won 5, 6, 7, 8 games. The hell with that.
Yep.
The goal is 11 to 12.
Yes.
The goal is not, I don't give a dog's what about next year. It's about this year, right now, right here. What can we get done with this group? Because every year has its own personality. You don't know who's going to be healthy. You don't know. All you know is what you have now. And if that young man can strap up his chest and go out there and play the way he played, like Fred Astaire. He put a move on one of the brothers. When they watch the film in Chicago, man, they're going to be cracking up at this dude, okay? They're going to be cracking up at him. We have a special individual. We owe it to him. He's given us everything. Let's match his intensity. And let me tell you what, them boys up front blocked. I'm telling you, Tyler Badass and that group, they block. They throwing their bodies around. Give them they do. Them tight ends, they're blocking. I mean, I can't go on and on about the effort that our people give. Defensive line, they out there rumbling, giving you the effort, man. Effort, effort, effort. Can't say enough about it, man. Love it to death. Appreciate you, Drew. I got to get out to Zach because Zach's still at the stadium, and he might have had a few sips. Zach, you're not driving, are you?
No, not driving.
Okay, good. So tell me how you feel.
Insane, dude. Insane. Me and my dad were season ticket holders. This is the craziest feeling. I mean, insane.
Yeah, it is, man. And you know what, Zach? It can get better. We're just scratching the surface, man. This can actually get better.
This is crazy. I mean, we've been season ticket holders since I was a kid, and just to be able to come here and see the energy and just Bears fans taunting us, and just when they scored that touchdown, it was just wild. And just to see us come back and persevere and get that touchdown, I couldn't believe it. I'm still in awe. Like, it is just the most insane feeling to see what this team is doing. I mean, it is just something special, and to witness it in person, it was crazy.
Well, why would the Bears respect you? The way they came in here and soiled on you last year, that was humiliating. I mean, it was just – so that was payback by a new group that is properly motivated, and they have pride. It was a beautiful thing. But then again, now that that's over, we got to move forward. We got to heal, and we made a lot of mistakes. We're not going to beat – we're not going to beat – a team that's better than the Bears. The Bears didn't play their best game tonight, by no mistake. They're going to be much better. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Believe me. I am so impressed. I watched Williams do his thing since his high school days. That night he came back and beat DeMatha. I mean, this kid he's the real deal. And but no one man does it alone. And we're going to have rivalries that are going to go on hopefully for the next decade. What we got to do is fix us and make sure that we're ready. I'm just so proud of Joe Witt Jr. He never wavered. And he kept taking responsibility when it wasn't working. He didn't pass the buck. And his group now is playing in his honor. And that's a good thing. Appreciate you, man. Enjoy yourself. Drive safely. I feel like we need to get over to John out in Oklahoma. I'm not going to ask about the Sooners, John. I promise you, I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Hey, Doc. Yeah, well, okay. I'll let it go at that then. But, hey, how long's it been since you felt like this, Doc?
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
It's been a hot minute, buddy, ain't it? Yeah, I'm telling you the same thing out here.
Hey, y'all probably heard our place erupt out here in Oklahoma because, hey, it was something else, man, to see something like that for us finally, something going our way. But I'm kind of like another caller called in earlier, Doc. I think they kept it a little close with some of them calls. I don't know if they called one holding call on them or not, but it's over. But, hey, listen, that was one heck of a ball game right there to watch. Us long-timers or lifers, what I call is, man, reward's worth it, man. It's worth waiting. But, the reward to see our Burgundy and Gold represent like they are. Hey, I'm proud to be I'm proud to, and my grandkids, man, there's something that, two of them, I thought one picked me up, put me through the roof, Doc. He grabbed me and picked me up. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy, man.
Yeah, you deserve it, man. A lot of our people, in this area. I mean, the people that have got 40 years invested or more.
Yeah.
And they,
me, Doc.
oh man, I know that.
53,
oh
man,
man,
71.
53.
Yes, sir. Burgundy and Gold. I'm telling you, man. I'm like a 10-year-old, Doc. I still, I'm hard, but hey, lifer, man.
I know that, and that's, you know what? That's the thing I think about the people that I know that have invested the longest, that I'm so proud of, because I know that it's hard. The Capitals did something over the weekend that I thought was awesome. And they took their 50-year suite holders and ticket holders, 50 years or more, and they took them down to Tampa. And they had a weekend with Koken and their broadcast team. And I was listening to the broadcast right here on the flagship home for Capitals hockey. And I just thought, man, that was so classy. Because those people, man, they stick with you through good times, bad times. And they're more bad than good. It usually always is. And I just thought that was
it is
a good thing. And I think about our callers that have been in. We've had some tough times. It's been tough 20. Let's not kid ourselves. But you know what? Especially those of us that have these jobs that deal with the aftermaths, and there's far more losses than wins. So we're invested in this, and I just think it's cool. It's really cool to have these moments now. So you embrace it, enjoy it. Cause we only got about 6 days, then we got to get right back.
Hey, I know. I know. Tonight, 12 hours. But hey, Doc, my heroes were the Burgundy and Gold, baby. That's all I'm gonna say.
I got you.
I'm gonna let it go at that.
All right. Let's go to in Texas, Longhorn State. Hook 'em horns. What's up?
Hey, Doc, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, man, my bad. It's AP, man. I'm so happy I could be on the phone with you right now. I'm in Texas right now.
Yeah, they had you down to AT. I didn't know what AT was. I thought it was an ant.
Yeah,
okay.
It's your AP.
Okay.
It's your AP, Doc. Yeah, I'm down here, man. I'm down here at Fort Hood. I'm formerly known as Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos. I'm getting off military orders, just,
oh, man.
going through the whole I'm going through the whole demobilization process. So, Doc, I'm in tears right now, man. I'm away from family. But at that moment,
hey, man, let it go. Enjoy it, brother. Doc. Don't be ashamed. Enjoy it.
Yeah. I don't need kids because, they say grown men cry. But, I'm away from family right now. And, seeing that touchdown and just seeing the joy in the players and just, all the text messages and phone calls I was getting. Doc, I'm somewhat of a millennial myself, and it's been a while since I've seen something like this. And, I'll take a page out of that other caller's book who said, the Santana Moss Monday Night Miracle, it's definitely up there with that. And, I'm just happy. I wish I could be home,
but we got you,
this moment with y'all.
Hey, Pete, we got you, dog. And when you get
back,
man, we're going to have it going. Burgundy and Gold post-game, pre-game, we got it running here 24/7. You know how we do it.
Sir.
And the Odyssey app is always lit up. And the best thing about it is free. So you can afford it.
Love y'all, Doc.
Yeah, man. Stay strong.
I'm streaming all day. I love y'all.
All right, love you back. See, that's how we roll, man. Family. Straight out thugs. And we love it. Canines for life. Because, see, we take this thing for real, man. We here for real. Oh, Mad Max. Max, I miss you, man. Oh, my boy Max. Oh, man. And I just hope Eminem didn't lose his shirt off his back on the weekend with all the wagering he's doing, man. Poor guy. I mean, he's with Bish, man, in the mornings with the junks. I just don't know how that brother's going to survive. I really don't. But I pray for him because I know Bish has a good heart, but I just don't know if he'll be able to survive it. Chris in Silver Springs, welcome to Postgame.
Hi,
Hey, Chris, you're a rock star.
Hello.
Yeah, Chris, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good. How you doing, guys?
Man, you know how we doing. How you doing?
Hey, first and foremost, like Jaden Daniels said, all glory to God. I gotta give my glory to the God first.
Amen.
All to Him. First of all, I'm blessed. All for Him, right? All glory to Him.
Absolutely. 24/7.
I tell you, this was the best day of my life. I'm telling you, man. Best day of my life.
Well, brother, it's gonna get better. The season's not over. We just in the thick of it.
Hey, like I said, we just getting started. I'm in it for the long ride. I cannot believe we were all disappointed with that Chicago supposed game-winning drive. But Jaden Daniels' offense with Kingsbury led the team 50 yards. Hail Mary to win. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Doc? Are you kidding me?
How about Kingsbury? Let's give him his roses, too. Two
Doc,
of his pupils on the field.
Yeah, Doc.
Both
yeah,
of those
Doc,
quarterbacks.
You're not wrong.
Now, he's touched
Doc.
both of them. Can we give Kingsbury, can we give him a standing ovation?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, how'd you like to is that putting your resume on blast?
Oh,
Kingsbury.
It is.
Coach
It
Kingsbury, please take a bow.
Take a bow. Yeah, it is. It is, Doc. You're not wrong there, Doc. Hey, like I said, I called a few weeks back. Hey, you're a legend in D.C. Much respect to you, man. I love hearing your voice every time you're on the Commanders. I love it, man. I love your energy, your vibes, everything, man. Listen, like you said, we're just getting started. I can't believe what just happened. I'm still out of lots of words. We're the Commanders. We're back. D.C. football is back. I'm loving it, Doc. I'm loving all of it.
It's all good, baby. It's all good. Yeah. All right, baby. We appreciate that. I got to check with my man, A-Mac. A-Mac, you want us to take us to a break right now?
No, let's take a couple more. Yeah, let's take a couple more.
Keep going. Toby Altizer, he's a celebrity now. He's just walking around, strutting his stuff. He was rolling with the Whale. They had a good thing going. I feel like we got to get out to Mike out in Fredericksburg. Michael, what up?
Hey. Can you hear me?
Mike, you know I got you, brother. You got a direct line.
Yeah, I want to give credit where credit's due, where we picked up Wagner and Louvu and whoever was blocking Montez Sweat today.
Well, you know
that K9 was out there to mess that game up, and they kept him under control.
Yeah, as much as you can. And Sweat is a freak. I miss him a lot. I was always fond of Sweat. I thought he was no one asked my advice, but had they asked me, I would have fought for him because he has freakish tendency. You notice that Jaden, he was only guy could get Jaden. He took an inside stance. He's that kind of a freak.
Yeah,
so if they didn't have him, Jaden would have eaten these guys alive. Now, I don't know if Jaden's 100% if he could get Jaden, but I tell you what, he did do that, and I give him credit.
He was the only one getting anywhere close to him.
No, but he's a bad man. But I give Andrew Wiley a lot of credit because Andrew Wiley has been battling his behind off this season, and he would have known his tricks.
Remember the player's name, the offensive lineman that was on that went 1 yard. Need to find a way to fix that, or that's 2 touchdowns right there.
Mm-hmm.
But he was over the line. What do you say? I don't care if he was a foot over; he was over. But that was 2 touchdowns. And to beat Chicago like that, I think it would have kept the momentum where we'd have kept them down on the score. But they better figure out a name to call that miracle That was a miracle.
We're going to just call it a victory. Let's do it like that. Appreciate you, Mike. Appreciate you. We are rocking. We are rolling. Jerome down in Myrtle Beach. I hope you're not driving, Jerome. You good?
I'm good now. Thank you, sir.
All right. What up?
Hey, thank you for taking my call back again, Doc. Hey, if you can give me just 45, 50 seconds, I had to call back because I had to take some blood pressure medication because all of this is going on. But I'm letting you know why I need to do it because, here in South Carolina, it was a 4-25 game with the Panthers tonight, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I can't get a local unless I got the Sunday ticket. I don't got no Sunday ticket. So I'm at home trying to do things for the kids and grandkids. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I just need to go on and get the red zone, right? I'm doing all that. And then at the end of the game, it's like 2 seconds left, fourth and whatever. And I got this sensation, like, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. And then guess what they did? They said, let's go to commercial break. I'm like, oh, no. And then I realized that the Carolina game is ended. So my heart's beating all fast. And I'm like, let me get the commercial. Let me get my remote control and get it to the local game because they still playing. And then I caught it in the nick of time, Doc. And I'm like, thank you so much. And I don't know what that channel was doing, going to commercial break, but all I need to say is I need to call Doc and let them know what these other sites and with these other networks are doing. I don't believe it because I said I need to ask Doc one question, and that is why would a network purposely do that to us? Thank you, sir. Please answer me.
Haters. You just got to understand, man. Until we get back on top and start kicking everybody behind again, we're going to just have to do it this way. That's all right. We take the road less traveled. No problem. We'll carve our own niche. We've done it before and we'll do it again. And that's what they can't stand. But there's nothing they can do about it. Because we got that winning combination again. As long as we stay together. That's the key. Only people can stop us is us. And ego. And somebody trying to take all the credit. Somebody, trying to hog the microphone. If we stay void of that, I mean, hey, Matt, as much as we kid, and I still want you in Burgundy and gold, and I'm not going to quit until we get you, because I think you're worth the fight. I just think it's a good thing. So let's move on from this, take a break. We come back. We're just going to keep playing the hits. It is amazing, these late night games. You know what's going to happen. Now we're going to get back to, it's going to be like the old days eventually, where every time you cut on the TV or so, we're going to be late night, 8 o'clock, 4:30 game. Nance, Romo, all the announcers. Because, I mean, think about it. You see the Ravens on in Cleveland today. I'm going to tell you something, man. It was crazy. And I know a lot of folks, the Browns backers, they are not happy. And I don't blame them. Because when you know that you have a good team and you're one player away, and we don't have to worry about that because we've been there before. To break, we go right here on Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Welcome back. Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and expect peak performances. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Oh, brother, we got Rude on our side. It is so just a groove today, man. Hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Going to be pretty hard to knock out tonight's candidate. Remember, Miss Utility, before you dig, you got to contact Miss Utility. Every dig is the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. I'll tell you what, Mac, I think the tough thing for you, I've been thinking, hey, Mac, had this been a year ago and the team was kind of down, you may have been able to stay strong with the blue and white.
Yeah.
I just don't think you're going to be able to make. I think the callers, I think you hear it in their voice. I think you can sense the tsunami and you just want to be a part of it. And I don't blame you.
No.
You don't know.
No.
You don't.
I'm hating. There's a little hate going on.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just a little hate. You know, it's a
But
little
what about
difficult.
after, well, you know you're only a week away.
Yeah, I know.
You're next.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're next.
Yeah. Think I'm sick that day.
Okay. Well,
Think
I
I'm
think
under the
it'll be
weather.
easier. I think after we kind of dodge this bullet, this is one of those games where you go into it and you go, wow.
Yeah.
Right now we're riding that victory, you know,
Mhm.
that last play, that Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And we know we dodged the bullet. Well, we were kicking their ass the whole game. We just didn't finish the job the way we should have. And we could have very easily had the rug pulled from under us.
Yeah.
But they weren't skillful enough to pull it off. And as a result, now you're going to catch us really locked in. It's that game you go, whew. Unfortunately for you guys, you're going to catch the brunt of that. Did you expect the defense to be on point the way they were?
I mean, and that's the thing, Doc. It's like every game you look at this team and you say, oh, there's a weak, this is the weakness.
Yep.
This is the, and they continue to improve those weaknesses. And I mean, JD, he's just playing amazing for a rookie. It's kind of out of this world, and it's scary. It's scary.
Well, he had to, and I give the, you know, this organization, and I know you keep hearing me brag about this group, but look, I mean, they're going up against air compared to the last clown show, but the way they handled this thing with Jay was masterful. And I said it to the Rooster Tuesday as he rolled out the ambulance, and I said, look, players play unless it's going to harm his future. He's going to do everything possible to play, because players play unless the organization deems that them playing will jeopardize their future. Even then, the player wants to play. Players will do anything to play in games. That's what they do. But the way they pulled it off, didn't let you see him. And that way the Bears had to prepare for two. I mean, it was masterfully done. That could have never been done in the past with the clown show. Would have been leaked. Everybody else in the world would have known what was going on. It was masterfully done. So kudos to the group for being professionals. I know I'm saying it a lot because I'm not used to it. Jack A, K9, out in Frederick. Welcome home. Jack A.
What up, dog? Listen, I'm sitting here with the other K9, Aries, Tony. Hey, dog, look, I'm going to take the dub however we get it. And that's just what it is. I mean, hey, a Hail Mary is 50-50, right? So we got the 50-50 ball.
Yeah.
But this is my only concern with this game. The Rams did everything they could to keep us from winning. And I just didn't understand, like, why y'all trying to cheat us? We just playing ball just like everybody else. But you know what, Doc? Listen, the crowd was electric tonight again. I can't wait till we come back home for Pittsburgh. Thanks for taking my call. I ain't even got much to say tonight. I'm just happy for the dub. And let's just go ahead and look forward towards the Giants.
You know, ticket K9 toast for me, for the gang. And really, I don't blame the refs. We gotta be more disciplined. I mean, let's make it so the refs aren't. I mean, let's suppose we're guilty. I mean, we blame it on the refs mean we don't get better. It's too many calls for it just to be the refs. Let's tighten our game up. Let's take the refs out of it. I mean, I don't like it. There's certain teams that don't get penalized. They play smarter. I don't like undisciplined teams. That's sloppy. They put too much work into this every freaking day. 16 hours at the park. It means too much to them. I know they don't do it on purpose. We got to be better. Cliff in the District of Columbia. Welcome to Postgame.
Hey, what's going on, Doc?
Hey, man, you know what I'm doing right now. Housekeeping.
I understand. Shout out Big Swaggy. I want to say something because nobody never mentioned this. I know it's been in the past and all, but I know Josh Harris owned the team now and the stadium, but this is the house that Jack built. Forget Dan Snyder. This win is for Jack Kent Cook, and this isn't the Thriller in Manila, but the Thriller in Marinella. And bring on them Giants next week. Good game.
All right. And to whom connects us with that, I know y'all know what it means. I don't, but hey, do you. I appreciate you, Chase. Let's go to Joe, who's leaving the game. Hey, Joe, welcome home.
Yeah. How's it going, Doc?
Joe, you know I'm living like a hog in slop.
I know, man. Hey, my boy and I, Andrew, just left the game. He's 10 years old, man. What a game. What a game. And I tell you what, this is going to go a long ways to get these fans convinced that this team is for real. You can see that the team believes it. I tell you what, when Chicago got down there in the fourth, that game-winning drive, what they thought was a game-winning drive, a lot of fans started leaving. They all turned around. I had people around me coming back to their seats after the Hail Mary pass. It was awesome.
They left?
They were leaving. Commanders fans were leaving, Doc. So that's what I'm saying. This team believes. This win is going to go a long way to getting the fans to believe in them. They had given up on them.
Oh, my God. Well, you know what? This is a young fan base that's used to losing. You don't flip the script. You don't go from losing, being in last place every season, to all of a sudden remembering what it's like. It's going to be a transitional time, period. And most people downright, you got to understand something. It's been so long, they have basically forgotten or never learned. So they got to go through this.
Yep.
They got to go through some hard times. The people that were out in RFK, they weathered some storms. We had a lot of field goal wins. Remember, our field goal kicker, Mark Mosley, was the MVP of the league. I mean, it ain't like we were crushing people. So those people earn those rights. These young people got to understand you got to pay your dues. And you got a Hail Mary win. You got a Hail Mary win. And you got a fumble recovery. I mean, it was great. But I'll tell you what I appreciate about your team, how hard they play. They may not play smart. Once this team starts playing smarter, they're going to be hard to beat. They're going to be hard to beat. But if they play as dumb as they playing now, then they're going to lose ties. Today, good fortune was on their side. They got to buckle it up, man. They're smarter than they played tonight. You may not get another chance. Athen out of Annapolis. Oh, my goodness. I've been waiting on this one. What up, Beast?
Doc, you there?
Loud and clear.
Hey, I tell you, I was there. Of course, I left my seat 2 plays before it happened and saw it coming down the escalator at the stadium. But wow, is all I can say. 30-plus new players, new coaching staff. Like you said, bank robber after bank robber coming in here and just turning this franchise upside down, and horrible owner and before the new regime that's here. And this is the kind of thing that you could just build on, not just for this season, but years to come. And you hear all these guys calling in and they're emotional and, you get away from their families and personal problems going on. This is the kind of thing that just makes you fight through anything that you're going through. So, Chicago gave us their best punches, and I feel like we left a ton out there. But, I mean, it's a building block, and they found a way to win at the end of the day, and that's what matters.
Amen to that. And I wish that the Bears had a beautiful flight back to the Windy. We've been on that before. Remember, we were 0-5. We were 0-5, and we beat Chicago in Chicago to come back. Yeah, we were 0-5. Most champions have a memory, and they understand how they became a champion because they got in their ass kicked, and they didn't like the taste of it, and they were beaten at home. We lost to Dallas at home. We lost to the Giants at home, and you get to the point where you don't like that, and then you learn how to win, and you learn how to not create mistakes, and you tighten your special teams up, and then that crowd starts shaking the building. And the place starts going nuts, and all of a sudden, everywhere you look around is burgundy and gold. And people start getting scared to death to come play you. And that's when you know. And we're going to be tested. I'm disappointed to hear people left early. I tell you what, mess around and try to leave early when the Steeler Nation rolls up in this joint in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll tell you right now. We're going to find out who's real in a few weeks. Because Steeler Nation, they come with one thing in mind, and that is to humiliate the home crowd. So we'll find out what we really made up, because they're the best in the business. So if you fake, you will be exposed when Steeler Nation arrives. We're getting it done right here, down and dirty. Burgundy and Gold post-game show, DOC, and I'm about to bring another member to Burgundy and Gold fandom. It's going to take me a while because he's a little tougher than I thought he was, but I promise you, A-Mac, he will toast the goblet with us as we bring him over to cross the line to Burgundy and Gold. Stay with us. We'll be back. The Burgundy and Gold Post Game Show presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and expect peak performances. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Rocking and rolling, man. Oh, boy. How lucky are we? We're lucky enough to be at the right place at the right time with a team that I think following a win like tonight, not that they had doubt, but whenever your starting quarterback is banged up, kind of been out of it a little bit for a week, it puts you in a little bit of a, you start wondering, you look over, hey, man, our left tackle, Coleman, he's out. You nicked up a little bit. Captain John Allen, second game now, out. First game you get without one of your stars, your Pro Bowler, you get away with it with adrenaline. Now you just know he's not coming back right now. And I thought that defensive interior, it deserves a little bit of recognition. Again, I'm telling you, man, Big Phil Mathis, he's a bad man. Big fella get going. I'm telling you what, man, he knock a house down. And slowly but surely, we've been talking about this now, that Newton just needs to keep weeks under him. Whenever you miss time, everybody else is doing something and you're out rehabilitating an injury. It's hard to keep pace. To tell you how elite he is, he's catching up despite missing that kind of time. And he's flashing, man. He's flashing. And then I'll tell you what it does. Then when you get an OG who's out there like Deron Payne, he got a lot of pride. He's like, hey, hold up. Oh, hey, y'all. Hey, Shawty. Don't y'all get fooled now. I'm still that dude. See, he out there thumping. Farrell, I'm telling you what, man, these guys, Wags. Hey, man, Wag a little long in the tooth, but he got pride. He's so competitive. Luvu, Stanmer Steele, the Wolverine, is an absolute, you might as well call him Mike Tyson. The boy be punching. He's a fighter. And I know y'all ride St. Jude's. I'm telling you what, I love him. I love him. Big fella's out there giving. First of all, when does he miss time? Think he's not nicked? You tell me. When is he out? Listen to B. Mitch with B. Mitch and Finley. He says it religiously. Best ability is availability. The big fella plays every week. St. Juice, keep doing what you're doing, man. It's going to get better. It's going to get better as more pressure comes out. Armstrong, hey, man, I feel y'all. It's coming. It's coming. Linebackers are going to get better and better. This defense is coming. Joe Witt Jr., Jeremy, it's coming. It's coming. I can feel it. Because you know you're going to be good when we're talking about them and a running game. The boring thing. I know a lot of y'all fantasy, Wade, you got all your stuff going, and I ain't mad at you. I love fantasy. I love the interest that wagering has brought to the sport. The sport's on fire. I love all that. When I retire, I'm going to get into fantasy. I'm going to get into all that. When I'm retired, then I'm going to do all that because I'm going to need something to keep my interest. But for right now, I'm totally psyched off the competitive combat of hand-to-hand combat. And that's what that other stuff can't give me. It can't give. This does because it's mano-a-mano. And when we get down to brass tacks, knocking them off the ball like we were doing, getting that ground game going and stopping their game, when they got us, they got it around the corner. One time. One time. All it takes is one time. And almost got us. Almost got us. But we held up pretty well for a long time. That's a lot of progress. So I'm so encouraged about what we could become if we stay humble. and stay nasty and keep getting contributions, because it's all about pressure. The more pressure, even your club, when you guys are really good, it's because of them edge rushers. When you start bringing the timber, when y'all get like that, because you got that thug in the middle of your defense. But when y'all get silly off the edge, you're a different group. I think we got that potential. All right, enough said by me. Just throwing it out there, because I want us to understand. I'm not in this to look cute for a minute. I want it all. With this year, I don't give a manure about the draft. I don't care about free agency. I care about right here, right now with this team. I want to do what we're going to do right here with this group. We got enough of everything. All we got to do is become stingier. We too damn nice. We give away too much. Chris in Delaware, welcome to Postgame. Chris going once.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How would you be doing if you was hosting a postgame
I'm
show
having a blast.
by one of the hottest teams in the world?
Man, it's big time.
Yes, indeed.
Am I in pecking order or what?
You are on the air, about to get hung up on.
Uh-oh. No.
I'm just
Here we are. Hey,
I'm just
how you
messing
guys
with
doing?
you. We good, man. I'm just messing with you. We good.
Oh, okay.
What's on your mind?
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, man, we can't do this without you.
Man, it was exciting, man. That was unbelievable.
Well, you invested in it, and you deserve a return on your investment.
You can turn it up a little bit. Well, I'm not on yet.
Yes, you are on. Chris, you're on the air. You're about to be off the air. You're
No,
going to be the guy that got on the quickest and got off the quickest.
Can't do that to me.
Well, you got 2 seconds to make some sense, or you out of here.
No, I'm making sense. I'm telling you, I was one that left early. There was a lot of people left early, and I tell you what, the Chicago fans went from hero to zero real quick, man. They were in everybody's face, leaving, yelling "Dub Bears," and then all of a sudden it changed, and that kind of was exciting. I felt bad that I had to jump in my ride leaving early, but I've never seen that much excitement on the escalators going down.
Wait a minute. Why did you have to leave?
Well, I had to catch my ride out to beat the traffic. I wasn't giving up. They weren't giving up, but it was just one of those things.
Okay, well, at least you know what, Chris? You're honest. You're honest. So I'm glad I hung in with you. Now say goodbye. Let's go to San Antonio. Byron, welcome to Postgame. Hey, Byron.
Yeah.
You're next.
Okay.
I mean, I'll tell you what. People must have us on hold, and they waiting and waiting and waiting, and then they get on, and then they don't know they're on. All right. Say goodbye. Let's try Ryan in the District of Columbia. Hey, Ryan. You with us?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Ryan. Ryan, this 13-year-old Ryan?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I remember that voice anywhere. How you doing? How'd your day go?
It went great. Just
All
won a
right.
hockey championship, and then I'm in the car ride home just at MetLife Stadium. Flicked it off, just letting them know we'll be back next week, and we're going to get a win in New York. But I'm pumped. This is a great team this year, and this team has great potential to win a Super Bowl.
Ryan, I tell you what, man, I look forward to your calls, man. You're a 13-year-old whiz kid. You're competitive. You're out there kicking tail on the ice. And just stay strong, man. And if you put your mind to your academics like you do your athletics, you're going to be hard to beat. And I can't wait to watch you develop.
I appreciate that.
You got it, brother. Give your old man a high five for me. We're going to Arlington next. Kevin, welcome to Postgame. Kevin in Arlington, going once.
Hey, Doc, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, brother. Talk to me.
So I had a great steak dinner for my family. I was out grilling, listening, and,
we were just missing here and there in the first half. But as you just were saying, we were pounding the rock. We were wearing down that very good Bears defense. And all was, I was thinking we'll get to the second half and everything will start clicking. And, well, that's not kind of how it went. And I'll say this. I was thinking before the Hail Mary, okay, they got this one. We gave it back to them. We're going to be seeing them in the playoffs. And you know what? We may see them in the playoffs anyway. But I got such a rush off of that Hail Mary play. It reminded me the last time I had, I was almost hyperventilating. Last time I felt that way was when Howie Kendrick knocked that one off the foul pole in Houston, and all of a sudden it seemed possible that our Nats were going to win it all. So it also kind of reminded me of that Monday Night Miracle down in Dallas where Santana came up large in the last few minutes. We'll never forget that game. That is a regular season game that will never be forgotten. We set a marker with it. It's one win. We'll enjoy it for 24 hours, and we'll get back to thinking about the Giants. But, damn, they do not quit, Doc. They don't quit.
And that's what I love about this team. Win, lose, or draw, we are a hard out. They fight to the end, and you have to give DQ and the organization the credit, the way they warm up. If you ever watch them warm up, then you know how they train. And they're not doing it for show. They're doing it because that's who they are. It's not fake. It's who they are. And we're lucky to be a part of it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Burgundy and Gold postgame show. DOC and the future member of the Burgundy and Gold family. I mean, he's just shaking his head, folks. He don't know. We don't give up on people. And I won't give up on him. And neither will you. We'll be right back. Burgundy and Gold post game presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. What an evening. What a game. It's the walk-off, using baseball terms. And I know most of you, I don't know if I've asked you about your baseball game, but I'm sure you saw Freddie go yard against Bombers out in Blue Heaven in game 1.
Yeah, my dad's a Yankees fan, so I didn't see it.
Okay,
I was out of town, but I definitely
heard about
I definitely heard
it.
about it. Yeah.
This is that version of it. It's I remember seeing Aaron Rodgers, seeing the Jets. I mean, it's just crazy. And it just so happens that Tyreek Stevenson is the DB for the Bears. The Bears. And he gets my Jackass of the Game award. Because if you'll note, he was talking trash to our fans, telling them to have a safe trip home. He's caught on tape talking trash to our fans before the ball was snapped, telling them to have a safe trip home. And then this jackass goes and tips the ball up in the air instead of knocking it down, and the joke's on him. What a plane ride. What I wouldn't give to have video of his plane ride home. The worst trips when the visiting team has to take that flight back. Horrible. I only wish he was going back to Seattle. I wish they had to be in that plane for 5 hours. They're going back to the Windy. When they get back to dude, it's just, it leaves you breathless. And so he gets my Jackass of the Game award. I have a K9 award. I get it out Tuesday with Russell, but he definitely going to get that. It's fun. Lots of fun. Got a lot of folks still leaving the stadium. So I want to get to you because if you've been there and if you were tailgating, you might be toe up from the flow up, and I don't want you to get into trouble. Hope you're not driving. So is this Shay?
This is Shaw.
Oh, Shaw. Hey, Shaw. You not driving,
What's up, buddy?
are you?
How are you? I am driving, but we got 4 people in the car. Bluetooth, buddy.
Say what?
I'm on Bluetooth. I'm driving.
Okay, go. Okay, I just don't want you driving. All right, good deal. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Check this out. So, all right. So I know Caleb Williams' dad personally. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So during the Hail Mary, right before the Hail Mary happened, I texted his dad. I said, "Hey, great game. Caleb had a decent game." And then the Hail Mary happens. We score. We go crazy. Guess what I got to do? I got to unsend that text.
Well, Caleb had a hell of a game.
Yeah, the hell of a game, but I had to unsend that text, and his dad texted me back, was like, what the F, you know what I mean? So, but I mean, a lot of people don't know Caleb's from this area, so.
Well, I think everybody knows Caleb is from this area. That's all we've been talking about. Gonzaga kid, no, he's from this area, PG County. Hey, man, he's a hell of a player.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at him at all. I've been following his whole career and happy for him. And I guarantee you there are some plays he'd like to have back. There are plays all of them would. But you haven't seen the less to him. He's the real deal.
Oh, he's solid. He's solid.
Yeah, you better be glad you got away with it. Yeah.
Just needs some protection. He'll be all right. But I definitely think we had one touchdown for sure. They robbed us on that one touchdown for sure.
Well, we got to catch the ball better. Catch better.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
stay in line. We make too many damn mistakes. I'm not making no excuses for being undisciplined. We got to be smarter. I'm not blaming the damn referees for us. Stay on sides. Do your job better. We can't go into this thinking we're going to become a playoff team and begging for people to give us breaks. Play by the rules. I don't believe in that.
I'll tell you, a game like that, I feel bad for the Steelers next week. We're not making no mistakes. I'll tell you that right now.
Well,
a game like that to pull it off, next week the Steelers are in trouble.
Yeah, well, you know, That's the thing. We can talk all that we want. Just show up, because I tell you what, Steeler Nation, they don't talk. They show up,
that's true.
and then they show
that's
out.
true.
So all y'all
Yeah,
leaving
that's true.
early, bailing out, talking about traffic.
Yeah.
You've been in the abyss. You've been in last place every damn season, and you rushing to get home early? That's embarrassing. Hey, man, have a great trip. Be good. I'm going to Bonesy in Southeast. K9, what up? Bonesy. All right, let's go to JYD. JYD.
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Hey, man, congratulations. Your Chiefs pulled it off.
7-0. But the big thing is, on the back page, it will say Chiefs 7-0. But on the front page, it will say Noah Brown was lurking in the bushes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And guess what? Happened when he was lurking in the bushes? That same guy that you was talking about having a safe trip home, they showed him and the other guy that was in on it too. They were both sitting there on the ground looking at each other like the damn two stooges.
Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson, jackass of the game, yeah.
Right. But, hey, look here. All it takes is all these years, we got a quarterback, but we got to keep but look here. But we also got to play it smart with this kid. And I know he wants to play and everything, but sometimes, you got to protect him from his own self. But what he did today, he went out there heroically and he played. But whatever.
Yeah, he a grown ass man, and he knew what he was willing to do, and they were smart about it. But again, I tried to explain this to the Rooster on Tuesday. Players play. That's what they do, unless they're going to murder themselves.
Why these guys all of a sudden got the dropsy?
Well, I don't know. Again, there are a lot of there's a mental hurdle that every guy has to go through, and every team is a transitional move that you develop with it. The defense 2 weeks, they've made enormous strides, and the offense will have to do the same thing. But at least the effort's there. Physical mistakes, they're tolerable. Everybody makes those. But is the effort there? Yes, the effort is there. And as long as the effort is there and they're putting in the work, man, I'll take that every day. I think that'd be okay. Congratulations on being undefeated. Thank you. Good luck to you and the Chiefs. 757 is our next stop. Polly.
Doc, L to the W.
You know it is. Absolutely.
Baby. 62.
Yep.
Hey, what my man Dan Quinn say beginning of the season, we ain't rebuilding. It's a recalibration.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, look. Hey, y'all, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. My man showed up for his teammates.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a difference between being hurt and being injured.
Yeah.
You just had to deal with a little bit of pain. I said that, man. All these players are dealing with something. Just because you playing quarterback don't mean, you're a football player, just like the defensive lineman and the offensive lineman. He showed up for his players, man.
Yeah. And
I was the same way. Listen, man. I was sitting there ready to be upset, ready to be peed off. I said to myself, man, we dominated this game everywhere but on the scoreboard, man. Can't kick field goals. Got to score a touchdown. And then, I was jumping up and down on my couch, bro.
Yep.
Like, what?
I was sick to my stomach at halftime because I knew it. I said, first team score a touchdown, going to win, and it may not be us. You can't mess around and let people hang around.
You can't.
You cannot do it.
Them on the field,
you dominate.
Man.
We should have been up 30-0.
Right.
And you mess around and you're not. And I was so irritated because I could feel it. Good teams don't let you do that. You just mess around, and then they get one play around the end, one bad fit, give up contain just one time, And
one bad fit, you can say it was a bad call, a blown call,
whatever.
He still should have got out that. He should have still got out that far. But I'm gonna leave you with this, Doc. I was talking to Sanchez, and I'm pretty sure you'll talk to him too. The Sanchez said it perfectly. Somebody tried to say, "Oh, one of the Bears fans tried to say, oh, we got lucky." Sanchez said, "Man, nah. When you're living life right, good things happen to
Absolutely.
you. Hey, baby, we living life right, man.
That's right. We
L
heard
to the W, baby.
We're L to the W. You got it, man. Dennis out in Fredericksburg. Dennis, thanks for being patient.
Actually, it's Frederick, not Fredericksburg, but that's okay. How you doing, Doc?
I never get tired of winning. I've won on every level my whole life. I'm actually very comfortable winning. I mean, it started at 11, and once you win your first championship at 11, you just get used to it. I'm uncomfortable not winning. That's really when I'm rotten, but I'm very comfortable winning. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Of course, you think back to the Moss game. And think
Santana.
That was as good
that's been mentioned tonight. Santana Moss is so iconic. Not only is he a great dude, but everybody remembers the night that he saved us from our obnoxious Cowboy fans. We all have one.
Absolutely.
And that joy, and he's iconic. Now, Santana did a lot of other great things, but what we all remember, number one, is that night. And it's the only thing that rivals Super Bowl success.
And that's sad because it's been so long. But the fact is that tonight was Aaron Rodgers stuff. It was amazing. And what was really great, I thought the defense was really good.
They stepped
and
up.
I was shocked at that. They were fantastic.
They stepped up.
Oh, my Lord. Absolutely,
we got some
they
keepers.
did.
And you know what it is? And they do it in a way. I'm so proud of the fact that when they were struggling, they didn't point fingers.
Doc, even though you may say they did that, the fact is they scored 2 touchdowns barely, and we did everything we had to do to win. And then, of course, the last play was just iconic and all that sort of stuff. But how great is it that you saw this guy do an Aaron Rodgers thing, but whoever made that play at the end, somebody was in the back of that end zone on purpose, and that was Noah or whoever got the touchdown. Yes,
Noah did his
somebody
job.
was there on purpose, Doc.
And also, let's say this: they practiced that. That didn't happen accidentally.
Absolutely.
So get a staff credit. They practiced that.
Absolutely.
And practice paid off. Hey, Dennis, thank you so much, man.
Sir.
Drive safely. They practice that, man. And you go over these things as a player. It's like the onside kick. I mean, you go over these things over and over and over and over, and finally, it works out. Brandon, leaving the ballpark.
Doc, what's
Welcome.
going on, man?
Hey, man, I could do this for a living.
Oh, what a crazy, crazy game. Absolutely awesome. I was down there. I was in the corner where Stevenson was talking on the last play. Couldn't believe it. I mean, he's not even watching the play.
So you saw what I said. I mean, I looked at that and I go, this dude is selling wolf tickets. He's taunting the fans.
It was crazy. He was taunting after the ball was snapped. Absolutely unbelievable. What an amazing game. I think the energy, I think just the whole energy in D.C. right now, it makes you think of like the Howie Kendricks home run. It makes you think of Kuznetsov in hockey. I think the energy in D.C. is great right now. Absolutely an amazing game. Jaden's something special. I think there's really something special going on here.
Well, it is, man. And I'm so glad that you were there because this was pointed out to me. I'm going, Noah, that Tyreek Stevenson. And then I saw the video. Toby Altizer had it on video. And maybe Grant Paulson might have sent it to him. Grant is just an absolute Dick Tracy type journalist. And he might have picked this thing up. And this is never this going to haunt this kid because
It's unbelievable.
Here he is trolling our fan base instead of focusing on his job, and this thing's going to go viral. And now he's going to be, until he makes a play to redeem himself, he's going to be known for this stunt. And Noah Brown, who I got to believe this. At AMAC, I think you will agree with me that the Commander, the window of opportunity, that pivotal play that propelled Washington to victory is Noah Brown's catch. Noah Brown's catch that propelled them to victory. And that is a great, great move. And we think that it's so beautiful to have that happen. That window of opportunity, man, it is a beautiful thing. And the hardest working player of the game, without doubt, Jaden Daniel. I mean, Jaden, this dude is just sick. Comes in wounded and gets it done. Hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig is the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. JD, man, and Noah Brown taking victories with us here this evening, and it's a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Let's see, we got time. One more? Can we get one more? Let's see if we can squeeze one more in. It has been Jay in Annapolis. You've been there for like 8 hours. Thanks for being patient, Jay.
Hello?
Yo, Jay.
Hey, how you doing? We're in Suite 318 tonight. Man, let me tell you, with CCR, the atmosphere was unbelievable. This coaching staff has got the players playing. One time, let me tell you, Joe Witt Jr. has the defense playing after that embarrassing performance in the past couple of weeks. He's got the team. He's got the team playing. Caleb Williams, he didn't throw for any yards tonight. I just want to shout out the coaching staff and the defense for their performance.
Hey, Jay, let me ask you this, brother. Do you have who's driving tonight?
Oh, I had a driver today, man. Let me tell you, I had a driver.
You got a driver?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, good. All right, you scared the hell out of me, man. I was thinking, because I don't want to lose you for next week. I count on you brothers, man. Y'all, I need y'all every week. I can't afford to lose one of you. And I'm thinking to myself, man, you guys sound good right now, man. Let me ask you, what was the beverage of choice? All right. Well, we'll just keep that between us. Got to go to break right now, 9:40. Nation's capital, victorious nation's capital, the Commander. I appreciate all of you hitting me up on X and saying they're having some difficulty tapping in, and we've been exploding all night, so maybe we'll have to get some more lines. They keep playing this well and winning these games like this. We may have to open up a new call center the way things are going. Let's see if we can rip out some more before we get out of here. Tobias, Frederick, what up?
What's going on, Doc?
Hey, man,
I just
celebration.
Yeah, I know. I can feel your aura, man. I can feel it. But look, we that tonight, man. We really did. And Jaden, he's such a natural back there. And look, man, they earned their way to get back in DC. They should go ahead and build that stadium in there. Like it's like the Falcons for real, man. I'm just so proud of them, and I don't know, man. Just hashtag keep it alive, 5.
Oh, I like that. Hashtag keep it alive, 5. Well, you know what? For a young man to play injured and play through it, and his staff, the way they navigated it and did it the right way, it's an organizational win. But make no mistake about it. Our special teams unit balled out. It's everybody involved in it, man. I'm proud of the whole group, top to bottom, organizational victory, crowd victorious. I mean, I guarantee you that I would have given anything. I understand that the newly Jersey retired Darryl Green was up in his suite with some of the dignitaries. I know my boy Carpenter was at the game doing his thing, all the dignitaries. So I'm happy for them having a chance to strut their stuff. Proud of all of them, man. So appreciate the phone call, man.
That's
right. We're going to get out to Pennsylvania. Jerron, thank you for being patient.
Yes, sir. Am I alive?
You're alive and well.
Yes, sir. Hey, anyways, I didn't have 7% on my phone after waiting for so long, but all good, guys. Hey, all I got to say is I enjoyed that win tonight. I enjoyed after having 13 years of being a season ticket member. We've all went, man, it's been hard. I've talked to Doc for a long time, and I've said a lot of negative things.
Yeah.
And you know what? I will say I did walk out. I did. But you know what?
You man up.
23 seconds left. 23 seconds left. I didn't know what else to do. But you know what? As soon as I hit them metal detectors, guess who ran right back in?
You did.
This guy.
All right.
I celebrated. I saw it. But great time. I am loving the way this franchise is turning shit around. It's been great. And
enjoy.
I can only hope the best, man. And love listening to you guys. Love listening to the show. And I'm from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I got a 2-hour drive home after every game, and it's great just listening to y'all.
You
and
driving? Is somebody driving?
Yes, sir. Once I get out of reach of y'all guys go to the internet. So,
okay.
Hey, I don't know if you remember, Doc, you're the guy yelling at me years ago, like 3-4 years ago, about get off that old Milwaukee. Well, hey, buddy, I ain't on that old Milwaukee.
Hey, man, you be safe. If you need to pull over and take a nap, don't be man enough to pull over and take a nap.
Give me some, Doc.
All right, you got it. Rev P in D.C.
See, Doc, what I've been asking the people all over the land, and I ain't just selling it. First thing y'all been saying is what, Doc? You got to believe. You got to believe when all else fail. What I say, Doc, believe. But what I've been selling this year to the people from the jump. Why not us? Why not us with our offense? Why not us with our defense? Why not us with our special teams? Why not us with our coaches? But hold on. 12 man, stand on it like you can. From the east, west, north, south, south, wherever you is, tell them what it's all about. So when you go to your neighbor, when you go to work, you tell them, Bombers, we are the commanders, the mighty commanders. Hey, Doc, I love you so much. Why not us? Why not us? Y'all know who this is. The People's Hype Man on Victory Sunday. Red P. Why not us? Let's go.
I'm with you. Why not us? Ray in the District of Columbia. Why not us?
Dog, I just got my voice back, so I'm glad I was on hold. But uh, look, people talk about the Hail Mary, but Doc, the little things, I hear you talk about this all the time. It's the run play that set it up. The quick pass to Terry that got them 12, 13 more yards. Those plays make the difference. That's coaching, that's discipline. If we don't get those 13 yards, he doesn't make that ball to the end zone.
That's
and
right.
like you said, they practice that. They got somebody standing behind that crowd waiting for that ball to drop. Everything looked like Hail Mary, but it's the little execution that made that happen, Doc. I just wanted to see what you thought about the Terry play and the run play and the drop, the presence, the drop of pass that was in the middle of the field. They teach and coach these things. All those little things made up to the way we won that game. That's all I got for you,
You
Doc.
got it, man. You're an astute observer of football. This is a good football staff. They might have been friends before, but they didn't get hired because of their friendship. They got hired because of their football IQ and their ability to help people learn the game and get better. You got to help people get better. Our past football teams had low football IQs because they didn't get smarter. We put that poor kid out there at the corner and he didn't know what the hell he's doing because nobody taught him. It's a damn sin. The underdeveloped products that we put on the field. Gaithersburg is our last stop of the evening. Eric, welcome to Postgame.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up? It's, I was going to say, families had season tickets.
My man.
59 years. We're there
60.
today.
Wow. All right.
Same environment. Electric. Jaden Daniels, he's the future. He's the president. I can't wait for next game. I live in New York. Took a 4 a.m. train this morning to get over here. What a day. What a day.
Boy, I know you are. That's rewarding, man. To have it and to have the ending like that. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. HGTR, go Skins.
Yeah, hail to the W. Hail to
Hail
the
to
W. Beg your pardon?
I said, this is my mom. I said, hail to the W. We go to every game together. Went to University of Maryland.
Terps,
We
go
to-
Terps. Yeah, Terps, man. Oh, God, that did not work out the way I'd hoped. But there's always next week to bounce
Always
back.
next-
Yeah, to bounce back. So I'm going to stay with hail to the W. It's a great deal. And I feel some part of me feels bad for AMAC because his timing is horrible. He picks this time in his life to come work for the station. He's a New York Giants fan, and he doesn't think that he's going to be converted. I don't know what he thinks he's going to work at this station, being a Giants fan and not working with me and not be converted. That's not going to happen. So I respect the fact that he's fighting it. I'm impressed with that. I would be disappointed if he just surrendered easily. What are we now, week 8, week 7?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Around there, yeah, cool. By week 14, 15, you'll be in.
Nah.
Oh, yeah.
Keep dreaming.
Yeah, because this butt whipping that you're about to get, you need to see it up close. You need to feel us. You don't feel us yet. You starting to understand it better, but you don't quite feel it. Yeah. I don't feel it yet. So how we doing on time? Oh, we don't have any more time.
Yeah, we pretty much what a great win though.
Oh, great win. Hey, look, thanks to everybody. We couldn't get to everybody. I know somewhere out there, JP Finley, somewhere out there. And True Soldier. Shout out to the Rooster. Oh, I can believe him. I know he's bad. He's probably getting TV interviews. He's such a star. Can't wait till Tuesday. I get a chance to join him. But I'll say this about you, AMAC. Your choice of teams is horrible. But you are awesome at what you do. And that's great because you can succeed. God bless all of you. Those of you that had a little bit to drink, be careful. And don't do anything dumb. I can't afford to lose a listener. It's a great evening all the way across the National Football League. God bless all of you. Let's have a spirited week. Hail to the W.